Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day number 4 of the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Wave Sports Festival, an international festival. Of course, I'm Nuno Cardoso, here for the call alongside Lourenço Grandella. Lourenço, day number 4, what a great day, sun is shining, we got waves, the wind is still light, so we've got a great day of competition ahead of us.
Good morning, Nuno. Good morning, everyone who's watching. Yeah, so far we've been having pretty good luck with the weather. I mean, 4 days of sun and pretty good beach days as well, with low winds, which isn't that common here in the west coast of Portugal. So weather's been on our side, and we've been having pretty good waves, changing conditions throughout the comp. And what are we expecting for today, Nuno?
I do believe that the waves are very similar to yesterday. The swell that filled in yesterday remains. It's going to get a little bit of momentum, gained a little momentum from yesterday into today. So I think we're going to see pretty similar conditions throughout the day. Supposedly starts to go on the low in terms of wave size for tomorrow. Being tomorrow the smallest day of the window of the days we still have ahead of us. So yes, at least for today, I do expect to have the same drama that we had yesterday. A lot of powerful waves, and the best of the best will rise into the top, and we'll start and figure out who's who in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had our first eliminations of the comp. The repechage rounds took a start on podium 2 on the women, and then at the end of the day we moved back to podium 1. We had to do this 2 podium dynamic because there's too many heats, and we just have to get the competition going.
It's normal already in the Eurosurf stage. It happens a lot, especially in the juniors, which was last year. We got a lot of divisions. We got to keep the ball rolling so we can finish the competition within the 7 days of the time period. Meanwhile, for today, we have a big schedule. We're starting off this competition with round 3 of the surf women's division. We've got 3 heats. The conditions of the heat time remain 20-minute heats. 4 men, in this case 4 women priority. Best 2 waves count. Maximum wave count is 15 waves, and the paddle out is 5 minutes. Same conditions as the previous days. So we need to jump into the water, Lourenço, because I just hear the buzzard, which means...
Hit number 1 just started.
Exactly.
So let's bring it action.
Yes, we'll be having in the red from Spain, Ariane Ochoa. In white from Germany, Rachel Presti. In yellow from Germany as well, Janina Zeitler. And in black from England, Alice Barton. So we've got 2 German surfers. I think it's the first time that we see 2 surfers with the same nationality on a heat. Round 3, of course, it was going to start to mix. Some of the most proficient teams will have more players in the main event. And at some point, they would have to mix it up in one heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've seen the situation yet on this comp, the two German surfers facing each other. And it doesn't mean that one of them has necessarily to be eliminated. They both can pass still, so it doesn't mean that it's a bad situation for Team Germany, because even these two surfers can help each other out and try to move on to the next round together.
I think it benefits them, actually. Like you mentioned, Lourenço, they can probably the coach has a strategy for them to play out within this heat, and they can help each other out. I'm thinking about, let's watch this replay of Janina Zettler, the first wave of the day, and Janina goes for a nice frontside hook in that end section. This is a nice way for Janina to start her heat. And like I was mentioning, especially with priorities, imagine that one of these surfers are in the need for a wave but do not have priority, and the other one has the priority. They can let her go, you know? And so I think it plays out in Germany's favor, having more than one representative in this first heat. Let's see if that is the situation, or even they don't need that strategic plays at the end of this one.
Up and riding, Alice Barton.
Going for a move there.
It's the first heat of the morning. It's normal that some of these surfers are still warming up, still getting used to the waves, to the board, and everything else. So 1 point ride for Alice, that's going to be a throwaway.
I noticed that the energy from yesterday's incoming swell is kind of faded away. Usually happens on the west coast. The day that the swell fills in, it's like the ocean is moving a lot. There's a lot of energy, and today seems a little bit more groomed. This was Rachel Presti. Looks like she was looking for a cover up there. And also, I'm kind of figuring out that today all of the surfers are going right at the moment. 3 waves ridden, 3 right-handers. Is this going to be the go-to for today? The right-handers?
Yeah, it could be. We've been seeing some variety, some lefts, some rights. So far, look at this. First left while we were, close out.
Yeah, Arlena decided to let that one go.
You could be proving your point.
I don't know, I'm just watching these first waves. Although it's the front side for those surfers, so probably they feel comfortable. Here's the replay of that last wave of Rachel Presti. Yeah, you see she was stucking in there, but then the wave just closed out in front of her. Not much there, so Rachel paddle out back, getting ready for another wave. Meanwhile, some scores are dropping. I think the most important wave belongs to this rider in yellow. Janina Zeitler is the only surfer out of the 3 waves caught that was able to complete a move, and is going to get a different score from the 0.5 of Rachel's wave and the 1 point ride of Alice.
Rachel once again on her front side, trying to build up that speed to the end section. It doesn't end up being that powerful of a turn. In the meanwhile, Alice Barton looking pretty strong. Unfortunately, it won't be a complete maneuver.
And Arlana Ochoa almost getting that one. She just lost her balance there at the end. She knows it. That's why she knows that wave is not going to count. She's paddling out the back as fast as she can so she can get one of the best priorities in this one. Wow, almost, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that was close. Who's over there?
Ditching her board. That's Janina. There's still, don't get us wrong, the wave still got a lot of punch, which is very typical from the waves here in Santa Cruz. Very heavy insides. Can shake you from the head to your feet if you get hit on the head while paddling out the back. But the conditions look a lot groomed, Lorenzo. You don't see those rip tides that we saw yesterday with a lot of water moving. It's cleaned up a little bit, and I think these conditions are going to favor the competition today. And let's see how they will develop throughout this day number 4 of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. If you just tuned in, welcome once again. Day 4, we're going to see some surfers getting knocked out of competition because we got repechage rounds in the schedule starting around 11:20. And we're going to go through surfmen and surfwomen repechage rounds. So we're going to see some surfers getting knocked out of the competition. And we're going to see the best of the best remaining their hopes of becoming European team champions.
Janina, once again, on her right hand, gets 2 turns in. And that's going to be a keeper, I believe, for Janina.
Yeah.
The best wave of the hit so far.
Yeah, 100%. She got a 317 on her first wave, and she this time clocks up 2 moves. The first one very similar to her first move that got her 3.17. So Janina is going to improve on that. Whoosh.
A bit off timing there on that turn for the Spanish surfer. Yeah, comparing the conditions we were seeing today to yesterday, especially at the end of the day, the end of the afternoon on the last few hits, we've had some serious conditions, some real heavy wipeouts, some surfers struggling to find themselves out there. It wasn't any easy for those athletes, and we've seen some heavy maneuvers as well, and some serious commitment. So if you were watching yesterday's comp and you're watching it today, you can even think it's a different point break. But it's a different break, I mean, because we're watching a beach break here in Santa Cruz. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't look any similar to yesterday's conditions. It's so much calmer and smoother. Yesterday we had multiple waves coming from different directions and very wobbly, and now it's just cleaner. We got some more, I don't know, I feel like it's easier to understand where to be today.
Yeah, well, the swell in the beginning of the week was more from the east. Now it's turning more from the north, and you can see more rights that you're watching in your screen. Rachel Presti going for a very important wave. She already has a 2-point wave. She's gonna, I think, even improve that score with this last wave. Last wave of Janina Zeitler in the yellow jersey came in hot as a 3.83. The best wave in the heat so far, and she leads. She's being followed by her fellow countrywoman, Rachel Presti, that is still waiting for the score of that last wave. Struggling to find their pace is Arlan Ochoa from Spain in the red, and in black, Alice Barton from England.
There's Rachel on another attempt. Rachel sitting in second place, and she's got the second best wave of the heat, 3.33, which means we haven't had that high scoring waves. Comparing to yesterday, we've had some serious scores being put in, but it's just the start of the morning, just the first hit of the day. We got plenty of hits ahead of us, starting off with round number 3. So what's after to those who pass on to the next round? Is there, I believe it could be semi-final after round 3?
Probably, if we're counting that 6 surfers will advance out of 3 heats. They're probably spread it out in the quarterfinals already, or maybe semis. Probably semis.
2 semifinals of 3 athletes. It could be.
Pays up to be on the main round, huh? If you keep yourself in the main round, that's where the safe position is. You could still lose out of that main round and go into the repechage round. And yeah, good on you for Janina and Rachel so far. With 9 minutes remaining, they're putting on the work for Team Germany.
This would be huge for Team Germany.
Yeah.
Both of these surfers pass on to the next round. I mean,
yeah, although Arlana and Alice would not be knocked out if the time was over on this heat and they would be in 4th and 4th position, they still have plenty of time to answer back to Janina and Rachel. But they will be relegated to the repechage round. So no one loses in this round number 3 because this is the main event. All of the surfers you see here on your screen are winners or second place qualifiers of the previous heats on this division of round 1 and round 2. They remain themselves in the main event up until now, and 2 of them will remain in that main event and 2 of them will be relegated to repechage round. That's the name of the game, Lorenzo. This is the Eurosurf 2025 here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz. Beautiful part of the west coast of Portugal. I would say 45 to 50-minute drive from Lisbon airport. So if you never did visit this beautiful part of Portugal, we recommend you to do so. If you are a wave aficionado, then you're missing out for sure. You've got places like Santa Cruz, Peniche, Ericeira, Sintra, full of waves in every nook and corner you can possibly imagine, from reef breaks to beach breaks to point breaks to softer waves to more heavier waves, slab type waves, barreling waves, long waves, any type of wave basically. I do believe that within just this small piece of coast that I mentioned, I think you have every wave possible that you can imagine. Wedges.
Got it all?
Am I missing something, Lorenz?
No, I don't think you're missing something. I think the whole list was there, and yeah, we do have everything over here.
Yep.
It's a dream.
The only thing missing is you if you've never been here. Meanwhile, we got some movement by the part of the English surfer Alice Burton. She clocked in a 2:33. This is the time for Ariane to get their engines going on her backhand this time, and she finishes 2 moves there. This is going to be a very important wave for Ariane, Lorenz.
Yeah, it is. She's needing a 4.06. If she doesn't get the score, let's watch the replay. But as I was saying, if she doesn't get the score she needs on this wave, she's definitely going to improve on one of her 2 scores, in this case the 1.07, and it's going to lower her requirement for second place, which puts her in a safer position and definitely increases her chances of making through the heat.
I really like this last minutes because it looks like everyone just woke up to reality and they start to scramble the lineup, see and who's got the priority. I need one more wave, I need this requirement, this and that. And all of a sudden, a very slow heat can turn into a very busy, chaotic heat in terms of wave catching and situation in the heat. And let's see if this is one of those heats. Meanwhile, that last wave from Ariane Ochoa coming in hot, Lorenzo.
Yeah, last wave of Ariane is putting on a threat out there for Rachel. She's now needing a 2.11 to pass to second place. And Rachel must be defending her place right now because she was holding on to first priority and something happened. Rachel might have made some sort of mistake.
Yeah, she probably paddled for a wave. That's the way you lose priority. That last wave of Ariane Ochoa, 3.23. So she's in the game. Also, Alice Barton is in the game. She only needs a 3.01. Totally attainable for any of these surfers out there. They prove it already with the scores that you've been seeing on your screen. Now it's up to the cream to rise to the top. Who is going to take that wave within this last 4 minutes and 30 seconds? That is going to make the difference. We see a more predominant right-hander. We saw Ariane searching the lefts at the beginning. She probably realized that the potential is all on the right-handers. You could see Janina blocking Ariane there. Wow, and Janina lost priority. Yes, like I told you, Lorenzo, this is going to be a very interesting, I would say chaotic end of this first heat.
2 Portuguese surfers against 2 English surfers.
This is it.
That's going to be chaos.
We are, yeah, man, it's, we're going through rounds, and the main event, we see the cream of the crop. We see the top of the surfers of the old continent being here, battling out for that team title.
There's Rachel Presti looking forward to improve on her 2-point ride. That's not going to be it.
That was, she did a good call going on that wave, blocking, I do believe, Ariane. Ariane already was blocked twice by a German surfer. She was blocked by Janina. She was now blocked by Rachel. Rachel catching that wave. Unfortunately for Rachel, she did not build upon her total score. So now it's all up to Alice Barton, who's holding priority, and Ariane Ochoa to answer back to those blocks and see if they can turn the seat around. Wow, really interesting. We're talking about the strategy of the German surfers helping each other, utilizing priority in that sense. They utilize priority, but there's still a little bit of time on the clock, and they only can just wait and watch what the other surfers can do on the upcoming waves. Probably they can get a wave of their own as well, but they need to improve those backups. Rachel needs to improve a 2-point, and Janina needs to improve a 3.17. Let's see what's going to happen. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Looks like some lines are approaching, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we have the last few lines of the heat, and so far we've been seeing some. Oh wow, that could be the turn she was needing.
2.11, that's the score she needs, and I think she's gonna get it. I'm no judge. We'll have to wait and see. This is the replay. Backhand attack, mid-wave turn there, but she played it safe. I would do exactly the same. Ooh, big set, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that was a big set, probably one of the biggest sets we've seen this morning on this first heat. And Ariane is gonna change the heat situation now. It's all up to Rachel or Alice to turn the heat around again. In the meanwhile, we still don't know how high of a score that turn is gonna be. She played it very safe, Nuno. She didn't go as hard as she could have gone, although I think the 2.11 is too much a low requirement for her not to make it.
There's a replay once again. The judges are watching this very carefully. The question is, does Ariane Ochoa deserve to be in second, maybe even in first? If she gets a score in the lines of the 3.7, she will get the first place out of Janina Zeitler, that's been leading this heat since the beginning. Since the first wave. The first wave caught today in day number 4 belong. Woohoo! Look at Rachel blocking. Now Janina blocking Rachel.
Oh, and Ariane just turned the heat around. First place with a 5.67, and now Janina Zeitler drops to second, while Rachel is off the round on third place.
Did you saw Janina blocking her own teammate?
Yes, I did.
But she was smart. She needed to do that. She could not afford to not listen to the score of the last wave of Ariane. She knows that Ariane is dangerous. She's a well-informed surfer, and she just posted the highest score wave, changing the situation in the last minutes. And Janina need to block her fellow countrywoman there. Unfortunately for Alice Barton, this last wave effort, it's not paying off. And now it's Rachel Presti, but yeah, out of time, out of pace. And yeah, this is all she wrote in the first heat of the day. A lot of action and excitement. Ariane Ochoa and Janina Zeitler remaining in the main round, advancing into round 4. And unfortunately for Rachel Presti and Alice Barton, we will be seeing them today in a repechage round number 3. So stay tuned. We got plenty of action for this day 4. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Dré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
We're back with the next hit in the water. Joining me, I have João Valente here in the booth. And João, look at how exciting this hit looks like. Two Portuguese surfers facing two English surfers.
Yeah, it's exciting on the negative side of things because it's always hard when a country so early, in such an early stage of the competition, to find two of its surfers within the same heat, which enhances the possibility of disqualification to one of them, or even both. It can happen. Hopefully, this won't be happening now, where we see Maria Salgado is one of the first Portuguese representatives that opens up the heat. And I take the opportunity to give my good morning to you, Lorenzo, and to all our audience. We have a nice day of competition ahead of us. We're going to go for we're going to start the day with 2 rounds of the main competition. The first round, round 3 of women, followed by round 3 of men. And then we'll jump into the repechage heats. Since yesterday, the first stages of the repechage were put together for the losses of the surfers from the initial rounds of this competition. So a nice day of competition ahead of us. The waves, at least from my point of view, they seem to get a little bit more size and form today than yesterday.
I don't know.
No?
I think it might be.
You've been observing. I just arrived. Haven't looked at the ocean carefully, but it gave me that impression. But you saw the first heat. What's your take on it?
In the first heat, it did look with a bit less size and less power, but it brings some more distance to ride, more length to it. Because we've seen some 3-turn rides, 2-turn rides, with more room to ride. So.
Oh, that's a difference, because yesterday the main pace was single move waves, and eventually those who found 2 moves waves, they were the ones advancing. So yeah, that's good news. It will make the competition more interesting and more dynamic, as we see Charlotte Muley.
Maria Salgado just got the 4.33 on her last wave, and the first wave of the heat for Maria. And right now we've got the 2 different nations splitting the rankings, the first and second, and then Gabriela Diniz is needing a 1.91 to join her teammate.
Yeah, it's one of those sandwich situations. You have a layer of Portugal, then a layer of England, then a layer of Portugal, then another layer of England. Let's see who comes on top after this heat. This is the second heat of the day, second heat of the round 3 of the main event on the women's side. And you are here joining us. Good morning to you. And this is the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival here in Santa Cruz. We have, among many activities, we have this Eurosurf, the traditional European team surf contest. Portugal is the title holder. Portugal conquered the title the last time this Eurosurf was put together 2 years ago, right here at Santa Cruz. This very consistent beach break on the west coast of Portugal has become a fixture in the international or in the European calendars, when we see Gabriela Diaz finishing her second ride.
That was an unfortunate end of wave. I mean, if she did stand up after that move, she would have gotten a pretty decent score. And yeah, I mean, this situation where there are 2 surfers of the same nation competing in the same heat, it could either be super positive for the team or very negative, because Portugal can't afford to lose 2 of their surfers on the same heat.
Nor England.
Exactly.
Nobody can afford to lose 2 surfers in one single heat at this stage of the competition. That would create big problems, and it doesn't mean anything special, but it can create can put together a different set of strategy. Meanwhile, we have the interview with the winner of the first heat of the day. Take it away, Nuno.
Good morning, everyone. Day number 4. The first person to come to the glass is the Spaniard, Ariana Ochoa. Ariana, winning in the morning feels good. I could see you're looking for the lefts, and then you got your redemption in the rights. Was that a strategy of yours, looking first for the lefts, and then halfway you have to do it on the rights?
Yeah, starting the day early as yesterday, first hit, always are difficult hits because we don't have anyone there to show us how to do or how is the scale for the score. But yeah, it's really hard up there. Like, the waves are so fast, messy. So yeah, I started trying to a good left, but after like the hit became like a little bit difficult, but I managed to find the right. So I'm really happy and stuck to make through.
Like you said, you're the first ones to try the water, so it's really hard to tell what the scores and what the judges are looking for and where to sit. Do you think the conditions are better than yesterday? Yesterday was a little bit chaotic, huh?
I've been today too. Like, the ocean is really powerful, so 20 minutes hits, like your heart rate is really high, and yeah, like I got smashed in a couple of waves trying to do turns because it's really hard to finish the turn. So it's the main goal of the hit, just to finish the turn. So even that is so hard, but yes, I think it's really difficult. Like yesterday, like the ocean is like putting us in hard conditions.
How did it feel when you got that wave in the last 2 minutes? Because you were needing a score, and when you finished that move, what kind of discharge did you feel in your body? Like, I made it.
Yeah, like just to make a turn was really tricky. So when I made it, I knew I need a super, not really high score. So I hear my team like screaming. So I already knew, like, because sometimes you are in the water and you don't really know like what is going on with the other girls. So when I saw the team screaming a lot, I was like, yeah, I made it.
It's a good sign when the team screams. Hey, Ariane, do you want to send a message to everyone that's watching in the live stream?
Yes, like, hi to everyone. Kaiso de Noi, hola a todos. Gracias por los ánimos y el soporte al team. Estamos aquí dándolo todo. Así que nada, esperemos que sea un gran día para nosotros, que después vienen muchos surfistas más. Así que animar desde casa, que estamos a tope.
Fuerza España. Back to you, boys.
There you go. Very detailed explanations by Janine. She had that kind of a dramatic situation for the first heat of the day. Lots of disputes, and well, let's just hope that's the odds for the whole day.
Yeah, it was Ariane on the heat
Ariane,
interview.
of course. Okay.
Janine was second.
Second place, yes, exactly. Yeah, that's it.
In the meanwhile, another score dropped for Maria. While we have the interview on the split screen, there was a 3.83 that Maria did a single turn wave, and she's currently leading the heat so far. Here's more action for Charlotte Moulet. She's looking to improve her backup score of a 1-point ride. In the meanwhile, we're walking into the second half of the heat, and no waves being ridden by Lauren Sandlin.
Yeah, Lauren Sandlin haven't managed to catch a single wave yet. Let's see what happens. This is a wave by Gabriela Diniz, so we are waiting, and this could have been a good score had she made that last turn. Maria Salgado had that 3.83 out of a single turn, which is remarkable, but it was a very well executed turn, so it's justifiable. But right now, the leading surfers, Maria Salgado and Charlotte Moulet, are well ahead of their followers, while Gabriela Diniz is just trying to catch up, haven't managed to find a single wave that goes over 2 points. Oh,
Yeah,
very low
it's-
scoring hits, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if we look, comparing to the conditions we had yesterday, I mean, we had a lot more power, and those power sections give you a lot more room for the high scores. And once we're having smaller waves and smaller sections to hit, although we still have some pretty decent sets coming, but the ladies haven't been able to put on any progressive surfing yet. So it's been all about the turns, and we've seen some conservative surfing so far because they're trying to lock in and secure their places with safety instead of risking it for the big moves. And Maria Salgado's been applying that strategy, and it's been working.
Well, I think that Maria Salgado actually is the only one who tried to put a little bit more vertical into her move.
I think that could be
especially
just
the 383. That was kind of a more risky move, but yeah, so far a very conservative level of taking on these waves. I don't, I'm having a hard time seeing that the waves have less size and energy than yesterday. It looks to me that when the set comes, is every bit as powerful as it was yesterday. But let's wait and see as the tide fills in. Well, we are on high tide right now. Wow, there we go. You wanted risk? That was Maria Salgado taking her risks on that junction over there.
I think that's just part of her surfing. I mean, even the turns she did earlier on, that's just how she surfs on her normal day-to-day basis. I mean, Maria's super powerful in her surfing, and it's been paying off in this heat. She was one of the favorites to pass on to the next round, and yeah, it's been clear that she's been the best surfer of this heat.
Yeah, yesterday I talked to someone in the know, someone that I won't name because he didn't say that to me on the record, as we see the attempt by Maria Salgado, but it's someone in the know, someone that is very close to all the surfers, and he says that Maria Salgado has all the potential to become Portugal's best ever female surfer within 5 years. So that's a bold statement, but let's see how it plays. As we see Gabriela Diniz finally finding something more according to her level of surfing. 2 fast turns on a little corner of a wave. So it's not anything major, but for now we'll do the job. She just needs a 2.42 to get to second place, and I think that she'll be able to get that score. But let's wait for that, and let's see if she can rise up the levels of surfing throughout the heat. There you go.
And now we got the other Portuguese surfer, Gabriela, with a 3.07, and that makes the 2 Portuguese surfers in the best positions they could be. I mean, having both of their athletes as a team, this means a lot to Portugal. I mean, it's always a risk to have both of your surfers in the same division, the same heat, and they're making their team proud, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that would be a big turnout of things for the Portuguese team and a big blow for the British team.
Yeah.
To lose 2 surfers to the repechage so early in the competition, it will create problems down the line. But, they always have the chance to recover. But it's always something that is not on the plans of any team who's willing to go for the title. Gabriela Diniz taking on,
that was
on another
big
one.
double up.
Yeah, but yeah, she got trashed on that inside.
Wow.
Watch out for that, because those insides, when doubling up, they must be heavy over there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Here is Team Portugal.
Yeah, concentrating.
Because we got Mafalda Lopes on the
Exactly.
next hit. Still of this round. So if the two Portuguese surfers do make this hit, and then, I mean, Mafalda Lopes is one of the favorites as well to win. She's the title defender. She's won it 2 years ago. So, I mean, Portugal's looking pretty strong. If this hit remains in this situation, we could have a lot of Portuguese women on the semi-final.
The full team will be on the semi-final, and that's huge. That's huge. But that's also indicative of current Portuguese level. Wow, as we see Charlotte Muley putting on a lip bash, a very strong one, and as she needs 2, 3, 4, she'll definitely get over that. So Gabriela Diniz has her heads up.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte only needing such a low score.
No, she'll get well over that.
Yeah.
So at the intention of Gabriela Diniz, because she'll drop to 3rd place. Check it out. Vertical on that section, the British surfer. So
it took her
some pressure
time,
on
but
Gabriela.
she got it right, and that score is going to change the heat. Let's wait to see how dramatically it'll change. But it doesn't look too good for Gabriela because she's got less than 3 minutes, and she's about to drop off to 3rd place.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that. I don't know about being the highest score of the heat so far. It was clearly the best executed move. I think it was better. It was more critical than the one by Maria Salgado. I don't know about the 4-3-3 though. It was just a single move. So the 4-3-3 first wave of Maria was a more complete wave with 2 clear turns. So let's see how this plays, but definitely Gabriela Diniz is falling to 3rd place, and she'll need to find something very, very fast. She's in the 2nd priority, which is a good thing, since the 1st priority is her teammate Maria Salgado, so that won't be a problem for her. As we see exactly Gabriela Diniz taking off on this one. She goes for the little re-entry. That's not very critical.
6.5, João.
Yeah, that won't be enough for Gabriela Diniz. That's what I was afraid of. So it confirms that it was the best move of the 2nd heat. The judges agreed with that. Maybe I wouldn't go as far as they did. I wouldn't go as far as a 6.5, but still. And here we have the other Brit, Lauren Sandland. Wow, look at that. We can have a total turnaround of things here by the end of the heat. Critical situation for the Portuguese team. All of a sudden, both of the surfers are under threat by the British team.
That's crazy, João. The entire heat, the Portuguese have been dominating on 1st and 2nd places. And now all of a sudden, Team England wow, that's insane. That's a crazy end of heat. And the English surfers are shaking things up. And
yeah. It was poorly played, I must say, by Maria Salgado. She, as the heat leader and holding priority number 1, she was the one who should be watching out for the girls. As we see Gabriela Diniz again on another closeout, poorly chosen wave. And let's wait for the great. And we see Maria Salgado falling here. That wave won't do nothing for her score. And right now, I believe that 2 Portuguese surfers will fall into repechage. A complete turnaround of events here on Heat 2 of the day.
Oh, the score just dropped for Lauren. It wasn't what she needed by very, very few points. She got a 6.33 while she was needing 49, I think, 49.
Very, very tight situation. Maria Salgado was very lucky on this one. I was certain that Lauren got the score she needed. The judges didn't think it was that much of a wave. Still, one of the highest scoring waves of the heat. And, well, first place to Charlotte Muley, second place to Maria Salgado. Those both will advance into the main event. The other two will fall into the repechage. And now we are going for a quick commercial break, and come with us right after it.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back. Here we are, and it's the third heat of the third heat of the round 3 of women's open competition here at the Ocean Spirit Eurosurf 2025. We have yet another exciting heat on our hands as we see the Portuguese surfer Mafalda Lopes opening up her presentation here. All the other surfers already had waves on their score. And to help me commentate this heat, I have back in the booth Nuno Cardoso. Nuno, want you to present the surfers in this heat?
Good morning, João. Once again, thank you so much for having me back here in the booth. In heat number 3, we are seeing in the yellow Lucia Machado from Spain. In the white, in the replay right now, the defending champion of this event 2 years ago, Mafalda Lopes. She's, of course, representing Portugal. In the black, Camila Kemp, representing Germany, although Camila is no stranger to the Portuguese coasts and waves, of course. She still lives here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she does.
And also from Spain, in the red, Sol Boirelli. So, 2 Spanish surfers in this heat, 1 Portuguese, 1 German. Let's see what types of strategy will the Spaniards use within this heat, as they have 2 representatives here. Last heat didn't go in Portugal's way. It was 50-50. We got one surfer there and the other English surfer advanced. Unfortunately for Gabriela, she got knocked out of the main event, but she still got a chance to battle it out in the repechage round.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the name of the game.
The thing here is that Portugal simply can't afford. The Portuguese team had barely survived the previous heat, as there was a good chance that both Portuguese surfers could have lost on their heat. Well, the judges didn't think like that, and eventually Maria Salgado made it through. Still, losing Gabriela Diniz in such an early stage was probably not in the planification of the coach, and Portugal simply can't afford to lose another surfer to repechage in such an early stage of the competition. So there's an extra pressure here to Mafalda Lopes after the loss of Gabriela Diniz. And we see here is the Spaniard surfer Sol Boirelli goes for that junction and managed to surf out the foam. And this is Camila Kemp trying to make something better than a half a point that she had.
15 minutes remaining still in this heat, plenty of time. We've got some scores clocked in and probably going to be important ones until the end of the heat. Starting off strong was Lucia Machado, 4-3-3. Meanwhile, we're watching the replay of the last wave of the Spanish surfer Sol Borelli, throwing a lot of water on that turn, and she was able to complete that ride. She already clocked in a 2.83 in her first wave, and we're waiting to see if this wave is going to improve her campaign in this heat. I do think so. Meanwhile, Camila Kemp is waiting for a score as well. Her first wave was just a 0.5. It's a throwaway, in my opinion. Let's see if she can get rid of that 0.5. For sure, she wants that. And Mafalda Lopes got a 3.67 on her first wave. So things are still pretty even for any surfer in the water. And this last score from Sol Borelli is going to make a difference for sure. She's going to take the lead. She only needs a 0.85 to jump into second, and not much to jump into the lead, below a 2-point wave.
It's a wave for Camila Kemp. Well executed lip bash right there. As we see attempt by Mafalda Lopes, makes the session, goes for the re-entry and rides it out well. So let's see lots of movement in this heat.
This is a tough heat, João?
It is.
Got a lot of big names in this heat number 3 of round 3.
Of course, Mafalda Lopes has some advantage here. She's the only one. Not only she's the title holder, she won here in 2023, but she's the only surfer on this heat that have competed on the Challenger Series. So it's, I'd say, almost an obligation of her to advance, but that's theoretically only. Interesting ways of finding balance and working on the balance of surfers and quick responses.
Meanwhile, this is Lucia Machado going for a backhand there. Oof, trying to race that section. Unfortunately for Lucia, the wave just speeds off in front of her. But meanwhile, we have an interview with the winner of the last heat. Lorenzo Grandal is in the glass for the call. Take it away, Lorenzo.
Thank you, boys. I'm here with Charlotte Molly, and she was the previous heat winner. And it was a very special hit because she had a teammate with her in the water as well, facing 2 Portuguese surfers. So it was a matchup from Team England against Portugal. So how does that weigh in your mind before getting in the water?
Yeah, it's a bit stressful because we're like trying to help each other and yeah, try to get through the Portuguese. But yeah, we tried and it nearly worked out. So yeah, she's stoked either way, make it. So yeah.
Being one of the first hits in the morning, how different was the conditions comparing to yesterday?
Yeah, conditions are really different. It's a lot. We're on the different bank today, so it's better than the other bank, but yeah, pretty hectic. Pretty hectic.
You and your teammates were in 3rd and 4th almost all the way through the heats, and then in the second half of the heat you were able to get the scores that brought you to 1st place. How was your strategy and how did you find yourself through the heat?
Yeah, struggled at the start, just trying to find like a section where I could just do one big turn because that's what judges are liking, and at the end I tried to sit down the ends on the other Portuguese so she could try to get one, and she nearly got the score, but yeah.
All right, congratulations into passing into the next round, and you're very close to the final, so only I think one more hit left before the final, so I want to wish you good luck into the whole English team, and yeah, see you in the next round. All right, thank you. All right, back to you, boys.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Yes, pretty well said by the British surfer over there. And meanwhile, we had some action here on the heat during the interview.
Yes, some important scores just dropped. Camila Kemp dropped the bomb, 6.10, the highest scoring wave of the day so far. And Sol Borelli dropped a 5.57. Sol is leading this one, leaving Camila Kemp into second. Mafalda Lopes is now in third. She's posted a 3.5 on her last wave. She needs a 3.51 to assault that second place occupied by Camila Kemp, but Camila needs to get rid of a 1.07. Camila can do that in her sleep, and yet we're yet to see Lucia Machado backing up that 4.33. What a heat we have in our hands, João. It's not going to be an easy task to get one of those two top spots that allow you to remain in the main round of this surf women's division.
Yes, both Sol and Camila had raised the bar here with those above 5 points waves. As we see here, Lucia Machado trying to match that on her own. She's, as we see here, is Sol Boirelli also trying but not going anywhere on that wave. And yeah, the Portuguese surfer will have to rise above those low scores of 3-pointers. She'll have to go mid-range between 5 and 6 in order to keep up with the rest of the heat. And so that's it. It definitely rose the bar. And these are all replays from the previous waves. Nice snap there for Sol Boirelli. Unfortunately, not completed.
Yes, that will not factor into her top two scores. Sol is trying also to get rid of a 2.83. She could do that easily. Let's see if she can fit a wave within this last 8 minutes. This is Mafalda Lopes going big on that left-hander. Unfortunately, just sky falling from that end section there, and it's not a complete ride. Wow, are we going to see another upset for Team Portugal? I do believe that Sol is feeling inspired today, and Camila Kemp as well. They're trying to set themselves apart from the rest of the field. Now it's all about Mafalda Lopes and Lucia Machado to answer back to those top wave scores from Sol and Camila. Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. This is one for the books. Once again, the 8th time that we have been getting the visit of the European Surfing Federation with this format of competition. And we've been, year after year, we've been getting more and more teams, more nationalities are following the European Surfing Federation and getting into the mix of this Eurosurf competition. 7 minutes remaining. These last waves, like we mentioned, they are throwaways, will not factor into any of the top scores of any surfer. And this is Mafalda going for a wave of her own right now, a little bit south from the peak, going for a right-hander. First turn, second turn, and she finishes it. She's now feeling it. You can see in the body language. This is the reply from Camila Kemp. Nice backhand hook. Another one, and she completes it. She's going to get rid of that 1.07. Interesting times, João. Lucia Machado, previous wave was a 4.03. She's momentarily in second place. I do feel that Camila with the last wave is going to get that second place back, but still, we have to wait for the score of this wave on your screen. This is the replay from the defending champions wave. The rider in the white singlet, Mafalda Lopes from Portugal. Let's see what kind of score she's going to get.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think Mafalda might have gotten the score. Those were two clear turns. The first one with a little bit of spray, and the second turn was attacked with some strength. So according to the general level of the heats and the scores that were given, I believe that Mafalda Lopes can go at least very close to that 4.74 she has as a requirement. But I wouldn't be surprised if she got the score, because the difference wasn't that big between the wave by Mafalda Lopes and those that were the highest scores of the heat so far. So let's wait and see. But I wouldn't be surprised if she have gotten the score.
In your screen, another defending champion, Guilherme Ribeiro, warming up for the first heat of the round 3 of the Surfman. That's the vision to hit the water right after this heat. 5 minutes remaining. Last wave of Camila Kemp, 3.3. She now jumps from third into first, as you can see on the leaderboard on the top left of your screen. Now Camila leads. Sol Borrell is now left in second and is probably going to be potentially attacked with the last wave from Mafalda Lopes. She needs a 4.74, like you mentioned, João. Let's wait and see if Mafalda is going to jump into second place, leaving the 2 Spaniards all of a sudden in the relegation positions that will leave them going into the repechage round. Mafalda Lopes, one more wave. Let's see if this was just a one-move wave or if she was able to fit one move before this one that we just saw on the live. Let's wait for the replay. 4 minutes remaining, still waiting for that score, Mafalda Lopes.
Yeah, the judges are looking at it very carefully. They know it's a crucial score. Right now, we have 4 minutes to go in the heat. So she's just below the requirement. No, she got it. She got the requirement. She needed 4.74 and just got 4.8. As I said, it was attainable. As we see the reaction from Sol Borrell, but she didn't manage to complete that re-entry. And yes, Mafalda Lopes is currently in second place. And she left Sol Borrell in need of a 2.9, which is a very low score. So it's still a tricky situation. This is an open heat. Both surfers are pretty much capable of attaining the requirements to go to qualification spots. Lucia Machado only needs, well, Mafalda Lopes has just put another and her best score so far. She just put in a 5.17, went from second to first place, and now everything is more complicated for the Spanish surfers. This is Camila Kemp trying to better her score too, and very complicated timing for the Spanish team.
Yes, Mafalda Lopes doing what a champion does, from fourth to second and to second from first with these last waves. This is how you do it. Mafalda Lopes rising up to the top, doing some redemption to Gabriela Diniz on the last wave. Now leaving Camila Kemp in second position. Camila just went for a wave. I don't think she's going to replace that 3.3. Let's wait and see. And now Sol Borrell just needing a 3.84 to knock out Camila Kemp from that second place, and Lucia Machado a 5.08. I agree with you, João. 2 minutes remaining. Still hoping heat from the performance of these ladies in the water. I do believe that any of these surfers can change the situation if they are given the chance.
I personally think that Camila Kemp might have gotten, she might better that 3.3. It was a very well executed first turn, and then a complete, not that well executed, but it was a complete second turn. So I think that she might have gotten the requirement for first place, and that will leave Mafalda Lopes more vulnerable to the eventual attack by Sol Borrell, who is very close to take a qualification spot. She needs only a 3.84, a little bit more complicated for Lucia Machado, who's looking for a 5.08. And we have under 1 minute to go, and this is going to be a stressful minute for all the surfers there.
It's really funny how this heat unfolds. Camila Kemp is holding on to the best scoring wave of the heat, but she's in second. The second best scoring wave of the heat belongs to Sol, and she's in third. The reason for that is the Mafalda's got 2 strong average waves and allows her to take the lead. And now Mafalda has priority. She blocked Lucia Machado on this wave. Smart move there with 20 seconds remaining, not much there.
Very
Nevertheless, smart move, not allowing Lucia to get that 5.64 that she needs. And you're right, 5.4 4-3 for Camila Camp, and she takes the lead away
Yeah.
from Mafalda Lopes. What a heat, João.
Of course, it also raises the requirements for the surfers. So now Sol Borelli needs a 4.4, and she won't get it because the horn has just sounded, and the results are exactly as they are displayed on your screen. Camila Camp from Germany getting first, Mafalda Lopes from Portugal getting second, and the two Spaniard surfers, Sol Borelli and Lucia Machado, are relegated to the repechage. Well done, girls. This was the third heat of the third round of the Women Open competition. We'll go for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the third round of the men's competition. So stay there and come back with us.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone. Day number 4 of competition here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz for the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. I am Nuno Cardoso. Joining me in the booth right now is Lourenço Grandela. And welcome back, Lourenço. We are switching into Surf Men's Division. Heat number 1, round 3. Who do we have in the water?
Oh, no, we got some big names in the water. Look at this heat. Eli Bokken, then Dylan Donegan, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Ido Gaga. I mean, what is going on this heat? This is a lot of good level of surfing. I have no idea who'll make through this heat. I mean, anything could happen. It's one of those situations where everyone's so experienced, and it all comes down to... It also, luck plays a big part in these kind of heats, where the level's so high.
Let's see Dylan Donegan drawing first blood on this one, going for a big turn there on his back, and unfortunately not keeping his balance and falling down. Lourenço, these have been 4 surfers that have been standing out in the early rounds. I remember every single one of them being standouts in their respective heats, and this is going to be a big battle. But we already know from round 3 upwards, it's just the cream of the crop, and let's see who still rises on this one. Ido Aga going for a big turn there on his front hand, but not finishing it off. So 2 waves ridden, 2 incomplete rides. The surfers are still feeling the waves, still feeling the boards under their feet, and these are 2 throwaway waves for sure, but the effort part is there. Let's see who's gonna keep composure, keep calm, focus on the task ahead. And we've got the defending champion in yellow, the Portuguese Guilherme Ribeiro, so all eyes are set on him for sure.
Yeah, all eyes on him. And all eyes on Portugal as well. I mean, the whole Portuguese team is a threat to the other nations as well. With Spain, they've been battling it out in the last event of Eurosurf 2 years ago. And I wonder if the matchup for the title is going to be in between these 2 nations again, or if we're going to have some new country being close or even winning the title. So far, we've had a few eliminations. Yesterday, we just started with the first surfers being eliminated from the comp as the repechage round took initiation in the podium too. And yeah, I don't think the men have been eliminated yet because we haven't had any repechage rounds so far. It's only been the women. But after this round, we're going to start with repechage round 1, which means we're going to have the first male surfers being eliminated from the comp.
Indeedo. 16 minutes remaining on this one. It's only 2 waves ridden, not much there. Surfers waiting patiently for that time to strike these Santa Cruz waves. They're having a look here. Ido having a look, Eli having a look. Both Israelis standing close to each other, probably sharing some information. And this is Ido. No. Meanwhile, with the lull on the action, we have an interview ready with João Valente with the winner of the last heat. So, João, take it away.
Well, Camilo, well done. First place in a very dynamic heat with lots of exchanges in the lead and for second place. Play it out again for me. How did you surf that? How did you approach that heat?
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough one. I compete against these girls all over Europe. So I know Mafalda very well. I know Lucia very well. And yeah, and I know how good they are. And so I was just trying to build my waves, build my performance. And yeah, I'm very happy that I could make that one.
Compared to yesterday, would you say that today is easier or more difficult to find the good ones here?
Yeah, we surfed the other podium yesterday, so it was definitely different. I also surfed with the full high tide, so now with a little bit less water, it's a bit trickier. I surfed this morning and it was super difficult, so just getting some waves now was already a bonus. So I felt confident. I think, you know, I grew up here, so I'm used to these kind of waves, and my boards are good. My team is ripping and is supporting me, so yeah, I'm just happy to make it, and more tomorrow.
In this kind of competition, does it make a difference to have 2 surfers of the same country in the same heat?
Yeah, I think you can play a little bit of strategy, of course. I knew that 2 Spanish girls in the same heat could be tricky, could be difficult. That's why I just wanted to start off quickly and get my scores. And yeah, this time it turned out well, and it was on my side. The waves were on my side today, but you never know what can happen in surfing.
No, it really turned out okay for you. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. And back to you guys.
Thank you, João, with Camila Kemp, the previous hit winner. And now we got Ido Harar on his next wave. Woo! That was a powerful turn. But once again, Ido Harar isn't finding his way into the completion of these turns. And here's Guilherme Ribeiro, Portuguese national champion. We only watched the end part of the wave. I'm not sure if there was anything before. In the meanwhile, we got the first decent score of the heat, a 5.33 by Guilherme, the yellow jersey. I think the yellow jersey is random, but it does make sense on him.
Yeah, for sure. The fellow in yellow is the leader. So let's see if he can lead this one. Of course, on the strength of that first wave, he's already leading. 5.33 is backing up that wave, and probably is going to help him set himself apart from the rest of the field, putting even more pressure on the shoulders of the Israeli surfers and the Spanish surfer. 2.5 is the backup, not a very high score, but nevertheless is enough for him to leave Ido Harar on the need for a 6.63 to attack that first place position. So right now, Guilherme Ribeiro can relax a little bit and concentrate himself and get rid of that 2.5. Nevertheless, I would keep my guards up because any single surfer in the seat has the skills to put a score above the 6 range. So I would be paying attention to what's about to unfold in this heat.
Yeah, and I remember yesterday I did an interview with both Ido and Eli. Both Israeli surfers won their heats back to back, and now in this situation, they could be losing or advancing together. So sharing the heat with your teammate is also always a risk for the team. But here's Eli trying to... The line he built didn't seem to work out that well. He started to figure if he should attack that first section, then went down to do the bottom turn again for the end, and it didn't quite work.
Yeah, strange line there for Eli, uncharacteristic of Eli, but then he had no chance but to kind of let that wave go. Frustrating for Eli, and uncharacteristic way of approaching that wave, but this is it. 20 minutes. You need to put in your best surfing skills. Talking about the devil, there goes Eli, paddling a little bit further north, and finally this left-hander that he loves so much. And now he completes the move. Now he's feeling it, he's looking into shore, kind of figuring it out. Is this a good enough wave for me to get back into contention here?
And it was a split peak, so Guilherme went opposite ways on the right hand. And now Dylan Donegan, the Spanish surfer, going for that last turn. I don't know if that's enough for first place. I don't think so. Needing a 5.46.
Look at the paddle battle for priority. Meanwhile, this is the replay of Eli Bokan from Israel finishing a wave. Let's wait and see the score for this wave. This first wave came in as a 1.57. Eli waited more than 11 minutes to catch his first wave. Now he's already have 2 waves in less than 2 minutes. This was the replay of the wave from the Spaniard Dylan Donegan, throwing a lot of spray on that end section, going around that first section. He had no chance but to detonate all of his power and strength on that end section. And yet also a wave for Guilherme Ribeiro. And this is the replay of Aido Agag's last wave. A complete ride as well. Looks like they woke up since minute 10 with 9 minutes remaining. Let's see what kind of scores are going to drop, Lorenzo. But looks like once again we have a big battle in your hands.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's something you could 100% be sure of before even the hit started. Because with all of these names in the water at the same time, you can only expect a good show of surfing. And now we got Dylan and Ido were watching over that wave. And now he's Guilherme up and riding good. First snap. Little check, cutback, and the wave doesn't provide much.
Yeah, the wave didn't provide much after that first big turn. All of the money was on that big turn. Guilherme knew it, and fortunately for him, he could not get more out of that wave. This big turn was vertical, through a lot of water. The second turn is just to get back to the power source, but then the wave just was kind of crossed wave on the inside there and did not allow a better finish for Guilherme Ribeiro. Nevertheless, I think that it will improve that 2.5 with the last wave. So good news for the Portuguese. Meanwhile, this is Eli Bokan going for another wave, and he finishes it. He's still waiting for his second score to be released, and he's already clocked in a third wave. So Eli is going to have two important waves that he completed. Take us through the replay, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that wave didn't provide him that many sections. It was actually just that joint section with foam. But he still hit it pretty strong. So he did all he could on that wave. And I don't believe it's going to be that high of a score because the wave didn't bring the potential with it. So Eli making not the best wave selection so far. I believe it's not easy to connect with the waves this morning. That was Ido on another try. Ido hasn't been able to complete any of his maneuvers. We all know he's got the skills to do so. It's just been a pretty tricky start of the heat. Sometimes it's just not your day, especially in the morning. You just wake up first time in the water, first hit, and you're not connected yet. Sometimes when you're free surfing, the first 20 minutes are just an adaptation to the waves and to your board. And being the 20 minutes in the heat, and that's do or die. I mean, if it goes wrong, if it doesn't go on your side, then there's nothing you can do. And that's why we have the repechage round, Nuno.
Yeah,
Give everyone
indeed.
a second chance.
No one loses on this one. That's the good news for whoever gets third and fourth. I think Ido is struggling to connect with the ocean. Ooh, look at Guilherme Ribeiro pulling into the barrel, but there's no exit there. Super foamy close out there. And yeah, but nice attempt there by Guilherme Ribeiro. We're still waiting for a score for every single surfer. And I do believe that Eli is going to get that 1-6 that he needs to second. But we're still waiting for another score for Dylan so he can defend the second position. And yeah, Lorenzo, at this stage of competition as well, you start to get some big names on your heat that can play a heavy toll on your mind as well, knowing that you've got some really strong competition. You're not as relaxed as the first heats and feeling kind of confident against less in form surfers. So yeah, Ido, I think it's feeling the pressure. And there he goes for another wave. Under priority, you see, the waves he's choosing are far from being the best in the heat. And he's probably just stressing out right now, knowing that he needs to start going and doesn't have...
that much time.
Yeah, that's it, that's it. 3.47 for Eli, so he takes momentarily second place position. We're still waiting for the last wave of Dylan Donegan. Will it make a difference? Dylan looking for a 4.24, 2 second.
I remember talking to Ido yesterday. Ooh.
Oosh.
Yeah, so I remember talking to Ido yesterday and asking him about his individual goal for the comp, and he was like, I want to take the win. I want to make all the way to the final and take the win home. So I could see what you're saying about the pressure he's putting on him and feeling with the less time he has and with the big names we got.
Yeah, of course, you get a draw with the defending champion and someone like Dylan Donegan, which is a very eye-proficient surfing. Ooh, now it's Ido answering back finally. He gets the wave he's looking for. Is the surfer that is catching more waves on this one. He already clocked in a 4.23 on a previous wave, and now he gets this one. Ido just needs a 3.41 to second. Can Ido do a last-minute effort here and advance into a position that will allow him to remain in the main round and keep that dream of winning this event alive? He still can do it through the repechage round, but there's a fast and not easier, but a faster route if you remain yourself in the main event, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's true. And that first turn was the money. It was right on the spot. And now his teammate, Eli, trying to secure the second place, generating speed down the line and, yeah, hitting that in section. And there's the claim. He's stoked with what he got. Dylan Donegan, we got a very strong hit on our hands. Even in the end minutes, you just can't tell that none of these surfers want to drop to repechage round. We're still waiting. Now the judges will have a lot of work on their hands. They have to make some comparisons between these waves, compare scores, and all we gotta do is just wait and see what's the final result for all these waves that was just written.
Yes, indeed. Previous wave for Guilherme Ribeiro, a 5.27. He assaults the 10-point overall score range there. 10.6. He still leads, of course. He was first already before that wave. This was the replay of the last wave of Dylan Donegan. This is Ido Agag's wave, and he's feeling it. We're still waiting for the score of his last wave. And out of the blue, Ido Agag woke up in this heat and is performing. That was a big wave, Lorenzo.
That was a bigger wave than the rest, that's for sure. And he's super stoked with what he got. I mean, he just jumped onto second place, a 5.5 on that two-turn wave we just saw earlier from Edu, and now is this last one going to be higher than a 4.23 that'll increase his backup score?
Wow, that was a big wave, and he performed well, and it was clean right in front of the foam. I think the judges are going to eat that up like a pastel de feijão from Torres Vedras, which is delicious. Let's see if that will help him even to assault that first place position occupied by Guilherme Ribeiro. Meanwhile, Dylan Donegan not happy for being relegated into fourth position in this heat. First big turn there, but the second one does not connect. Ooh, blocking. Ido, it's Eli Bochum utilizing his priority. Going big on that section, but unfortunately getting there late. Not in time. 50 seconds remaining. What an exciting heat we have. Look at Guilherme Ribeiro paddling close to Eli. He knows he needs to block Eli and Dylan. Look at that paddle there from Guilherme. 30 seconds, probably someone from the Portuguese camp told him, hey, you need to block one of these guys. But watch out, Eli is getting close there to Ido. They're going to have a talk. Probably Ido is saying, I've got this, buddy. And, ooh.
I don't know if that's what they're saying, because if you look to the scoreboard, Edu and Eli are fighting for second place.
Yes.
I don't think they're really being teammates at this point.
Last wave from Eli, it's not that 5.6. He didn't even complete the move. I'm just waiting for the last wave of Ido Agag. This is the wave to come into the beach from Guilherme Ribeiro. We're still waiting for that score for black to lock in. Will Guilherme Ribeiro maintain the lead? And I don't think that any wave of Dylan Donegan and Eli is going to make a difference on this one. So probably it's official that Guilherme and Ido are remaining in the main event of this Eurosurf 2025, advancing into round 3. There you have it. Previous wave from Dylan Donegan, 3.73. Not enough. Dylan is looking for a 6 point. I don't think he's going to get that with the last wave. He did not complete the second turn. Now it's all about the score for Ido. Meanwhile, we're going to jump into a quick commercial break and come back for the results of this entertaining heat right after this.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Dré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
And we're back with the camera here at the beach. You can see the Wales team, all the flags, and on their left, the English team too. Everyone's waiting for the last scores of heat number 1 of men round 3. And the scores haven't came yet. And Eli, it's confirmed that Eli is going to drop to repechage round, as well as Dylan Donegan. And Guilherme Ribeiro and Ido Hagar are passing into the semi-final, which is good news for Team Portugal. They had one. We just had a heat change right on the end. And Ido Hagar passes in first place. So we'll soon have him on the interview with Nuno Cardoso. That was crazy end of the heat. Ido got a lot of waves in the beginning. He tried to find himself out there, he had a lot of turn attempts that didn't really work out for him. A lot of uncompleted waves and incomplete moves. And then in the end, he just got the 2 scores he needed and made it all the way to first place. So finishing off with a 10.93 hit total. Congratulations to Ido and Guilherme. On to the next round. And now we got the next hit live, which is I don't have the information yet of who's in the water. Oh, there you go, Joaquim Chaves, the Portuguese surfer, with Patrick Langdon Dark from Team Wales, then Team Elter from Germany, and Logan Nilkel for Wales. Here's Patrick. Strong first snap. Patrick said in his interview, his win on the hit, he knows all the boys pretty well, and he knows how good everyone is at the comp. So no place is ever locked in. You always need to watch out when you're in a hit with all of these names. And in the meanwhile, here's a replay for Logan Nickel. And this is, for those who are just tuning in now, this is hit 2 of men's round 3. And this is the last round before semifinals here in the main event. And here in the booth joining me, I have João Valente. Hello, João. We just started the men's round. And what do you think we have here?
Well, it was definitely a step up as far as the kind of moves that we've seen on the girls' side. These conditions are very difficult. This is one of those conditions where there's the gap between the men's and the women's field is different. Well, there's quite a difference as far as performance goes. And I think the boys did well on the first heat. The Portuguese surfer defending his position and managing to get through. So we expect the same level of performances for the rest of this round. And I don't think that we might be afraid of dropping too much the levels of performance once we go to the repechage. I think conditions offer a lot of possibilities for the surfers. There's more room for the surfers to put on their performances than there was yesterday. Yesterday, pretty much all the waves were limited to a single move. Now we consistently see waves with 2 and 3 maneuvers. So yeah, let's see how it plays out as we see Joaquim Chaves from Portugal going for his second wave. Much better one than his first half a point wave. Let's see how the judges evaluate that.
Yeah, that first snap looked very strong. Here's Joaquim Chaves. Let's see it one more time. He prepares for that first turn. Hits it strong, a lot of spray in the air. Gets that second turn. The second turn wasn't that big of a maneuver. And here's Logan Eagle off the back. Incomplete move. Let's wait to see what the judges thought of Joaquim's wave. And if that's going to be the first decent score of the heat. We just have a 4-point ride from Logan Nickel. In the meanwhile, while we wait for the score, I'm going to pass the mic to Nuno Cardoso with the previous heat winner, Idu Hahar. Take it away.
Thank you, boys. Good morning, everyone. I'm here with the previous heat winner from Israel, Ido Rajaj. Ido, what a great performance. It looks like in the beginning you were not finding yourself in the water, and then in the last minutes, looks like you woke up, and then at your last wave you took the win. And how does it feel for you?
Wow, it feels amazing actually. I was struggling all the beginning of the heat, and then I was sitting and I was talking to myself, and I was telling me, let's calm down and take the better waves, and it worked. So I'm really happy. And my brother is happy too.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, yesterday you had an interview with my colleague Lorenzo, and he asked you what is your goals for this competition. You said win, and I only can think about one song that says, all I do is win, win no matter what. You got your title on your mind, right?
Actually, it wasn't me, but yeah. It wasn't me, but yeah, it's still this song.
It fits you. Hey, do you want to take time to send a message to anyone that's watching in the live stream?
Yeah. תודה רבה לכולם, למשפחה שלי, גל, יובל, אני אוהב אתכם. אליאבי הגבר, חבר של און, חולים עליך. חולה עליכם, לירוי, כולם, אוהב אתכם מלא. תודה רבה לבן צרפתי המאמן, להורים שלי שתומכים בי, אני חולה עליכם, תודה רבה.
What do you say, On?
תגיד משהו בעברית.
שאני אוהבת אימא.
You! Go Israel. Back to you, boys.
Thank you. Our singing reporter, Nuno Cardoso. That was the first time I saw. But let's go back to the heat. Logan Nicol had just placed a 3.13 and moved into first place. It's a very low scoring start of the heat. We are just still waiting. Now the best wave of Joaquim Chaves stayed as a 4.83.
And Tim Elter, look at this wave tucking in the barrel. Is he gonna make it out? That was a tough section to go through. Unfortunate.
I think he was too late on that drop and couldn't really establish a line when he's got to the wall, and then he got clipped by the lip as soon as he got involved in that. But it was a good attempt. There are barrels on display there. It's just a matter of connecting at the right wave in the right time. As we see Logan Nicol in another one, now coming from behind and having to take the wave to a close. Right after Joaquim Chaves goes for yet another good one, but was too late for that section, and he goes down too.
Yeah, Joaquim Chaves, he's a very fast surfer. Always brings a lot of speed into his maneuvers, and now sitting in second place, I don't think this score is going to be anything special. Oh, in the meanwhile, he just drops. While we just got the score from Patrick Dark, the Walsh surfer. I mean, the two Walsh surfers are dominating the heat right now. I mean, first and second, this is... And another wave, big turn for Patrick, doesn't come as complete.
Yeah, it was a well-placed turn, although I think it missed a little bit of explosion onto that lip there. He was fast off the mid wall, and then he hit the lip, and but he couldn't manage to... He needed to
I think
have
he
a
did
little bit. He needed a little bit more of explosion for it to be a major move. Still, I think he's capable of getting. Oh well, he's definitely gonna get the score he needed to go to first place. I think. Let's see. But yeah, I think he could have found a little bit more of explosion on that lip. And this way maximize on the scoring potential of that section over there.
Yeah, João, and in just a couple minutes, Joaquim Chaves dropping from first to fourth place. That just shows how strong all the surfers are and how competitive this heat is. I believe, yeah, I think each one of these surfers has won a heat in this competition. From what I can tell, Team Elter has had a win. Patrick Dark has had a couple wins. Joaquim Chaves, I can't recollect if he did as well. Although each one of these surfers are very experienced. They all surf and compete very frequently. I mean, surf for sure. It's what they do. But they're very experienced in competitions, and that just shows. So we're gonna walk into the second half of the heat, and this heat number 2. And on the sand now, this is a fun warm-up to watch. What are these boys doing? Luis Diaz from Team Spain, training his reaction, I believe. Yeah,
it's reaction timing, and these new techniques, and well, surf coaching is a very new job, so I'm guessing most of the surfers are learning as they go. They are developing new techniques, and it remains to be seen if they really work or not. And we have Tim Elder here for Germany completes 2 moves, and this is going to be a good score for
He's
Tim.
the big fella. I mean, have you seen how tall Tim is?
Yeah, he is. And, well, he's going to go to first place probably after this wave.
Here's the replay for Joaquim Chaves. Look at that first turn. And gets the completion on the end section. Good wave for Joaquim. That's going to increase his backup score and probably jump onto second place. He's in need of a 2.04. So Joaquim fighting his way back into the heat.
And now it's Kim Elter on another one. Very busy, everybody keeping very busy in this heat. And that's an obligation, I'd say, almost. It's the only strategy that pays off is keeping busy, catching a lot of waves, hoping that eventually one of them will turn into the great wave that everybody is looking for, and giving them the scores needed to advance. And yeah, let's see how it plays. We have scores to come to 3 surfers in the heat.
Yeah, and we got the same situation we've been having this morning. 2 surfers representing the same nation. We got 2 Welsh surfers, and right now they were just sitting in first and second, and all of a sudden we got a second and fourth place for Team Wales. So Joaquim Chaves just turned the heat around. He was just sitting in fourth place, and in a matter of a couple minutes, once again, he just got the lead back. And here's him. Once again, Joaquim Chaves on his backhand. Good. Oh, wow. I didn't expect him to fall on that one.
Yeah, it looked much more feasible, I believe, than... I mean, it looked feasible from here. I believe that over there is much more difficult. But I wasn't expecting him to fail that one, too. It seemed that everything was under control for the Portuguese surfer. Unfortunately for him, couldn't hold on his line coming down from that lip bash, and then eventually he fall off his board. And well, 4.2 was his previous wave, was enough to put him in first place, but we're still waiting for waves from Logan Nicol and Tim Elter, and those can be game-changing waves because well,
Joaquim Chaves.
Yeah, another one.
That was a powerful one. And Tim Elter just changed.
Yeah, he just changed it. See, it's all very close there. So with a 4.7, he just got to first place. And we're still waiting on Logan Nicol. Previous waves. Wow. Great drop over there. Unfortunately for him, with no consequence.
And right now, we just got Tim Elter paddling into another wave. That's a big section there. Let's see what he got. And a big turn for Team Elter. He's stoked. He's got the claim. And everyone from Team Germany cheering down the beach. That was a really good turn. And he's super stoked with that. That's probably going to solidify his first place here. His backup score is a 4.7. Let's watch it one more time, João.
Yeah, violent.
Wow.
Violent hook over there, right on the pocket of the wave. He did it really fast. Yeah, he has yet another score to come. Let's see if it gets into his best too. Meanwhile, the previous wave by Logan Nicol was 4 point. No, it was a 3-pointer, so not enough for the Wales surfer to take second place. Joaquim Chaves is still on second place, and Logan Nicol needing a 5.03. Exactly the same requirement for Patrick Langenberg, the surfer from another surfer from Wales. So currently the 2 Welsh surfers on the losing spots of the heat, while Tim Elter from Germany and Joaquim Chaves from Portugal are on the qualifying positions. 7 past 5 was the last wave of Team Elter, that lip bash that we saw over there. Really, really strong top turn by the German surfers. Greatest score, greatest single score of the day so far. So well done for the German surfer. He's solid on first place right now and leaves the rest of the heats to be fought for second place, as we see another one by Joaquim Chaves.
2 solid turns, cutting back to the power section and getting the finishing turn. No, he doesn't. That wouldn't provide him much anyway. So Joaquim is looking for a higher score than a 4.2, and he's sitting in second.
And he's looking for it vividly, I'd say. He has 4 waves more than the other surfers on the heat. So he's been keeping really busy, and eventually it pays off like it did with this last wave. I believe the wave has potential to go into his 2 best, and this way he'll be safer from an eventual attack by the following surfers, Logan Nicol and Patrick Back.
Yeah, how does, like 5 or 6 minutes ago, we had Logan and Patrick splitting the winning positions, and all of a sudden they're both about to drop to repechage round.
Yeah, that's how it goes here in the team events. If you don't lose surfers on the initial rounds, eventually you'll have surfers meeting up on the final rounds of the comp. So yeah, that's how it goes, is the burden of success, of early success. So right now the Welsh surfers on dequalifying positions. We're still waiting for the last wave of Joaquim. It can go on his best too. Right now,
Joaquim Chaves once again. No surfer's been more active than Joaquim in this morning. Look at Patrick Dark. He's looking for 5.06. I don't think that's going to be it. It was a good single turn wave, although it was in the white section of the wave, so it didn't look as clean as it could have.
No, it's a 5.03 is the requirement for Patrick, and this was a good one, but with no completion by Team Elter. So no, I don't think that Patrick managed to get the score he needed on that last wave of his. And now the first priorities with Team Elter.
Look at the replay for Patrick Dark.
Well, that was a pretty strong, actually, it was a pretty strong top turn. So maybe there's a chance that he got it.
Look at the score for Joaquim Chaves, João.
8 points, no.
Yeah, 8-point ride.
Points. Wow. I was expecting a nice score, but not that nice. First excellent score of the day for the local surfer. So Joaquim Chaves definitely seeing his strategy of keeping busy paying off. He just got that jam in the end of the heat, which has placed him solidly in second place and leaving his the surfers who are fighting for that position in the need of excellent scores, exactly the same scores for both. So both of them need 8.83 is a very, very good score. And with 20 seconds to go, I don't think that's going to change the situation.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And unfortunately for Team Wales, they're going to have 2 surfers on the same heat dropping onto repechage round. That's very unfortunate for Team Wales once they had it all. And now the finishing wave for Joaquim Chaves and Logan Nicol. I don't think Logan's wave had enough potential for the 883. We didn't see the wave yet, but it didn't.
This one by Joaquim Chaves, that was a pretty good one. I think that one is also going into his best too. Let's take another look. Very vertical first top turn, and then a foam climb and a strong finish. So I think that maybe he's even better that 8-pointer that he had. Let's see. Great showing by Joaquim Chaves in this late part of the heat, being saluted by all his teammates, and job well done for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, congratulations to Joaquim Chaves and Team Elter for passing on to the next round. And in the meanwhile, while we're waiting for the last score for Joaquim, we're going to have a quick commercial break and be right back with you.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
We are right back at the competition here as we see the surfer from Ireland, Gerard Dade, that I know for sure that I'm misspelling the name of the Irish surfer. That's a Gaelic name and has a totally different sound to it than the one I said, but for now I'll keep with Gerard. And eventually we'll find out about the correct way of saying his name. We have waves scores to go for three of the surfers, and now a second wave for the black surfer. And I'll let my colleague who has just joined this transmission to say the names of the surfers who are here, which is the third heat of the main competition of the third round of men's.
As we're watching the replay of Oliver's Art Cup from Denmark wave, and this is Luis Diaz going for a wave of his own on his backhand. Every single surfer has gotten a wave, and in red we have Geroid McDade from Ireland, and the white Stanley Norman from England. In the yellow we have the Spaniard Luis Diaz, and in black, like I mentioned, Oliver Art Cup from Denmark. So let's see who's gonna occupy the last two positions available in round 4 of the main event of this Surfmen's division, and which are the two other surfers that are gonna be relegated into the repechage round. We will remind the viewers that none of these surfers will be knocked out of competition. Yeah, stay tuned to follow your favorite surfer. Meanwhile, live action. Gerard McQuaid, wow, big turn there. And he's feeling it.
That's true. He already had scored 4.33, which is a good enough score to start the heat. And now he's waiting for yet another good score for his second wave. And while we're still waiting too for the scores for Surfer in White and Surfer in Black. Meanwhile, we're gonna go for Bruno Grandella to listen the interview with Joaquim Chaves, winner of the previous heat. Take it away. No.
Thank you, boys. I'm here with Joaquim Chaves, one of the biggest names in the Portuguese surfing scene. He just made through his heat onto the next round, getting closer and closer to the final. And I want to, first of all, congratulate you for your hit win. And then I want to ask, how did you manage to get that first excellent score of the day, the 8-point ride?
It's pretty hard out there. I was trying to be a bit further down south because the waves are a bit easier. And yeah, I found that right-hander with 2 turns, and I was pretty stoked with the way I surfed it. And I was lucky enough to get a couple more that I actually ended up falling, but that 6-point ride in the end felt good as well. So.
Yeah, congratulations. And we got 20-minute hits on our hands, and you're probably used to a lot more time in the water. And being such a short period of time, you were the surfer catching the most waves out there, staying very active. Was that part of your strategy before getting in the water?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty important in this type of conditions where there's a lot of closeouts and not a lot of opportunities to keep going as soon as the horn goes on. And that was my strategy for sure.
All right, congratulations. On to the next round, Joaquim Chaves, and back to you, boys.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and sorry for calling you Bruno, but that's what happens when you are the nephew of a longtime friend, and I'm getting used to use another name attached to your surname. So anyway, good tactic from the Portuguese surfer. It really paid off. And back to this heat. The Irish surfer has just placed another nice score of 5.33 and waiting on another one as we see a great wave here ridden by the British surfer Stanley Norman. He's currently in 3rd place. This will be his first skipping score. But we need to wait to see how it goes, as we are still waiting also on a wave by Luis Diaz in the yellow.
Indeed, João Valente. We've got some really good scores already for the Irish surfer. And he once more now on his backhand, setting up for a big turn, as he probably is going to do. Wow, not able to stomp that one. Really heavy section there. Nevertheless, he's already posted a 4.33 and a 5.33. Take us to the replay, João.
Yeah, he put it all on that final turn. Unfortunately, he was betrayed by that incoming foam that got his board from the bottom up and turned him around. So incomplete wave there by Gerard McDade, but still a very good effort by the Irish surfer, who's currently and comfortably leading the heat.
Yes, so far so good for the Irish surfer. Following him is the Englishman, Stanley Norman. Just posted a 4.67. That allows him to jump up in the ratings in this one and occupy the 2nd position. Leaving now Luis Diaz in 3rd. Luis is holding on to a 3-point and a 3.2. Now he needs a 4.31 if he wants to overtake Stanley Norman in that 2nd place position and remain in the main event of this surf men's division. A little bit further down is Oliver Artkop, but he's already clocked in a 4.23. And speaking about the devil, there he goes on his back, and wow, he gets clamped on the head. That's a heavy wipeout. I saw his feet there. So he kind of tumbled.
See how?
Wow, I saw his feet in the middle of the foam, João.
Exactly. That's how much turbulence this beach break gets when the lips hit the shallow part of the bank. It creates a lot of turbulence. We just saw how much trouble Oliver had to get rid of that foam and start paddling again. It's not big, but it's very powerful. And if you get one of those right onto your head, you're gonna be turned around like a sock in a washing machine.
Indeed, that was a heavy one. And now in your screen, Stanley Norman probably having a go at this right-hander. There he goes, the English surfer going big on that end section. He stomps it and he fist pumps it as a claim, as he knows that he's going to get rid of that 2.83 and is going to increase his overall score for sure, João.
That was a heavy move over there. He was late for that section. It was a heavy section. Nevertheless, he attacked it with all its will, placed his board just under the lip, and managed to find the exit to that, as Now we watch Luis Diaz trying to get into the heat. He's far behind, sitting on a 2 3-pointers. And now he manages to find a little more room and finishes off with a nice re-entry. So Luis Diaz, who had a great presentation yesterday, scoring 10.93 in his heat of second round heat. Now he's trying to get into this dispute for the qualifying places. And I think he just did that with the last wave of his.
Okay, let's wait for those scores. Very important 2 scores for both Luis Diaz and Stanley Norman. Stanley getting a 5.4 that allows him to jump into the lead, go over the 10-point mark on the overall score there, and now leaving Geroid in a second place. And we still wait to see Luis Diaz wave. He's on the hunt for a 6.46. I do not believe that's the score that he got on the, not enough on his last wave. But it's all up to the judges. Maybe they saw something I didn't see. 4.27, not enough, but he improves his situation. He now requires a 5.39. Oliver Arkop remains in 4th position and needs a 5.43 to attack that second place occupied by the Irish surfer in red. João, halfway through the seat, a lot of waves hidden already. Some of the riders are trying to set themselves apart from the rest of the field, but in this round 3, and we cannot say for sure who's going to advance, because we saw in the last heats some last-minute efforts that changed the fate of those respective heats.
Yes, it's all pretty leveled up at this time of the heat. Best scores are on the mid-range between 4 and 5. So anyone who wants to rise above the competition here will have to put together a couple of rides above that line, or at least one of them. It's a matter of finding the right wave with an open corner where they can place 3 solid moves. That's exactly what Joaquim Chaves have done on the previous heat. And through that, he managed to score an 8.5, highest scoring wave of the morning. So he showed them the way. It's a matter of them fighting the entry for that weight too. Geroid McDade now apparently doing just that. It's a complete wave he's done. Probably the best wave of the heat so far. I think it will be the first one who gets not much, but a little bit above that mid-range limit that the heat has dealt with so far.
Indeed, Garrett was able to put in a combination of 3 moves on that one, and he seems happy. I do agree with you. It might be his best wave in this heat so far. Meanwhile, this is the answer from Luis Diaz. Nice first turn there, throwing some spray, and nice hook to finish it off just in front of the Irish surfer, saying, hey, I've got some moves too. Watch out.
Yeah, the Spaniard now making his moves into the second half of the heat, and really trying to get a hold of the situation. He's in need of a 5.39, which is a considerable requirement at this stage. Let's see if he managed to do that on that last wave of his, while we're still waiting for scores on both Geroid McDade and the surfer in white, Stanley Norman.
Yes, these last scores are going to be very important for both Irish and Spanish surfers. Also, Stanley Norman will be on the look for those scores as he's defending the first place position. But meanwhile, Stanley wasting no time and not waiting for those scores, putting another wave under his belt, trying to improve his situation at the moment.
We're still waiting for those scores. So up until then, we won't have a clear view of the heat situation.
Yes, you see here the English team prepping for the next heat. We see in the yellow Finn Gillespie, one of the upsets yesterday for England. He's going to battle it out in the repechage round. Meanwhile, this is Gareth McKay going around that section and throwing a lot of water in the air there. But unfortunately for him, not completing that ride. He looks to his camp, tries and see if someone is giving him some kind of indication where to stand, what to do, as he ducked the hives under the waves of Praia do Navio here in Santa Cruz for the Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. This is the replay, João.
Yeah, he waited too long, a little bit, to place that first move that eventually he fell off. So this wave won't help his situation at all. Well, but look at his previous wave. That definitely helped him.
Uh-oh. Previous wave of Jared McQuaid, 7 point. He takes the lead now. Last wave of Luis Diaz, 6.5. It was enough for him to jump into second. And all of a sudden, with the last wave of Stelly Norman, he replaces his backup, but it's not enough to remain in first. From first to third, Stanley right now needs a 5.38 to go back into the two advancing positions. And Oliver Artkop still looking for that 6.54. Like I was saying, João, all of a sudden, one wave is going to make the difference, and everything is still open. We've got the leader of the heat going to third place at the moment, and 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Wow, they're so close. But Garrett, with this last wave, setting himself apart from the rest of the field, that's for sure. He adds up a 12.33 total. And this is Stanley Norman. Ooh, and he's feeling it, pumping his chest there.
And yeah, and he needs a 5.38. And earlier, I wouldn't have a doubt that he had made it on this re-entry. Right now, I don't know if the judges are paying off like that for single wave maneuvers, unless they are really, really out of the box. But still, he doesn't need a high score. He needs a mid-range score. So he might have gotten it. Let's leave it up to the judges to decide. But let's see it again. He just hit it on the spot on that wave. And it was a very strong finish. Let's see in comparison with this one, much weaker attack on the junction by the Danish surfer. And now Luis Diaz trying to protect himself from the British attack and places two moves on that wave that might get into his best two.
I am loving the energy, João. Look at this. Luis Diaz answering back for that last wave of Stelly Norman. He knows he needs to do something, and he clocks in two move combination on that left-hander. Meanwhile, it was Garrett going for a wave of his own, but unfortunately falling down. So it's all about those last two waves of white and yellow, and the energy they were sending to their camps there by the shore. Stanley fist pumping his chest, and Luis Diaz also wanting to steam to make some noise with that last wave. Meanwhile, getting ready for his next heat is Mark Boyd from Scotland there in the red singlet, representing Scotland, of course. And we're going to move into the repechage round number 1 after this heat number 3 of round 3 of the men's surf division. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the clock. And last wave of white, not enough. 4.6, you were right, João. Not enough. One single move is not paying off at the moment. And, wait a minute. Yeah, not enough, exactly. And let's see the last wave for Luis Diaz. If he gets that 5.84, he's going to jump into first. Let's wait and see if that's a 5.84.
This is crucial. That's why there's so much agitation on the beach right now, because Spain has lost already a surfer. Actually, if you count on yesterday, they've lost 2 surfers on the main event. So if they lose Luis Diaz on this one, it would be their 3rd surfer being relegated to the repechage. It doesn't seem like this is going to happen. Luis Diaz now is solid in first place with 2 waves within the 6 range, which is makes up for one of the best scores of the morning. And still England too on their part, and in this case Stanley Norman is on 3rd place. England also will lose their last surfer on the main event. So it's crucial for the surfers to try and keep on the main side of the competition. We see Stanley Norman there losing another opportunity to try to revert things. He needs a 6.94. It's almost a 7-pointer. Difficult. It's not any wave that will give him this score, especially if he keeps making mistakes like that one. And while right now the situation looks pretty much in favor, and it's 10 seconds to go, so I don't think that's gonna change.
Last heat we saw a banger between Joaquim Chaves and Tim Elter, and on this one we saw another banger by the Spaniard and the Irish. They will remain in the main event of this surf men's division. Stanley Norman and Oliver Artcup will be seeing themselves in the repechage round. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go to pay some bills with our sponsors with a quick commercial break. Stick with us.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música, o Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a view of the beach of Team Ireland, congratulating Jared McQuaid on his 2nd place position there in this heat number 3 of round 3 of the surf men's division. Garrett will remain himself in the pursuit of the main event. To reach the final is only 2 heats away from the final. So good job for Garrett, and also Luis Diaz, the Spaniard, taking a very important win here for Team Spain. Meanwhile, we just coming into the repechage round of the surf men's division. We remain in the same division, but we're changing to the round 1 of repechage. We have in the border in red Mark Boyd from Scotland, in white from Turkey Tolga Usal, in yellow Finn Gillespie, and in black Anker Fratzen. I'm proud to welcome Lorenzo Grandella back to the booth. Lorenzo, we didn't see an interview with Joaquim Chaves. What happened? There was an interview with Joaquim Chaves?
You didn't see?
No.
There wasn't.
Oh, okay. I was distracted. Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
So I did not listen to it. Maybe I was doing something else. Sorry about that.
He was just
great win by Joaquim.
Yeah, great win. He was just mentioning on the interview about how his plan was to just stay active all the way through the heat, because it's very hard to see which waves have more potential, and he was very focused on just making sure he amplifies his luck, you know, by catching many waves. One of them would be
the one he's looking for.
Yeah, exactly. So he ended up making the best score of the heat, an 8-point ride. That was the first excellent of the morning.
Yes, best scoring wave of the day so far, and best overall score of the day as of yet. Meanwhile, this is the surfer in red, Mark Boyd from Scotland, finding a left-hander that will allow him to bring this wave all the way into the beach. As you can see them all stepping out of his board into the sand. So nice way to start off his heat, 3:17. Quick math by our judges there. 0.83, the first wave of Finn Gillespie He just had a look at the wave, just probably trying to feel it out. And yeah, we yet to see a wave from the Turkish surfer and the Norwegian surfer here that are in your screen. Looks like Tolga is pulling a trigger on this one, paddling and going for it. Look at him go. Whoosh, and look at him fall off his board, trying to attack that end section.
Yeah, he just went off the lip to the bottom of the wave, and that's not going to be a keeper for Tolga. Gladly, he has plenty of time to get more chances. And Nuno, these are going to be the first eliminating hits for the man. The third and fourth place of these hits, the surfers that won't be able to move on with the competition. So whoever doesn't make it through these hits is over for them. So
that's what we call a knockout, getting knocked out of the competition. Third and fourth position will not allow any of the surfers to advance through in this competition.
Exactly. In the meanwhile, we're waiting for the scores, so we're going to head over to an interview with João Valente. Take it away.
Ahí estamos aquí con Luis Díaz, el vencedor de la última serie, but we need to change it for English. No Luis, that was a stressful heat, and you turned out the situation onto your favor, but the first half of the heat was really hard on you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was lost. I mean, I was trying, but I wasn't finding the right waves, and I was hearing the scores of the guys, so I knew I needed to change the game plan a little bit. And luckily, I did it well.
What is the hardest thing to do about finding the best waves out here?
Actually, stay patient and hope that the wave is going to come to you. Just keep moving because it's changing a lot. And then when the wave kind of looks like a good one, you have to go because conditions, like, you never know if it's going to be a good one or not. So you got to go.
Yeah, we've seen lots of people falling on their finishing moves. What is making that hard to hold on after the wave breaks on your back?
It's super powerful, super short in the shore, and a lot of backwash. So I don't know. You can surf good and think you make the turn and then fell off. So gotta be strong on your legs.
Not only you had to turn around the situation that wasn't on your favor on the heat, but you also the last surfer from Spain on the main event. Does that add extra stress on you?
No, not at all. I mean, we are supporting each other super well, and they all surf amazing. So I hope they make their way in the repechage and we can meet in the main final.
Okay, well done, Luis. We'll see you on the next round. Back to you guys on the booth.
Thank you, João. Congratulations once again for the Spaniard Luis Diaz taking the win in that last heat of round 3 of the surf men's division. Meanwhile, it's all about the first round of the repechage, like you mentioned, Lorenzo. Now it's time to do or die. If you get first and second, you will still advance in the competition in the repechage rounds. If you get third and fourth, you'll get knocked out of the competition. And yeah, you get to enjoy the rest of your week here in Santa Cruz and support your fellow teammates that might be still in competition. That's nice. Even though you lose, it's still a nice week to have.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter the result you get today, you still have a few days of competition left, so you can cheer on your fellow teammates and have fun too. I mean, we have plenty of activities to do here. We got some sunset sessions of yoga and stuff like that down the beach. We got the nightlife festival, the music side of it. We got some DJs, some
live concerts.
Some live concerts. So there's plenty of things to do, even if you lose early in this comp.
Indeed, 13 minutes remaining on this one. We're yet to see a wave from the Norwegian. Looks like he was listening to what I was saying. He was catching his first wave. Here he goes. Anchor Fredson. Ooh, mixing it up with a little poppity pop there. And Tolga Usal once again ejecting from his board after the drop. And let's see what the Norwegian surfer gets on that first wave. Stylish with his hat on his head. Probably is saving himself from the sun.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Norwegian surfer, and there's not a lot of sun up in the Scandinavian countries. I mean, there is in summertime.
Yeah.
But not with the same UV levels we got here in Portugal.
Yeah, oh, that's for sure.
So here, especially with the water reflection, that just increases the skin damage by the sun. So, yeah, he's probably just getting himself protected.
Finn Gillespie's last wave is this one. Wow, that was super heavy. You could see his front foot coming off of his board, and he did not have a single chance of landing that move. Still waiting for that last score of the Norwegian surfer Anchor Fredson. Let's wait and see if he gets in the mix of this heat. First heat of the round one of the repechage surf men's division. We've got 6 heats to unfold in this round. Then we're gonna jump into the. No, we remain actually in the surf men's division and jumping into round 2 of the repechage. And then, only then, we will see the ladies hit the water with the surf women's division, repechage number 3. Yep, that's the schedule for today. Full day of action here as we watch in the screen the jet ski patrol, just making sure that the free surfers do not invade the competition area. And of course, if something really bad was to happen with one of the competitors, there's the jet ski for rescue as well. Meanwhile, looks like Anchor is going for another wave, Lorenzo.
Yeah, here's him generating speed down the line, gets that first turn in, and the finishing off. He got he's released his fins on that last turn.
Yeah, he looks relaxed.
Pretty loose.
Yeah, looks relaxed, like he's not in a competition even. He's feeling it. Anchor already, second wave. He only needs a 2.61 to jump into second place, and I do believe he's going to get there. A 2-move combo. This is the replay, Lorenzo.
Yeah, look at that replay. Yeah, he did get some tail release there. And last 10 minutes on the clock. We're seeing 2 of these surfers stand out on the heat. Mark Bloyd and Anchor Franzen. They're definitely showing some more surfing, and it's getting them in the position to advance on to the next round. Here we're watching David Johansen getting ready for the next hit on the red jersey. The Danish surfer is probably just warming up and
getting a feel of the water temperature.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty hot out there.
Yeah, so he can stay in the groove, I would say. Get in the groove of the ocean. Meanwhile, let's wait for Anchor Fredson. It's a 2.77 enough. He was on the look for a 2.60. So he's now currently in second position. But Finn Gillespie only needs a 1.3 to take back that second place position from Anchor. And Tolga needs a 4.44 scoring wave to try and reach the second place position on this one. Mark Boyd from Scotland leads this one from early on the strength of a 3.17. But the best wave of this heat so far is in the hands of the English surfer, the fellow in yellow, with a 3.67. Let's see if Finn can change the destiny here for Team England. But right now it's all about Mark Boyd from Scotland going for the re-entry here, and he stomps it. And looks like he's happy. Mark Boyd is feeling it. 3 waves, 3 scores, 3 complete rides, and yeah, everything seems to come Mark Boyd's way, Lorenzo.
Yeah, indeed, Nuno. He's waiting for his 3rd score to come through, and he's been putting some pretty solid score. I mean, 3-point right and a 2-point right, considering the heat situation, it's enough for first place. This is the heat 1 of repechage round on men, and we're gonna have 6 of these hits in total. So yeah, I think so in total we're gonna have 12 surfers eliminated in this round.
Wow, that's a lot of surfers packing their bags on this Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival that is going on throughout 10 days. This competition is a 7-day window. Every day we're going to go to the water because we got a lot of heats, like you mentioned, to and full, Lorenzo. And this one is no different from any other that we need to go through. And for the first time in the surf men's division, we are starting to eliminate surfers from the competition. This is the first time, at least in the surf men's the division, that you are starting to see which teams can maximize their points and which ones will be a little bit handicapped in the maximization of points in this current surf men's division.
And we're still waiting for scores for Tolga Yusal. I don't think we're expecting nothing too crazy. He's been struggling to drop in on these waves. The conditions are tough for those who are not experienced and familiarized with these waters of Santa Cruz.
Also, with the points and also with the European Eurosurfing team title or individual titles, there is an exciting development for 2025. We'll get back into that as you were watching Finn Gillespie on a very important wave, and he finishes it off. He was on the look for 1.3, and with less than 6 minutes remaining, Finn Gillespie probably is going to jump into the lead of this one, securing his place in the next round. Take us through the replay, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Nuno, I think it would be safe to say he's getting that score. I mean, he's only needing a 1.3 at the moment, and I believe it could be one of the best scores of the heats, if not the best.
Yes, 2:43 to first, and I think he's gonna jump into first and get the English team a little bit more relaxed in terms of not losing a surfer in the first round of the repechage. Bad news for a Norwegian team, because Anchor is going to be bumped back into third position, and Mark Boyd probably is going to keep his second place, and all of a sudden Anchor Fradson is going to need a requirement, and it's going to be in the range of the threes, the mid threes. So if Anchor wants to keep himself in the competition, he needs a 3.33. Finn Gillespie getting the 4.33 on that last wave. Lorenzo, Team England must be relieved at the moment.
Yeah, that would be a huge upset to lose one of their surfers right on the first round of repechage. So Finn Gillespie turns things around with his 4.33, which becomes the best wave of the heat, and yeah, puts him in first place with 4 minutes left. So Finn can now take a few breaths in, and yeah, now Anchor Fradson is the one in need of a score.
Yes, indeed. 3.33, like I mentioned, it's the requirement for Anchor to keep himself in competition. It's do or die in the last 3 and so minutes in the seat. But like I was mentioning, the best news for this surf is not only individual titles or team titles, and an exciting development for 2025 is that the 4 finalists, both men and women in the surf division, will receive all expense paid invitation to compete in the Surf City El Salvador Alas Global Finals. Meanwhile, this is Mark Boyd trying to represent for Scotland and get himself in a safer position, getting rid of that 293. I can listen to the Scottish team there in the shore cheering. They know that this is an important wave for Scotland,
And I do believe that Mark Boyd is going to put a nail in the casket in this heat for both Anker Franzen and Tolga Usal.
Yeah, indeed. And if you pay attention, Mark's and Finn's level of surfing have been dominant over the others, and they look with so much more control on top of their boards and more smooth. It feels like we're watching different levels of surfing. So that's very common here in the earlier rounds of repechage. And Mark Boyd just got the 5.
Bumping Finn Gillespie into second, but now Anker Franzen needs a 5-2-3 to go to second. That's a higher toll there for the Norwegian surfer. Let's see if he still finds his way into remaining in the competition. Tolga Usal is out there, still struggling, like you mentioned, Lorenzo, to catch a decent wave and putting a score above the 1 point line under his belt. And with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, the chances reduce themselves. But like I was mentioning, both men, the 4 finalists, men and women in shortboard, will receive all expense-paid invitations to compete in the Surf City El Salvador Alas Global Finals that are being held in El Salvador between the 17th and 24th of November at Punta Mango Beach. Initiative supported by Alas Global Tour and Surf City El Salvador, marking an historic collaboration between Europe, Latin America, and Asia, reinforcing intercontinental surfing ties in the new Olympic cycle. So Olympic qualification is the name of the game for the 4 finalists here, both men and women. They will get an all expense paid invitation to compete there in El Salvador, and some precious points for their Olympic campaign.
Yeah, thanks, Nuno. And we have so many hits. This is such a long competition. Do you know how many surfers in total we have?
No.
It would be
more than 100, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. I believe last year we had 110.
Yes, 110. And this year we are having, let me see.
Last year we had 16 nations, and I believe this year we have 18.
I do believe.
So
yeah.
So it might be we might have even more athletes than 2 years ago.
Probably. Most definitely.
Yeah.
If there's more teams, more athletes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this as we see Mark Boyd and Finn Gillespie advancing into round 2 of the repechage. Last wave ever for Mark Boyd. This is the replay. And yeah, unfortunately for Anker Franzen from Norway and Tolga Usal from Turkey, they get knocked out of the competition. The first man in the surf division to get knocked out. Yeah, name of the game, still cheering by the Turkey team. They're proud of their surfer. Of course, brilliant participation by a brand new team coming this year to Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Don't go anywhere, folks. Stay tuned.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
We're back, everyone. I want to thank everyone who's watching our live stream Now we got the heat 2 of men's repechage round 1. In the water we got on the red jersey David Johansen for Team Denmark, and he's up and riding. That wave looked a lot like not enough potential for a good score. It was looking very wide. Then on the white jersey we got Robin Keating for Team Ireland. On the yellow, Nandu Hansen, Team Sweden. And then last but not least, Philip Muller from Czechia on the black jersey. With me I have João Valente here on the booth commentating this heat. And João, we just had the first couple surfers being eliminated on the men's division.
Yeah, now it's the time where things get serious in this event, because unlike the first 2 days, now the losses are definitive in this repechage round. Is the last chance these surfers have. These European or this team surf team contests are the so-called 2 live kind of contests, meaning that each surfer has 2 lives, one on the main event and one on the repechage. And now the things are for serious, because whoever loses in this round stops getting points for the team. So this is a crucial part of the competition, because it will be not definitive for the winners, but it will be very important in defining which countries are really aiming for the title and which ones are just trying to make the best possible climb up the European team ratings.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, we just got the first score of the heat, a 2.67 by David Johansen. And now you got Robin Keating making his first wave, generating a lot of speed. Oh. It was too late for that section. Especially on the backside, it was very hard to make through that maneuver. And that's going to be a throwaway for Robin Keating.
Well, it's been really, now we're going to see the surfers who are less developed as athletes within this rows of European top surfers. And they will have a very difficult time in this situation. These are very challenging situations, and it's something that every coach should take the opportunity to point out mistakes and technical errors that can be corrected, because it's very specific, the kind of errors that are made here. We just saw 2 surfers here just dropping all the way down to the bottom in these very fast waves. I'd say the best thing to do just after the takeoff would be a first pump, in order to cover a little ground with speed and being able to deliver at least a strong finishing move. Dropping sometimes in front and down the wall to the bottom will miss an opportunity for the best scoring potential of the wave. So it's time that we'll see that happen and see if these surfers can correct this approach. Meanwhile, we have the interview with Nuno Cardoso and the win of the previous heat. Take it away, Nuno.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mark Boyd from Scotland, the winner of the previous heat. Mark, losing in the first round is never good, but then redemption in the first round of the repechage. How does it feel?
It feels good. Just learned a few lessons from the first round and tried to be a bit more patient and a bit more selective, and it worked out well. Yes, I'm pretty happy. It's been a while since I've been on an interview.
Welcome back to the glass then. Do you favor these conditions better than your first round heat yesterday?
It's not too different. I suppose there's a little bit more power in it, and maybe it's a bit trickier for people to choose good ones. But I just, my good friend sent me a text this morning. He'd been watching the live stream and just said try and get a good backhand hanger in, even if it's just one. So I was just kind of looking for that towards the end and managed to get an okay score for one turn. So pretty happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it worked. How did it felt to get welcomed at the beach by your team with the flags? Does it make you proud and gives you extra boost of confidence for the next round?
Yeah, for sure. It's always good.
We're back here in the water.
Represent Scotland on the world stage, and yeah, it's always nice to see the Saltire flying and try and do Scotland proud. So hopefully a few people are watching at home and happy with the results so far. The girls did very well yesterday, so yeah, we're doing a little bit better than normal, I would say.
Do you want to take time to send a message to everyone that's watching back home?
Thanks to everybody tuning in, and thanks to Hamper this morning for his advice, and thanks to all the team on the beach, and yeah, cheers.
There you have it. Mark Boyd, go Scotland. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, the Scottish team making their moves, trying to place themselves ahead of more traditional surfing nations. Meanwhile, back into the second heat of the repechage, we have David Johansen leading from Denmark. And in second place, Nandan Hansen has just scored a 2.7 during the interview and moved into second place, while the surfer from the Czechia Republic, it's, I don't know if it's still called Czechia Republic or if it's just Czechia. I think it's just Czechia. And Philip Muller is in third place and in need of a 2.04. And Robin Kitten from Ireland is fourth place in need of a 1.081. So it's pretty much open heat. By this stage, we are approaching the end of the first half of the heat, and let's see how it plays from here on.
Yeah, it's been a very slow heat. We haven't seen many waves being surfed. Very low scores as well. It just shows that it's pretty difficult to find the good ones out there. And there's Philip Muller. This might be a heat changer.
Well, he needs just a 204. The wave wasn't, the move wasn't that powerful. It's a lot, much more one of those moves where the surf places the board in a position, and then is the wave itself that takes care of the rest. Judges tend to valorize more the waves where the surfer does his job, and the wave just gives an extra push to it. I think it lacked a lot of power in there, and yeah. 1.57.
The judges agree
wasn't
with you,
enough.
Sean.
But very low scoring hit so far. Let's hope that this gets better as the time progresses. But yeah, sometimes we get to, in these first rounds of the repechage, we'll have these heats that sort of gather together some of the less developed surfers in the field. We have new nations to surfing here, and with Denmark, Sweden, and Czechia in one single heat. Wow, and that was the surfer. Well, maybe not coincidentally, was a surfer that coming from the country with a greater surfing tradition in this heat, which is Ireland, and he does complete a heavy finishing move there, which will easily put him on the first place.
Wow.
Yeah. Good effort by Robin Kitten there. He managed to hold on that turbulence on the re-entry reception. We just heard Luis Diaz, the Spanish surfer, saying that the power of the waves and the shallowness of the sandbar makes it very hard to hold. And David Johansen having a little cover-up over there. It won't be great, but it is always good for a change.
Yeah, it is good for a change, and he's sitting comfortable in place one, so...
Well, I wouldn't say comfortable, because all the other surfers need scores lower than 2.5 to get the position.
Yeah, I mean, considering the heat scores at the moment, the highest score being a 2.7, Oh, now it just changed actually, right when I was speaking.
Exactly. It was the 4.83. We were talking about Robin Keating. And yes, but David Johansen himself, he's going to be much more comfortable after his score comes in. I'm believing that this score will be closer to that of Robin Keating. So the two leading surfers will already be in the mid-range scores, and the others will have to play catch-up.
Yeah, exactly. So let's wait.
Oh, not. I was wrong. I thought that David Johansen waves would go into the mid-range, but now it stayed on the lower range of the scale with a 2.5. So, yeah, David Johansen is not comfortable at all, and especially now that he's on second place, and with his the next surfers trying to fight for a 2.47 and a 3.6 to take his position. So he's in the second place. He looks solid in there, but he has to very quickly change one of those two-point waves that he has on his score for something bigger, so he's going to be safer on the qualifying side of the heat.
And we're here in the Eurosurf at Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. And it's day 4 of the competition. And rewinding what's happened in the previous days. The first day we just started the comp with some longboarding. It was a very short day. We only had a couple hours of comp. And then the swell kept rising. And the second and third day, especially yesterday, it just got bigger and more powerful, and the swell kept going until all the way till today, and we're going to have pretty good waves for the rest of the comp. In the meanwhile, David Johansen, João.
Yeah, he did just what we are saying that he needed to do. He got a longer wave with room to put a couple of maneuvers. Nothing really critical, nothing really risky there, but enough. And completion is very important to completion on a wave that has at least 2 moves. It's very important at this stage of the competition, and we'll see David Johansen. He needs a 3.17. He might even get that, but definitely he's going to be more comfortable in the qualifying part of the heat. There you go. 3.17, that was exactly what he needed to go to first, and that was exactly what he got. So Robin Keating now in second place, and Nando Hansen needing a 3.14, while Philip Muller needing a 4.27.
Yeah, so now first and second are having a gap of 0.01 points between each other. And as I was saying, we've started with the smallest day of waves. We started with longboarding, and then we had the opening ceremony where every team brings their flags, and there's a parade around Santa Cruz all the way to the beach here at the comp. And each team brings sand from their country, and everyone puts on layers on a jar, on a big jar. And yeah, it's a very beautiful ceremony to open the event. And Robin Keating here on another try. And yeah, not a lot of action in the water. So, João, considering the forecast, have you seen the forecast for the next days?
Yes, basically we're going to have waves all throughout the waiting period. That's no doubt about it. We're going to even see a little bit of increase in swell size for the last 2 days, but those waves will be due to the strong wind that will accompany them. Actually, this strong wind is exactly what will be providing us with a few waves. So it's a wind swell. It's probably not as aligned as this one, but I think we're going to have plenty of waves. The wind will make it more difficult for the surfers on the end part, but it's nothing that the best surfers in the contest are not used to. Santa Cruz, as we've been saying, since the beginning of this contest, has been a fixture on the calendars for both the European Federation and even the WSL. Even the WSL, for a few years, they had a local regional qualifying event here in Santa Cruz. So all the surfers, at least the ones that are aiming for the title, know these conditions very well and know that even with a north wind, there's always a chance to find some good waves there.
Exactly. I mean, this is a very consistent place, and we always got waves, even in summertime, which is the low season for surfing. And as you can see, there is some decent-sized waves here in the comp, and we're in peak summertime. We're in 21st of July, João, and this is what Santa Cruz has to offer.
Yeah, anyway, this is different from what we had in the first days. During the first days, I was almost sure that we were one of the very few places in Portugal that had waves on that day, which is a rare thing, because Portugal very rarely gets dead flat. But I believe that, for instance, in Ericeira, every single break was almost dead flat. And here we had pretty contestable waves. So anything that moves out in the ocean usually breaks in Santa Cruz. So with that lays one of the reasons why Santa Cruz has been a fixture, because it's just 100% sure that the contests won't be betrayed by wave conditions. They only have to deal with the wind. And, well, you can surf with strong winds, but you can surf with no waves. So if you have to choose either winds or waves, I always go for the waves.
Yeah, absolutely. So after this heat, we're going to have 4 more heats of the repechage round 1 for men. And then next up, we will have the repechage round 2 for men. So we will finish the day with the women. Yes. After 2 rounds of repechage, and then, yeah, it'll be the last repechage round for women, right? We got repechage 3. We got 3 hits.
Yeah.
Then we're going to have the
three another
day.
hits for the repechage. I don't think it's the repechage. It's the finals day. No, this repechage, it can be finals day, because the repechage never finishes before the main event, because the losing surfers on the main event are the ones who's going to fill up the repechage. So we're still far away from that day, but we are going to finish the day with the first round of the repechage for women after 2 rounds of the repechage for men. Is that it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Is that just 1 round of the women?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It's 2 rounds of the repechage women.
Just 1 of the women.
Just 1 of the women, you're right. So we're gonna, after this first round of the men's repechage, we're gonna go for the second round of the men's repechage and finish the day with 3 hits from the women's repechage. So there's still plenty of surf to be seen. Again, it's a beautiful beach day here in Santa Cruz. If you have the opportunity, and all of you kids who are on vacation time definitely have the opportunity. So come here, watch the surfers perform right in front of your eyes. The waves here in Santa Cruz break really close to the shore, which adds a little bit more for the spectacle. And the sun is shining, the weather is getting warmer, the beach is getting filled in with both public and the extensive teams that are here competing for the European titles. So yes, join us, come to the beach. If you can't, for some reason, you stay there with us. We're gonna be transmitting every single piece of action here in Santa Cruz from the Ocean Spirit Eurosurf 2025.
Situation remains the same, with David Johansson and Robin Keating moving on to round 2 of repechage. If Nando Hansen or Philip Muller don't take any waves in these last 20 seconds of the heat, and we got Nando here with his last try. And
yes, a
that's not gonna
desperate
be enough.
move by Nando. He won't get the 3.14 he needs, but let's see how it goes. Robin Keating got one of the waves of the set that was just approaching. Doesn't change this, it will not change his situation, and now the deal is set. Although there was a wave for, no, Nando was the previous wave and that won't help him. And Philip Muller from Czechia wasn't able to get the last one. So situation, and not the situation, but the final official results as they are shown on your screen. David Johansson in first, Robin Keating in second, and the Swedish team and the Czech team losing their surfers definitely into this competition. Well done, Joe. Well done, guys. It was a nice effort on your part. And now we are going to move on for the E3 of Repechage 1 men here in Santa Cruz, but that will happen just after this very quick commercial break.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música, o Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Back in action, we are here with heat number 3 of the surfmen of the repechage men 1, round 1. We have in the water Axel Cooper from Sweden. In the white, David Petter from Czechia. In the yellow, Christopher Hoffler from Denmark, and in the black it is Finn Clark from Scotland. Right here in the booth with me I have the company of Nuno Cardoso. Nuno will help me commentating this heat, where the only surfer who has a wave so far seems to be the Scottish surfer. Welcome back, Nuno.
Thank you, João Valente. Thanks for having me back here in the booth for the call of this heat number 3, round 1 of Repechage Surf Men's Division. We are in day number 4 of the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz, beautiful part of the west coast of Portugal. If you haven't visited this part of the world, you are missing out. There are a cool clip during the break that you can watch all the beautiful characteristics.
Not all, just a part of it, Nuno.
Yeah, true that. For you to feel them all, you need to come here and spend some time.
Exactly.
But that's what I'm inviting you to. But some of the highlights of this Torres Vedras Council is being shown in that clip, especially the part of the coast where this 20-kilometer beach stretch from Santa Cruz, Santa Rita, Praia Azul are available for you to enjoy wave-wise, beach-wise, whatever your wave riding sport is.
As we see Christopher Holler from Denmark on his first attempt. Also David Petter from the Czechia. And we are waiting for a score for these two surfers, but there's nothing major in there.
So we'll have to wait for the heat to progress and see if the surfers can catch anything with more potential where they can put more maneuvers and score higher grades on their waves.
Indeed, 20-minute heats, you know how the cookie crumbles. First and second will remain in competition, advancing into round 2 of the repechage round. Third and fourth place will be knocked out of the competition entirely. So that's what's up for grabs here. It's do or die. Alex Cooper from Sweden going for a nice wave here, tucking under the wave and kicking out. So very similar rides for all of these surfers, still filling out the conditions. And yeah, we've got waves, we've got sun once again, light winds, which are pretty much favorable for the Santa Cruz beaches. And yes, we've got still 3 more heats of the repechage round 1 after this one, and then we're moving on to round 2 of the repechage of the Surfmen's division. And as we see Alex Cooper going for another wave, unfortunately not able to stand up on his board there, and quickly being deemed with a 0.2 for that effort.
I have to confess one thing, Nuno, as we are watching here the first round of the repechage, man. I have to say that not as much for this non-traditional inland, mostly sometimes inland countries, to not have better surfers for their team. But when it comes to more traditional countries, places where, I mean, we know that European surfing has started in England and France. So all their neighboring countries also benefited from this early start. And I'm amazing that at this stage of evolution, we are 2025, and we still see surfers at such an early stage of development, making national teams of countries that have had surfers ever since the first Eurosurfer that I attended, and that was in 1989. So since 1989 that we've seen teams from Scotland, from Ireland, and all these countries to still have surfers at such an early stage of development is, for me, surprising, because I thought that at this time, at least for the very few surfers that made the national teams, the general level wouldn't allow for surfers at such initial stages of their technique development would be able to make up the teams. So I'm wondering exactly what are the works that these federations have been doing inside of their own countries. And the fact is that for years, after having the British surfer Russell Winter to be the first surfer on the World Championship Tour, there's been some time, we've been some time waiting for other surfers from the Great Britain to show up. Meanwhile, let's go to the interview. Lorenzo Grandella is right there with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away for us, Lorenzo.
Hey, hello guys, thank you. I'm here with David Johansson, and you just won the repechage hit and on to the next round. Do you feel more pressure now walking in the water knowing it's a do or die situation?
A little bit. That's kind of how I felt in this heat as well. But I just wanted to catch a lot of waves, and I think that's the plan for the next heat as well. Just to kind of show my surfing a bit more, because in my first heat, the round 1, I just didn't really surf much. So I was stoked to get some waves in this one, and that's the plan in the next one. Yeah.
Yeah, congrats. Do you think these conditions, are you okay with these conditions, or what do you think it's progressing throughout these days? Because it's the day 4 of the comp. You think it's getting better, worse? What do you think?
I think this is definitely like better than yesterday. A bit more settled. The ocean felt more settled, but it's a bit bigger than what we get in Denmark for the most part. But it's fun, like good challenge. I even got like a little barrel down there, but yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Is Denmark usually where you surf on your, yeah?
yeah, I started surfing there when I was 17, and then yeah, live on the northwest coast. They call it cold Hawaii, but it's mostly just cold. But yeah, we get like quite a lot of waves, but like not big waves, and usually mostly wind swell. But yeah, it's pretty fun.
All right, nice. Congratulations. On to the next round. And yeah, back to you boys. Let's go. Congrats.
Congratulations to David Johansen from Denmark there, taking a very precious win for Team Denmark. Thank you, Lorenzo, for that interview. Going back to what you're bringing up into the table, João. Yes, it's I don't know if the best surfers are available because some of them might be traveling or competing in other international events. Yeah, still.
But
there's a gap.
A nice group of two-liners and third-liners that would be able to surf these waves. I mean, we know it's hard. You know, it's not. They are not easy waves. But for me, it's surprising that such big gaps in performance still have room at this level of competition. But yeah, that's I think. I mean, back in the day, Portugal was a pretty unleveled team, and right now there are also there are always the highlights. But I think the team is pretty leveled up. Everybody is perfectly capable of taking care of themselves in the team and attaining nice performances. But there are still some surfers coming from countries that should have more, at least, maybe the talent recruitment is not being the most accurate possible, but I'm surprised to see surfers that still have a lot to do as far as working on their performance goes. Of course, I'm not referring to the case of this David Petr from Czechia that we've just seen. It's understandable that surfers from those countries still have a lot to progress, but from countries where surfing has been present for 5, 6, 7 decades, well, I'm pretty amazed that we haven't seen better surfers from those teams.
Alex Cooper from Sweden finding a nice left-hander here. Trying to connect this one all the way in, but is not able to. Nevertheless, this is Alex's best wave, that's for sure. Meanwhile, getting back to what you're commentating, yeah, probably they're also not used to this type of punchy, heavy conditions.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's take, for instance, Finn Clark from Scotland. Scotland has plenty of waves. It's not, if not Scotland itself, which it does. Ireland, the neighboring country of Ireland, has plenty of waves, and waves that are pretty challenging too. It's a place made of heavy reefs and point breaks, and the odd beach break as well. So it's not lack of waves. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe the sport itself is not growing as fast as we think because we have this well, Southern Europe experience where surfing seems to be exploding for more than 2 decades now, and there's new surfers coming out from everywhere. But what's to say? Maybe the leading surfing nations in the world, Australia and the US and Brazil, look at Europe the same way, because the fact is that with the odd exception of Jeremy Flores here and there, Thiago Pires, Frederico Moraes of his first year on tour, Ritz Aramburu, the number of new surfers coming onto the big scene, into the competitive big scene, is very limited compared to other countries. So maybe they're saying the same about us. Still, what I'm talking about is not surfers who are not great great competitors. I'm talking surfers who seem to be in the early stage of their technique development, making national teams. That's what I'm surprised about. And well, this is just a commentary. It has nothing to do with how this heat is developing. Right now we have Axel Cooper from Sweden in first place, holding on a 1.43 and a 0.37. And we have Christopher Holler from Denmark in second place. Finn Clark from Scotland needs a 0.38 to move into second place. And David Pett from Czechia needs a 0.88 to get to third place. And I'll tell you, this is probably one of the lowest scoring heats of the contest so far.
Indeed. Getting back to your issue as well, I kind of agree with you, but I think Europe is making a comeback by the likes of Leo Fioravanti. This year has been on form, and also Marco Mignot, a great rookie there, joining the World Elite rankings as well.
No, I'd say Leo is making a move up, not Europe.
He's
Leo
from Europe.
is making a move up.
But you still get some Europeans getting into the mix there.
Yeah, but if you remember 10 or 15 years ago, by the time of the so-called hoax of the Euroforce, that all of a sudden you had 7 or 8 surfers, 8 European surfers on the CT, and these days you have Leo and very few other surfers from Europe there. If I'm not mistaken, Leo might even be the only one right now on the CT.
No, Marco
and Marco
Mignot.
Mignot, yeah, the two, an Italian and a French guy. So that's not quite representative of at least the investment that has been put into European surfing.
I think it's a matter of mindset as well.
Too, yeah.
When I look at least I'm talking about Portugal mainly. I don't know what's going on in neighboring countries, but when I listen to the kids, they kind of expect to have everything paid for by the sponsors, and it's like an easy ride. And the other surfers are hungry. They don't need that. They want it. And it's way different, you know?
Wow,
you're not being pushed. Yeah. You want to go there. It's to do different ways to get there.
Yeah. In Australia, for instance, right now, pretty much, with the exception of Ethan Ewing and a few others, pretty much all the surfers, the Australian surfers that are on tour right now, have to work normal day jobs when they are off the tour.
Most Australians did. All of them that I met.
To pay for the expenses.
So, so different mindset, like I was mentioning.
Exactly.
There's a cool project. There's a cool project that might pay off. We need to wait and see. It's the ADP tomorrow.
Surf for tomorrow.
Yeah, Surf for Tomorrow, and that might pay off for European surfing. Let's wait and see. And yeah, I think it needs to take time, structure, for the right surfers to come with the right mindset to assault, to do an Aeroforce, a new Aeroforce assault on the world scene.
Yeah, let's see and wait how this plays, as we saw the surfers in the 4th heat of this first round repechage man approaching the water. We are under 3 minutes to finish this heat. We still have Axel Cooper in first place, sitting on a very low score. I'm sure this is the lowest scoring heat of the day. Of the day? No, of the whole contest.
Probably, if you sum up all the total scores of every single surfer in this heat, yes.
No, I mean, I can remember we having a heat where none of the surfers has managed to score over 2 points.
Yes, I cannot recall it as well.
I'll have to ask Axel Cooper, being him the one who finishes this on top. What happened out there that made it so hard for the surfers to find scoring waves?
I do believe at this time of the tide, as we've been seeing in the previous days, the waves shift a little bit from what was going on in terms of action in the previous heats, and I think they're struggling that as well. But also the subject you were mentioning, there are less informed countries here being represented. The only one, actually, and I agree with you, that is kind of odd that is not performing is Finn Clark from Scotland. By this time, they would bring in their top-tier surfers and they will be comfortable in this type of conditions.
Attention now for David Petr, surfer from Czechia, being able to advance, that would be a great fit for him, I believe.
I think he will be the team's hero.
Oh yeah, definitely.
with this qualification into round 2, if that happens in 50 seconds, it's all up for Finn Clark to try and attack that second place position. 1.46, that's not a high toll. We can see here Finn Clark paddling, now losing priority with this paddle. Meanwhile, that last wave of David Petter came in as a 1.73, and he's taking the lead in this heat. Okay, 20 seconds remaining on this one. Will Christopher or Finn get a wave? Look at Christopher paddling. He goes for it. Tries to get around the section, but unfortunately for Christopher, he will not.
Wow. And last effort here for Finn Clark. He needed barely just a 1.46, and this wave won't do it for him. So unfortunate for the Scottish and the Danish surfer. They are both
out of the competition.
Out of the competition, while David Petter, let's remain to be seen, but maybe he'll become the hero of the team.
He took a win.
Yeah, fantastic.
Congratulations,
effort.
David.
Very,
congratulations.
Very important. And congratulations, Czechia, for your result.
Yeah, also Alex from Sweden, still remaining in competition. Flynn Clark, Christopher knocked out. Commercial break is up and coming. Don't go anywhere, folks. Join us for the next heat.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the call of heat number 4, round 1 of the repechage of men's division. I'm Nuno Cardoso. You're joining me in the booth once again is Lorenzo Grandella, as we're watching the replay of the first wave of Leon Joel Glatzer from Germany completing that ride. Meanwhile, live action from Sigurd Svensson from Norway is in the white singlet. Joining them in this heat is the Polish surfer from in yellow, Mikołaj Przeszkowski. And also joining them in this heat is Manuel Polic from Austria, is wearing the black singlet. Lorenzo, welcome back to the booth. You got some great news there that you were sharing with us. And yeah, let's do this. One more heat.
Thank you, Nuno. Yeah, we just got the news that we just got the youngest person to ever qualify for a championship tour event. So Miss Tiahupo Keala just qualified on the Tahiti, on the trials at Tiahupo, and congratulations to her. That's a crazy, wow, that's just crazy. Nuno, looking out the window, you know what I feel that's happening? I think the wind is finally picking up, which isn't ideal. The waves are getting wobblier than we've seen in the earlier hits this morning. And yeah, I can tell because of the flags of the different nations on the beach. They're just...
You know how I noticed? Your last interview,
your t-shirt and your air was blowing, and I was like, whoa, the wind picked up. Meanwhile, this is Sigurd Severinsen from Norway getting a wave, but falling down there on the drop. We just saw a replay of Leon Joel Glatzer's last wave for the German surfer, and it was great wave. Let's wait for that score. I do believe we're waiting for 2 scores for Leon already. Leon getting busy on his heat, probably saw the previous heats and he saw that waiting is not the way to go on advancing into the next round. So he's doing the check every wave that I can get type of strategy to go into the lead on this one.
Yeah, exactly. Noon. This has been some tough repechage round. The hits have been very low scoring, and we just got one of the most decent scores of this round. The whole round in 4 hits, we got finally a 5.17, bringing some excitement into the comp.
Yes, I told you it was a great wave by Leon. During the replay, I saw that hack on the left-hander on his front side. So Leo now assuming the leadership of this heat and imposing his authority on this one, letting everyone know, hey guys, you are going to bet aloud for the 2nd place because I'm going to take the 1st place and do it for my home country, Germany.
And then we got very, very, very low scores from the rest of the surfers. So it's exactly what you said. The first score above the 1 point range was gotten by Manuel Paulich from Austria, a 1.4. And now we're going to head over to the previous hit winner interview hosted by João. Take it away.
David, congratulations. A win on this round puts you in the 2nd round of the repechage. Does that make you a national hero now for the Czech team?
Yeah, probably. It looks like I'm now the national hero. Everybody's here with me. I'm, of course, very, very happy.
Tell us a little bit about the surfing scene in Czechia, because you were one of the great novelties of this Eurosurf. Tell us a little bit what we can find about the Czechia surfing scene.
Well, what can you expect? Do you know the Jamaican bobsled team? That's what we are now in Czech Republic. So we are very, very small, but we are committed, and of course we want to grow, and actually the sport is growing now in Czech Republic a lot.
What's exactly your personal background? How did you get into surfing, and how do you develop your technique?
How did I get to the surfing? When I was young, I was always watching the Baywatch series. So I grew. Exactly. I grew up on the Baywatch, and then I started to surf in Portugal, Morocco, and that's how it happened.
Well, congratulations. You are putting a nice effort here on your first participation on the Eurosurf. We just hope to see you keep going and go Czechia.
Awesome. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Back to us indeed. Congratulations to David Petter from Czechia taking a win there and increasing the chance of points for the team as we hear them cheering out the back. Probably every single member of the team is here next to the glass to cheer up their hero.
We got 13 minutes left on the clock and 2 scores about to drop, 1 for the red and 1 for the white. It's a very slow hit. We are still waiting for more action. And yeah, it feels like the wind is messing things up a bit. Although the surfers are on a calmer area, because right here in front of where we are on the booth, the ocean looks very confusing. Looking out the window, I can't really tell if there's any waves that are surfable. But yeah, the surfers are making wait, what did just happen? Oh, 8.17.
Indeed-o. Looks like Leon Joel Glatzer found the jam here. One of the best scoring waves of this event so far. Where did that wave happen? Because we did not see it. Did you see something?
No, I think I missed that wave too.
Me too. Or is it this last wave, actually? Because he's waiting. No, it was the wave that we saw. Because he was already waiting for the score of the second wave, and he caught the third wave. There you have it.
Wow.
Man, leaving every other single surfer in combination situation at the moment. And Leo Joel Glatzer wants to let everyone know that he wants to go all the way to the final of the repechage round. Probably Leon had an upset on his heat. You can see that Leon is on the hunt. He looks in form. He's picking, choosing very good waves. And yeah, it's all about second place in this heat. Look at Mikolaj going for the floater there, re-entry. This wave will bump him up into second place for sure, Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, the requirement's very low, so it doesn't take much to take that second place. In the meanwhile, wow, the level's just on a whole different universe. I mean, Leon's just ripping these waves apart while the other surfers are kind of struggling. There was some sort of claim there by the Polish surfer, the yellow Mikołaj Przeszowski. He is currently sitting in second place. And now Manuel Polic and Sigurd Severinsen, both in need of 1 point something ride. And it's doable, but considering their heat situation and besides Leon's waves, the highest scoring wave is a 2.33. So yeah, I mean, let's wait and see what the surfers have to offer. We still have a bit less than 10 minutes on the clock. And let's not forget that 2 of these surfers are going to be eliminated from the competition. So 2 of these surfers will be putting on the jersey for their last time here in the Eurosurf Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. And that's unfortunate, but it has to happen that way so that we can advance on the comp. And we're getting closer and closer to finals day, which I'm very excited about because it's been very tight between some of the nations. I mean, Portugal, Spain, England, Israel. There are plenty of very strong countries with still a lot of surfers on the main event. And yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to come down to.
Yes, I do believe that the standouts this year will be Israel for sure. One of the ones that I can point out to start with. And of course, you got those usual suspects like Portugal and of course Spain. We cannot count out Italy. Brought some really good team members as well. And let's see who's going to be the surprises of this heat. We saw Czech getting first place on the previous heat, so that's a big win for them. Next heat, we're going to see a Swedish, Turkish, English, and Polish surfers hitting the water. So it's still everyone's game in this early rounds of the repechage. And as they advance, they're going to gather precious points for their teams. And as we unfold days of competition, we will get to know who is still on the run of becoming the 2025 Euro team champions. And of course, we're going to find out who's going to be the individual champions, which is a very good prize of its own. Not only giving maximum points to your team, but also coming home with the title.
Leon once again getting that barrel. That was a short one, but I'm sure he's having plenty of fun. He's just having fun, pretty
Looks
much.
like it's the equivalent of being surfing alone by himself, basically, because the other guys are still struggling to deal with the conditions. As we have Mikolaj already with that 2.33, setting himself apart from the other 2 surfers. But Manuel, for instance, only needs a 2 1.27 to go back into second place. Ariadne has 1.4, so we can do it. This was Sigurd Sverrisson from Norway going on a Hail Mary there, kamikaze style. He needs a 1.44, but that will not be hit. But that was a heavy wave for Sigurd to drop in.
Yeah, with all the respect to the other surfers, but it doesn't feel like Leon fits in such an early repechage round. He's got the level to be in the main event at this point, and I'm pretty sure he's going to have a long way here in the repechage stage. And he's a possible contender to go all the way to the final through the repechage.
Indeed, of course, as we unfold the main rounds as well, like wow, that was a great move. Tail drifting there. Leon Joel Glatzer putting on a clinic there for Germany, and Mikolaj bringing another wave all the way into the beach. Wow. Mikolaj wants to get that second place, that's for sure, and Leon, he's already got the medal for first on this one.
So everyone's now in the combination situation, and let's see if Mikolaj with his last wave is able to change that situation, that combination situation need. And I don't know if that's going to be enough, but that's going to be enough to secure the second place, that's for sure, making Manuel and Sigurd need a bit of a higher score for that second place.
One thing is for sure, Mikolaj is going to upgrade his overall score. There you have it, 2.83. He increases his overall total score. And as we see the surfer getting ready for the next heat with the Turkish flag there, one of our teammates proudly waving the Turkish flag. That is Yasin Pelivian getting ready for his next heat, being supported by his teammates. Really cool to watch the spirit behind these teams all the way to the shore before the surfer enters the water. And right now we're still waiting for that last impressive wave of Leon Joel Glatzer from Germany. Tail drifting. And that's going to be a great score, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and here's Manuel, the Austrian surfer. Gets 2 turns in, not too bad. And he finishes off right on the sand. There he is running. And do you think that it's going to change the heat situation, Nuno? Oh, the score just dropped. The judges didn't take much time to drop the score from this last wave of Manuel. A 2-point ride, and it lowers the need for second. Now he's needing a 3.16. And with less than 4 minutes on the clock, things are getting harder and harder for the black and the white jersey surfers. And here's Mikolaj looking forward to improve. And I believe he's going to improve his score. And that was one of his best waves for sure.
I'm stoked for Mikolaj. That was a great ride for him. He's building up his scores. And this for sure is his best wave. 2-wave combo. That last one, he drifted the tail a little bit, releasing the fins there, throwing a little bit of water. I think this is going to be his best wave.
Oh, wow. Leon is he's just enjoying. He's just having a good time, bringing a lot of speed, a lot of power into these heats, and he's in another competition, I would say.
That 2.57 was the cover-up that he got on the left-hander. That 6 was that tail drift that he got on the left-hander as well. Now he gets this big punch on his backhand. I don't think this is going to be his backup, but the judges are up to the side. Meanwhile, Manuel Polic going for 2 turns there. Looks now they're feeling the conditions finally, but the time is ending. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Some time still on the clock. Let's see if Manuel can give a fight back to Mikolaj. But we're still waiting for that score of that last wave of Mikolaj. Take us through the replay, Lorenzo.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. If you pay attention to Manuel's first waves and now this last wave we just watched on the replay, he's finally connecting, but unfortunately, it's in the end of this heat. And that's what's been happening with a lot of surfers. And if you compare it to a free surfing session, the time you get in the water, the first 20 minutes, you're just adapting to the peak, to the waves coming through. And 20 minutes is the whole heat. And that's sometimes what it takes for you to finally find yourself out there, and then it's too late. So the most experienced surfers have been taking the wins, and they're the ones who are able to find themselves the quickest in their heat. And yeah, Leon putting on a show.
It's like a kid's birthday party. When you get there, the kids are shy. They don't mix together. And then at the end, when they are like full throttle, that's when the party ends. And this was going on in this heat. As the party is about to end on this one, looks like the kids started to have fun and get in the mix here. We're still waiting for those scores. They're going to be pretty important for judges to take that time to decide.
That was a great analogy, Nuno. I wouldn't put it in any better way. Here's Sigurd, and whoa! That was his best wave of the heat. That was an unfortunate way to finish. I would have wished for him to complete that maneuver. It would make things a lot more interesting. In the meanwhile, a 2.73 just dropped for Mikolaj, and he's securing the second place as we're still waiting for Manuel's last wave. Here's the replay. I feel like he's done what was the most difficult, and then he just fell in the end. I thought he had that maneuver.
I probably got excited saying, I got this. Finally, I've got a complete wave, and then he lost control there. Nevertheless, he was on the hunt for a 4.33. That would not be hit. Now the question is last wave of Manuel Polic a 3.56? This is the answer the judges are about to, the question the judges are about to answer. And victory lap here for Leon Joel Glatzer. Really cool to see this surfing display in this round one of repechage.
Absolutely, Nuno. And congratulations to Leon and Mikolaj for making through the heat. And unfortunately, Manuel and Sigurd, we're still waiting for a wave from Manuel, but I don't believe it's going to change the heat situation. So unfortunately, these two surfers are out of the competition. So follow along. We're going to head over to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more live action.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
We are back here, and very soon we'll have an interview with a hit winner, Leon Glatzer, and it's going to be Nuno Cardoso presenting the interview. He's been very talked here in the staff because of his singing quality, singing skills that he brought earlier on the Idu Hachach interview. He just started singing. Despite the Israeli anger for the title, for the men's division title, we got Eli and Idu Hachach looking forward to take the win home for Team Israel. Yeah, Israel's been the standouts of the comp. They've been surprisingly good and getting a bunch of wins, a bunch of athletes onto the next rounds. And yeah, now we're waiting for some more action. We're still waiting for the score of Manuel to drop. The ostrich surfer doesn't know if he made through the heat or not yet. But we didn't see nothing too crazy. I wonder why the judges are taking so long to drop the score. There's the 3.23, just above what he needed. It was very, very tight. but it ends up not being enough. So Mikola Preshikovsky going into round 2 of repechage, and Leon, complete domination by the German. He does not belong in such an early stage of the repechage, and he's just been proving it with some real progressive surfing, and joining the short list of surfers who've gotten excellent scores here in Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Eurosurf 2025. And with me, joining me here on the booth once again, the man, the legend, João. How's it going, João? How does it feel to be back here?
It's good.
João Valente, I'm sorry.
Well, after he embarrassed me, let's talk about serious things. And well, what we've seen here is that even on early stages of the competition, some of the good athletes can lose there, and that's what happened yesterday with Leon Glatzer, and he totally made it up with his showing on his first heat of the repechage with that 8.17 that he really belonged in the main event, and it's just an accident that he's here. But these kind of accidents happen a lot on this contest. There's been in the past champions that actually ran almost from the start on the repechage round. It's longer, but for somebody like Glatzer, it can be even make it easier because he has to deal with less skilled surfers on the first rounds, and eventually he'll gonna get the highest skilled surfers that will be losing on the main round, but he can progress a lot meanwhile. But Leon with that 8.17 really showing that he belongs on another level of competition.
We're still waiting for the start of heat number 5 of men's repechage 1. And João, this is going to be the hit before the last hit of this repechage round.
Second heat of this first round of the repechage, and then we're going to jump right after that into the second round of repechage. So not much time to rest for these athletes.
Yeah, whoever won the hits on this round is going to jump right back in the water. And I can't wait to see some more action, to see some more, unfortunately, some more eliminations. And
This is another day of, this is a day of competition where we just have one stage working. Yesterday we worked with double stages, but apparently the northern stage was very difficult and the girls had a hard time, where we see finally, I think this is part of already the heat. We just started, and right off the bat, Jay Bukuzia from Poland made his move, while now Yasin Pelivran from Turkey, we hear the cheer from the Turkish team, and Thiago Hansen from Sweden starting off and getting the best out of this first exchange. That's what I think, at least.
yeah, well, I agree with you. And while we wait for the scores on those two waves, we're going to head over to an interview with Nuno Cardoso. Take it away, Nuno.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the winner of the previous heat from German, Leon Joel Glatzer. Excellent performance, literally excellent performance. You got a wave in the excellent range. My question is, what the hell are you doing in the repechage round? How did
Yeah, I mean, lost in the first round of the main round. The day before, I actually woke up super sick and was almost pulling out, but we decided to go through that heat, and hopefully now for the repos feeling better. So yeah, I'm feeling a little better, and I think it's just have to survive the repechage until the final, hopefully.
If you're just feeling a little better, I think the other surfers need to be afraid of you, because if you are at 100%, you will win this competition.
Yeah. I mean, we trained a lot as the German team the week before, and we came very well prepared. And yeah, unfortunately, one of us, who was me, just fell out quick and just felt like really bad. But it's all good. We're all still in. We're all still fighting, and yeah, our idea as a team is to go all the way, 100%.
Of course, you still have one way to reach the final. I hope you'll get it. Meanwhile, do you want to take some time to send a message to everyone that's watching back home?
Yeah, for sure, to my whole family, to my wife. She always wakes up early in the morning in Costa Rica, and I love you guys, and see you soon.
There you have it, another win for Germany. Stay tuned for Leo surfing because he's on a tear. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Nuno, and we're very sorry to hear that the German surfer struggled with some sickness on his heat of round 1 on the main event, and that's the reason why it didn't go his way and why he's facing the repechage. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna make things up for that and go a long way, if not all the way, through the repos, as he said. And yeah, all the good luck for him and Team Germany. And in the meanwhile, we just got some scores in. 2-point ride for Thiago Hansen. That was his first and only wave. Then we got Noah Davies for Team England with a 0.57. Not a lot to work with yet. As we've seen, this repechage round has been very quiet. Not a lot of progressive surfing. So we're still waiting for one score from the Polish surfer. I think this is going to be a very tight matchup. I think each one of these surfers are going to be battling it out for a spot on the round 2. And Noah Davies, same thing happens once again. Noah isn't able to complete his snap, but we can tell that he's got the skill he needs to get the completion. He just needs to get some more connection to the wave because he's got that agility. Still waiting for action.
Yeah, not much action in this heat. It's been happening throughout the morning. Some very slow heats in terms of action. That's been non-stop waves, but not that much of good waves. And the surfers struggling to find waves with scoring potential there. This heat has been played also under the 2-point mark, so really hasn't started yet. We hope that it gets better as it progresses, but we've seen heats that haven't managed to go past this very low scoring line. Let's hope that this is not one of those cases, but so far, and we're still on the first half, so maybe it will get better as it progresses. But right now, very, very slow, not only in wave count, but also in wave scoring. And amazingly enough, we have a Turkish surfer on the top of the heat. I'm guessing if it remains like this, we're going to have another national hero here at the sands of Santa Cruz.
Yeah, we all hope to see Yasin doing good on his heat. The Team Turkey hasn't been getting the best scores. I mean, it's their debut here in Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Eurosurf. So they've surfed in a European contest before in Norway. And there we go. Another wave for Yasin. You can hear all the cheers down the beach. I believe Team Turkey is very united. And if it turns out to be a win by Yasin, this would be a huge, huge win for the team.
I'm totally cheering for him. I just want to see the Turkish is celebrating. They are the great novelty of this contest alongside Czechia. I think those are the two greatest novelties here in this 2025 Eurosurf.
Yeah, also we got Austria with a few surfers.
But Austria, is it making its debut here in
Not
Australia
its
too?
debut, I believe, but I don't think they have surfers for each division.
Okay, okay, so they are not a complete team.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Latvia. That's another country that's making its debut.
Oh yeah, exactly. So surfing getting more and more spread throughout the globe. I won't be too far from the truth if I say that there's not a single country in this world without surfers. Maybe it's not truth, but it's not too
There
far
might
from
be.
it.
There are a lot of countries in the world.
Of course. But there's also lots of traveling around the world these days. And when you have surfers from Palestine, of all places, you know, you see that it can happen anywhere, even in inland countries, which is not the case. But there are some inland surfers. The Czech Republic, for instance, that's an inland country. And, well, there's been surfers because they travel around, they get to learn because there are surf schools everywhere, and all of a sudden you have surfers coming from everywhere in the world.
These days you don't even need to travel to start your surfing career, because with the advanced technology you just got wave pools everywhere.
Yeah, we'll see how that play out for the future of surfing. I'm guessing it will provide much people with a chance to surf. What I eventually think will happen is that we're going to have two categories of surfers, the ocean surfers and the artificial wave surfers. Because when the inland population start catching up on it, I think it would create a new demographics in surfing, but we'll have to wait a few years to see that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a bit scary to.
Let's just see this wave. No, it doesn't take him anywhere.
To think of what could happen if surfing takes place as such a big sport, bringing a lot more athletes coming from places that don't have the ocean, and it could become a sport like some of those we know, with so many.
No, I don't think so. Well, I must interrupt this because I think we just seen the best wave of the heat so far by Jakub Kuzla, the Polish surfer. Let's wait and see, but he kind of deals with that backwash, and then he managed to do a little snap over there and finish it strong on that re-entry. So I'm guessing Jakub Kuzla from Poland will take first place after this wave. Or not, because Thiago Hansen has two waves on the 2-point range. But no, I think he will be able to get something above the three and a half points range. But let's wait for this.
And we want to thank all of the organization for putting these beautiful events on, and every nation, every surfer, and everyone that's involved. Even, I mean, there's so much to these events. There's the water safety. There is all the sponsors, all the team members that are, besides the athletes, there's the coaches. There, I mean, it's a long list.
Beach marshals, the secretariat. I mean, everyone plays their own role in this event, and it wouldn't be possible without the joint efforts of all these people. So we thank everybody, not only the surfers, starting with the surfers, but all the way down to the people who take care of this little, apparently insignificant things that but make the life of everybody else so much more easier, from the people who serve us dinners and lunches, from those who keep on delivering the hit sheets with complete results. Everybody plays a role, and Thiago Hansen is trying to play his role too with this re-entry, because yeah, Jacob Kuzla got a 3.67 on that wave, so it was right above that 3.5 points mark that I was pointing out, and moved to first place, and left Thiago Hansen looking for a 2.74 to get that first place back to him. But these two surfers from Poland and Sweden really now setting themselves apart when we are past the first half of the heat and approaching the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it's been slow when it comes to high scores. Noah Davies once again up and riding on his backhand. That was a nice turn for the English surfer, and that's gonna be the highest score of the heat. I'm pretty sure. Look, let's watch the replay. Yeah, that looked good. Noah Davies looking in shape, and that's gonna be a heat change, putting Jakub Kuzia probably dropping to third, or yeah, I mean that's what I believe that'll happen.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and you're gonna see Thiago. I mean, we're gonna maybe see Noah Davies even moving as far up as first place, because it was really a nice, well done turn over there, and it was committed, which was something that lacked a little bit on Jacob Kuzla 3.67. It was well done, but there wasn't much commitment in there. On this case of Noah Davies, it was a fully committed turn, as it is now for Jacob Kuzla trying to keep himself safe. He just, and that one from Thiago Hansen not going anywhere. So we're gonna have these two very important waves, that those might be heat changers. So let's stay attentive to these scores, because those waves, when we are within 5 minutes to finish the heat, will play a very important role. Well, the first one is in. Is a 3.33 to Noah Davies. It isn't enough to move him into second place. Let's see if Jacob Kuzla is able to distance himself from the British surfer and put him in a safer place.
Less than 5 minutes left on the clock, and it's being a well disputed second place here, as Thiago is getting more secure in the leadership of this hit. And next up, we're going to have the last hit of this round of repechage 1, and we're going to head over to the repechage 2.
Yeah, and that time I'm guessing we're going to witness a jump in the general level of performances, because this first line of repechage is the one where most still developing surfers will show up. And wow, take a look at that. Noah Davies now making another move, and this time he'll definitely get to
that first place.
The first place, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, that first turn itself, he didn't even need that finishing move. I believe that first turn was enough for first, and he's now needing a 3.58, just a second. So let's see what the judges are going to say. about that wave. And yeah, I mean, that would be a huge upset for Team England. I don't think they were expecting to lose a surfer in such an early stage. So good on Noah for
Good on
fighting that
Noah.
wave
Yeah. He
and
needed
showing us
that.
what he can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, the surfer from Turkey, he had the odd condition of being the heat leader for some time here, but I think his dream is finished. Nevertheless, congratulations just for the bravery of being here, of representing your country, of bringing this new nation to the surfing scenario. And I just love to visit Turkey one of these days.
And 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. It's getting tighter and tighter for the surfers in need of a score. I believe the situation we have right now is completely going to change. And Thiago Hansen is going to be the one needing the score. We hope for the judges to put the score out very soon. And there you go, 4.8 is not enough for first, but it is enough to be locked in on second and putting Thiago Hansen in need of a 3.3, which is going to be tough considering that we only have 2 minutes left.
No, but let's see. It's within his reach. Of course, what he does, what he needs would be his best wave so far. He hasn't scored anything higher than 2.07.
No, he does have a 4.83.
I'm sorry, he does have a 4.83, but he'll need his second best score to get back into second position. Let's see how this plays out for him. We still have a minute to go, and we see the Turkish surfer having a look at that wave, but not really going for it.
And we have, if it remains this way, we will have a Swedish and the Turkish surfer being eliminated out of the comp. So,
and it's surprising enough to have a Polish surfer leading this. It's also another nation that is far from a traditional surfing nation, and it's great to see them here. Jacob Kurzia is the current leader of the heat, and it seems to me he might even finish this on top, which is a great feat for Poland in general. Surfers make their last moves on this heat.
yes,
We are
well, I
under the
don't
10-second mark. It's the Turkish surfer, the last one to have a say in the heat. There he goes, looking for some time. He manages to do some soft turns over there, and look at the happiness from their country fellows. Great effort by the Turkish surfer.
and he's out of the comp, and with a very emotional finish there. Look at how beautiful that is. This event just brings everyone together. Look at that support from for his teammates.
He did it proudly. Look at him. I don't know if that's happiness or frustration, because he had it kind of close. In the beginning of the heat, he was leading, but when the other surfers start catching more scoreable waves, eventually reality hit, and yes, and finishes in fourth place. But still, a nice presentation from the Turkish team. We just hope to see more of them in this contest in the future. So we have the horn for the start of the last heat of this repechage series, but that will happen only after this quick commercial break.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back. We are here now following the last heat of the first round repechage men. We have in this heat Craig McCallan from Scotland, Tom Bolsma from the Netherlands, Kenan Dognu from Turkey, and Timon Matena from the Czech Republic. In the booth with me, now I have Nuno Cardoso, and we're gonna commentate on this yet another very diversified nationality heat. And we see the surfer from Turkey really showing there some will to take it further than this first round of repechage.
Craig McCallan from Scotland now showcasing what needs to be done to get the score, completing a ride there. The fellow in yellow, as you watch it here on the replay, going for a top turn there, finishing it off. This is what we want to do. So last heat of the round one of the repechage of the surfing men's division. This is the chance for two of these athletes to remain still in the competition, and unfortunately for two of these surfers in this heat, they will be knocked out of the competition, and that's the name of the game. So yeah, pay close attention to what's going on here, because can it be your last wave in the Eurosurf 2025? Meanwhile, first wave for Tom Bolsma from the Netherlands, 6:33. So he starts off huge here with a very good score. He's going to be a keeper for sure, and probably it is going to help him win the heat, as we watch Kenan Drogu from Turkey letting go of his board there and getting beat up by that closing out wave.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen someone open up so strong in this heat as Tom Bolsma, the Dutch surfer, has just done. 6:33 is one of the, if not, no, it's not, because there was already an 8-pointer there, but 6:33 is one of the highest scoring waves of this whole round. So well done on the Dutch surfers starting that strong. Let's see how the others respond to that.
Yeah, let's wait and see then, because that's a pretty high toll that Tom Bolsma just dropped there on his first wave. He must be feeling comfortable as he's catching yet another wave under his name. There he goes. Wow, releases the tail there, but overcooked it. That was too much there for Tom, but nevertheless, Tom means business, and he wants that first place to go the way of the Netherlands. Meanwhile, going on the way to the glass is the previous heat winner alongside Lorenzo Grandella. Lorenzo, where you at, buddy?
Thank you, boys. I'm here with Jakub Kuzia. He just won his hit of the repechage round 1. You still have one hit left for today, because we're running the repechage round 2 right after this. And run us through the conditions, because I feel like the wind is picking up. It's getting tougher out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tough. Now I feel like it's a little bit like a backwash coming in. So it's definitely like hard conditions, but I'm glad I managed it, so it's nice.
Yeah, congratulations on your win once again. How is the team Poland feeling at the moment? How's the energy in the team?
Yes, the manager is really nice. We have first time like in history full team, like 8 people. So we are proud, and the team spirit is nice.
Right, sweet. Do you want to send any message in Polish to your friends, family, and your supporters who are watching?
Tak, pozdrawiam wszystkich. Dziękuję, że oglądacie i Polska górą.
All right, let's go. Yeah, congratulations, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, back to you, boys.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and congratulates Jakub taking a precious win there for Team Poland. First time ever with a complete team, so they are feeling that this year they can do better than 2 years ago. Meanwhile, during the interview, João, I just saw a vicious backhand hook by Tom Boelsma from the Netherlands. The guy in the red singlet is putting on a clinic.
Yeah, Tom Boelsman really showing that he doesn't belong in such an early stage of the repechage competition. He wished he was still on the main event. That wasn't to be, so he's making it up now at the expense of his fellow competitors that are getting much behind his leading scoreboard.
Yes, indeed. On your screen, you see Craig McLaughlin, who went for a big wave during the interview, but he had to bail out. But that was a big wave, but he was not able to perform any type of move on that wave, so he was deemed a 0.5. I'm expecting a big score for Tom there on the red singlet. And
maybe even bigger than the first wave?
I don't know. It was a big turn.
Yeah.
It's all up to the judges, so they will compare it to his first wave, and then give us back the answer to the question you were asking, actually. Okay, next heat to hit the water is the first heat of the round number 2 of the repechage. There you have the names. One Portuguese surfer is out there, an upset for the Portuguese team yesterday, but this time alone, Francisco Ordonez can bring back the Portuguese spirit and the Portuguese hope of becoming champions here once again. He will have that chance in the next heat.
Yeah, it would be a very big blow for the Portuguese hopes to lose an open division man so early. He's gonna surf the second round of the repechage. There's a long way for him to go if he wants to join the roast of the main event. But that can happen. It depends on him and him alone. If he puts together the performance that we know he's capable of, Francisco Ordonez eventually will end up there. But that's something that we'll talk about in much more detail within 10 minutes. We're still on the 11th minute, or we are in the 9th minute of this series. We are approaching the first half, the end of the first half of the heat.
Yes, last wave for Tom Boelsma, 6 points. There you have it. Combination of 2 waves in the 6-point range, and Tom Boelsma is leaving 2 of his opponents in a combination situation. It's only Craig McLaughlin from Scotland that is not in that combination situation. For you to have a notion that's what's going on in the water, if Craig wants to take out Tom from that first place position, he needs a 9.5. It's really funny to think about this format, and actually if you want to bring 3 surfers all the way to the final, one of them needs to come from the repechage, because if they all go to the last round before the final, the semifinals in the main round, one of them would have to lose basically, and get into the repechage because he still has that chance, and then from the repechage get back to the grand final. So that's the route to success here at the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival, which is happening throughout this week here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz.
We saw the surfer from Czechia making an attempt at a wave over there. Couldn't manage to reach the bottom of it, falling mid-wave down the line. And not much action going on there. There's some interest from the surfer in white on that wave, but too much of an insider, no entry. And now we're gonna have the Scottish surfer trying to get into this one. He managed to get it. Now working on that wall, just a little check turn. Then a beautiful
Beautiful.
re-entry. Wow, critical maneuver there for the Scottish surfer. Now he's trying to get to that first place that is on the hands of Tom Bosma, but he'll need to do more than that. With this one thing is for sure, he's gonna lower that 9.5 requirement considerably.
Yes, that was beautiful piece of surfing there by the Scottish surfer in the yellow jersey, Craig McLaughlin. Beautiful two moves, super stylish and fluid between the moves. That's what the judges want to see. Speed, power, flow. And yeah, he got all those three criteria checked in on that wave, and he will be rewarded with a 5.27. This wave will set them apart from Timan and Kinan from Czechia and Turkey in this heat. And I do believe that right now Tom and Craig are sitting in a very comfortable position in this heat, and it's Tim and Cannon that need to catch up.
Yeah, unfortunately for the other surfers, I think this heat is pretty much done as far as those who progress in the content and those who stay behind. I don't see neither Timon or Cannon to have the technical skills required to overturn this situation. So I think that basically Tom and Craig will advance while the other two will lose. It remains to be seen which position each one of them finishes, because for the winning side, that has an influence on the seeding and the surfers they will have to face on the next round. And for the other surfers, the final position means more or less points according to whoever ends up in third or fourth for the general team's points. So every position in these heats counts, so it can't be over until it's really over.
Getting ready for his next heat. One of the winners of the heat in the repechage round number 1 is Mark Boyd from Scotland. I had a chance to interview him, and he's kind of happy. He redeemed himself from round 1. He's feeling it, and now he has to battle it out with a Dutch surfer, a Portuguese surfer, and an Irish surfer. Let's see if he can do it and bring one more victory for his team. Meanwhile, last wave from Tom Bosma, 4.73. It's not enough to factor into his top 2 scores. And we're still waiting for the last wave of Craig McNaughton, but as we saw, it's not going to factor into his top 2 scores. Meanwhile, it's beautiful day out here, day number 4 of competition. It's really great to see all of these athletes representing their country in a team competition. This must be a unique honor that will strengthen not only the camaraderie between themselves within the team, but also the visibility of surfing as a unifying sport across Europe. And for some countries, visibility as a country in the surfing world, because like you've been mentioning throughout these days, João, most of these countries maybe don't even have 1 decade of surfing federation or more than 2 decades of a surfing federation to be able to represent their countries in this type of international competitions.
Yeah, definitely not a scene for the past 10 years or so. It's been more of an individual thing for people that have that opportunity to take up on surfing, but that is a far cry from actually having a full-on scene going on. Right now, that's probably some sort of situation like that happening in those countries, but well, it's a total different reality for those in the countries like France and Spain and Portugal. So yeah, it's very fortunate for us to have them here. It's a blessing for surfing to be such a multicultural sport that it is today. but at this stage of competition, it's still it makes up for a very unleveled field, as it usually happens in the international sports everywhere in the world. We also get to see some very different stages of evolution in other sports as well.
Yes, like Karen Sierra Alta, the chairman of Ondas Global Tour and the Pan American Surf Association, also the vice president of the ISA, said that this is an opportunity that represents a bridge between continents, because the four finalists of each divisions, both the surf and man, will get an all-paid invitation to compete in the Ondas Global Tour, which is being held in late November in El Salvador at Punta Mango Beach. And Karen Sierra Alta is present at this event and following the competition to work on future collaborations with the European Surfing Federation and making this more and more a global sport.
We saw there the Turkish surfer having a look at that wave. He's still with just 3 waves and the 1 point on his score, as is the same situation with the surfer from the Czech Republic. So yeah, there's not much to be said anymore about these 2 surfers, other than it's just a pleasure to have them here. But I don't think, as far as the situation on this heat goes, nothing will change much. It can, both losing surfers right now have requirements above their abilities, which are 7-pointers, while even the surfers in yellow will need a similar high score to take over first place. So with 2 minutes to go, I think this unofficial results are almost official.
Yes, indeed. My advice to Team and Canon is keep on training, keep on working hard, keep on collaborating with your local national federation to do some training camps. So in 2 years, when the Eurosurf gets back here to Santa Cruz, you can represent better your country and inspire other surfers from your country to get in the mix of surfing, and one day they can be here representing their country as well.
Attention now, wave for the leading surfer, Tom Bolsma from Netherlands. Unfortunately for him, the wave closes out and he doesn't have the room to do a single turn over there, and well, no more action for now. We are on the last minute of this heat, and we'll be with this one finishing the first round of the repechage men and moving on to the second round. It's also made up of 6 heats, as we see Craig McCallum there trying his luck at the little air reverse, but
going progressive, the Scottish surfer, the fellow in yellow, blowing his tail out in the air there. Unfortunately, cannot turn that move around. With 30 seconds remaining, I do believe that anything is not about to change. It's going to remain the same. Although Timon Matene with that third place position in this heat will get some more points than Kinan Dogru from Turkey, ending up in the 4th position. Let's see if Kinan, which is holding priority, can still change that. Looks like he was making a move on this wave, but he's letting Timon Matena go without priority. That was a big mistake. He could have gotten some more points there. Timon finishes off his campaign in the Eurosurf 2020,000 with this wave, which I think is his best wave of the heat. And congratulations to Craig McLaughlin and Tom Welsma advancing into repechage round number 2. We will be seeing them in near future, because we're about to unfold the first heat of the repechage round 2 of this surf men's division. Don't go anywhere, as we are watching the Netherlands flag and the Scottish flag being waved around there in the beach. They are proud of their surfers there. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 4 of competition here on the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival that's being held here in Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz, in the Council of Torres Vedras, beautiful part of Portugal, especially Santa Cruz, beautiful part of the west coast that is baited by the Atlantic Ocean and receives all of his glory. Is it ground swells or wind swells? We've got everything here. There was a saying by the Tourism of Portugal, you can find a wave 365 days a year here in Portugal. Meanwhile, up and riding really fast is Francisco Ordonez. He learned his lesson from his previous heat, getting knocked down into the repechage round. And the name of the game was, hey, don't wait, get waves, get busy, keep on posting scores, build on your campaign, and bring home the bacon. In red, we have Stefan van den Ineren representing the Netherlands, Mark Boyd from Scotland, and from Ireland, Robin Keating in black. Welcome back, Lorenzo Grandella here for the call. One more heat, and let's do it.
Yeah, whole new round on our hands. Repechage 2. The level's gonna be higher now because all of these surfers have won at least one hit in the comp. And yeah, I mean, Francisco Ordonez is a name we weren't expecting to have here in the repechage this early. And I'm sure he will be one of the threats here in this heat. And he started off pretty strong with that turn.
Indeed. The bad news for Francisco is if he wants to go to the final, he has to surf a lot more heats. The good news is if he surfs more heats, probably gets more in sync with the ocean, and then he can be accustomed to what's up to come for the next heats. That was a big bomb there for Francisco Ordonez. He kind of had the barrel section there. He ran away from it, and yeah, a very hard and super fast wave to read there.
Exactly, Nuno. And looking here to the scores of yesterday's event on the women's division, it's the division where we had the first eliminations at the comp. And I'll be right back with the information about the scores and the points that all these women got for their teams. In the meanwhile, we're just going to have an interview with the previous hit winner. Take it away, João.
Hello, guys. Thank you. We are here with Tom Balsma, the winner of the previous heat. Tom, in a round where we've seen very few waves go past the 4-point mark, you right off the bat managed to find a 6-pointer and then followed a little bit later for another 6-pointer. Is it the conditions that are getting better? Or was it you that saw something that the others haven't seen before, or it was just sheer luck?
I don't know. I was just, before the heat, I was looking at the waves and I saw like a really good left-hander, just one turner. And then I thought I need to go for them. And it worked out, so really good.
Oh, so good observation paying off. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are your usual training grounds?
Yeah, I'm coming from the Netherlands. Actually, now the last few years I'm abroad a lot of times. So I surf in Portugal a lot, in Indonesia. So yeah, got some time, some surf time there. Netherlands got no really good waves. Sometimes it can be good and pretty fun, but a lot of wind and kind of these kind of conditions, but then less power. So yeah, this is a lot of power.
Still, it must be kind of a big deal for a new nation on surfing like the Netherlands. It's kind of a big deal to just win a heat on one of these contests. Is it like that, or I'm just exaggerating here?
I don't know. I just, I think I did a good job with the 2 laps, and I'm really happy of it.
And what are your plans? What are your goals for this contest?
Hopefully go all the way to the final, right? Hopefully, yeah. Let's into the next round.
That's the spirit. You are in the next round, and we are back with you guys on the booth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Congratulations once again, Tom, taking a precious win there for the Netherlands team. And yeah, last wave for Stef van der Dienen. It's 4.67. So he is now in the lead.
Francisco Ordonez taking a look over this wave. And the first turn a bit off timing. Gets the second one looking better on that second snap. And that's going to be a keeper for now for Francisco Ordonez. He's got a backup of 0.5. And talking back on the scores, because yesterday was day number 3 here of the comp, and we had the first eliminations. They were the first surfers to dropping out of the competition, and the scores for losing on round 1 of repechage. If you finish in 4th, it's different than finishing in 3rd when it comes to team points. Obviously, individual-wise, you end up losing in the same round, and it doesn't change your way into the competition. But for your team, it does change, and let's take in consideration that this is a team event, the Eurosurf here in Santa Cruz. And if you do finish in the repechage round 1, in 4th place, you bring home 270 points. And if you finish in 3rd place, it's 300 points. So a 30-point difference between these 2 places on the women's division, of course. And on the men's, it seems to be the same amount of points. So that's the difference between 3rd and 4th, 30-point disparity. That can bring a lot of differences in the end of the comp, because if we remember 2 years ago, Portugal and Spain had a difference of 200 points in total, and that's what gave Portugal the big title here in the Eurosurf.
Yeah, for sure. It was the win of Mafalda Lopes and also Guilherme Ribeiro that pushed Portugal into the title. Meanwhile, this is Mark Boyd from Scotland having a look at that wave, letting it go. He saw there was not much potential there. And also we've got the previous wave from Francisco Ordonez, 4-point. He now goes back into the lead of this heat over Stef van Nuderden. And Stef now needs 4.67 if he wants to get back to first place. Robin Keaton is looking for a 5.67 to attack that second place position. And Mark Boyd is wanting a 6.10. Ooh, Stef losing his balance there on the drop on that wave. So there will not be a keeper, that's for sure.
Yeah, and so far we've had some decent scores from the red and white jerseys. And yeah, Francisco Ordonez at the moment in first place and first priority. He couldn't be in any better position. So we're having a break now because it all comes down to what Mother Nature gives us. And if it decides to stop for a while, then it does. And there's no control we can have. And Robin Keating up and riding, good first turn. He still has some more wall to ride. Unfortunately, there is no section to hit. And the Irish surfer should be happy with that one turn. That's going to improve on his score total. and Mark Boyd also had his chance to do something. It was a smaller wave, smaller turn, I believe. And now Francisco Ordonha is using his priority.
Out the back. Wow, he did not get around that section, unfortunately. And he was able to block off Stefan Nurden from that wave, but there was not much there. Probably Steph was in a better position for that wave, but smart call there for Francisco, not letting his most direct opponent go on that wave and keeping his first place position. Now he paddles out the back as fast as he can. He's holding on to third position, and he can work from there now. Halfway through the seat, 10 minutes remaining on this one. Last wave for Robin Keaton, a 3-point wave, so he improves his situation. He now needs a 3.68 to assault that second place position. Last wave of Mark Boyd, 2.67. He now needs a 4.01 to second. Meanwhile, Francisco Ordonha riding this one. Beautiful first turn, but there's not much there. And he decides that wave is enough for him.
Yeah. And when it comes to the round of repechage, I believe that we have 5 rounds in total. And then it all comes down to the final. That the final fits 2 surfers from the main event against 2 surfers of the... Oh, no, wait. We actually have a lot more repechage rounds. I thought it was only 5. It seems like we have 7 repechage rounds in total. So these surfers have to face a lot more heats to be able to make through the final. They have a repechage round, a final, and then they qualify for the final of the main event. Is that right, Nuno?
Exactly. We need to factor in that the repechage round is always dependent on the main round. The losers will fit, and the losers of the main round will fit with the winners of the repechage round. So they need to be kind of simultaneously going on, so we know who's who in the heats. This is why we're unfolding already repechage round number 2 of the men, so we can keep up with the non-winners of the round number 3 of Surfman division that we unfolded. And yeah, that's what we are dealing with here, basically. We got 6 seats on this round number 2 of the repechage Surfman's division, and I do believe that we have 3 heats of the Surf Women's repechage round number 3. This is what is going to complete the day on the podium number 1, South Podium here of the Eurosurf 2025, day number 4. Meanwhile, this is Steph van Noordernen going.
Like his last name is sort of a tongue twister.
Yes, it is, because you need to say Noor and then Denen, Noordenen. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. And yeah, sorry for that. Our Dutch is not the best. Probably if you tried, if a Dutch person tries to pronounce our names as well, they will not do a great job.
I mean, it's whenever I'm meeting someone who's not from Portugal or Brazil, and the person asks what I'm called, I never say it in the Portuguese way, Lourenço. I never pronounce my name Lourenço. I'm not like, yeah, I'm Lourenço, nice to meet you. It's more of like, I'm Lorenzo with a Z.
I'm Lorenzo.
Yeah, you know, because it's usually easier for people to understand the American way, like the Z.
For sure. And isn't Lorenzo the singer of the song called Kuduro, because it's world famous? So probably people identify with Lorenzo really fast than Lorenzo. Maybe they are asking you if you're the artist.
You got some crazy knowledge on you. No
Music-wise, I'm a buff. I'm a music buff. I have always been, and I'll keep still being a music buff. That's why I use the musical quotes where I'm commentating here. Just to have some entertainment as well. This is not all about commentating what you watching on your screen, because you see the waves for yourself. You've got the leaderboard on the top left of your screen. It's all about entertainment as well. That's what we try to provide here, and also some knowledge about the surfers that are in the water. Of course, we don't know all the surfers. Some of them we are watching for the first time ever, and they're representing their country in the Eurosurf stage for the first time ever. So we're getting to know them. It's only been 8 years since this competition took place for the first time here in Santa Cruz. And we've got some knowledge of some surfers that have been here before. But the new surfers, we get to know them. It's a beautiful thing about the sport. There are surfers all around the world, and new up-and-coming generations. And we get to do this connection from old generations into new generations and from different countries. And I do believe that the true spirit of surfing is this. It's about sharing experiences from the ocean. And yeah, that's what we're doing here. We're sharing experiences here.
Exactly, well said, Nuno. In the meanwhile, Francisco Ordonhas, he's looking for a higher score than a 4-point. And Steve Van Nudernen off the back. Wow.
That was pretty looking.
Yeah, that was a decent wave. Very well served by Steph.
He's happy. You can see them celebrating, fist pumping to the shore, maybe showing his team that he likes what he done. And he should. Look at that throat tail bash there on his backhand. And he controls it pretty fast. That's going to be a great score. He's going to get rid of that 2-point wave that he's holding in the moment as his backup score. Previous wave for Francisco Ordonhas, 5.13. He increments his lead in this one. And a redemption is on his way. Francisco Ordonhas, unfortunately, was an upset for the Portuguese team yesterday. But today, he's making Portugal team proud. Here he goes again, Lorenzo.
Yeah. That was the closeout. He exited right away, and we got we just got the score. The 5.13 almost matches his first wave, the 5.33, which puts him in a very safe situation there in first place with less than 4 minutes left. So Francisco Ordonhas with a hit total of 10.46, which means if it remains this way, which is most likely to, Francisco will have his name on the next round of repechage, and he's battling everything he can to stay alive in these do-or-die situations. And I don't feel like he's feeling the pressure yet. I think he's in a safe spot. Wow, no, yeah.
After all, it's not Lorenzo, it's Lucenzo. I was about to play the song, but once I found out it's Lucenzo, it doesn't matter now.
Doesn't make sense anymore.
No, it doesn't make sense. I was about to play the song in the background.
Instead of playing it, you can sing it for us now.
Nah, I'm not a good singer. Maybe I would bust some eardrums of our viewers, and I don't want that. I want our viewers to keep tuned and locked into the screen as we're watching this way from Mark Boyd. Unfortunately, Mark loses his balance there in the drop, and he's not able to complete the drop. So this wave will not factor into his top 2 scores. That is for certain, as he's looking for a 6.67 to go into second. And third right now is Robin Keaton, needing a 6.34. That is because 4.67 was the last wave of Steph Van Nudernen, and
that
this
was the best completion he could get right there. Good wave by Francisco Ordonhas, very well read and written. And let's watch the replay, Nuno.
didn't seem like much, but Francisco Ordonhas kind of built a score here. That end second was really relentless, and he was able to go for the lip climb there, the top off turn, and floated back into the front of the explosion of that inside and controls it. And yeah, nice ride there. Look at the amount of waves Francisco got in this heat. Probably his coach from yesterday told him, you catch waves, don't stand there and just wait for the wave. And Francisco has just done that. He's already clocking up his 11th wave. He only can serve 4 more waves, which within 20-minute heat. It's crazy by itself, Florence.
Yeah, I mean, and he's one of the few surfers that are able to make out of one of those waves a proper score. And a wave with no potential that looked like a throwaway, he's still able to lock in one of those big turns in the end section. And I believe that's going to be a pretty decent score, although I don't know if enough to replace. Oh!
See, that's how you manufacture a score on a wave that doesn't have any potential, and then you clock a 7:17. This is the strategy that the Portuguese coach probably gave him. Catch waves. One of those waves will give you the score. If not, you manufacture the score. And Francisco Ordonez just did that.
That's actually what Joaquim Chaves told me on the interview earlier today. That his plan before getting in the heat was to catch as many waves as possible in order to expand the chances of getting the jam.
Yeah, that makes sense with the conditions that we have here. That's all, folks, for this heat. Proudly, Francisco Ordonez wins and gets redemption from yesterday's performance. Advancing alongside him, Step van Noorderden from the Netherlands. 2 important wins on the previous heat from the Netherlands surfer, and this one again. And unfortunately for Robin Keating and Mark Boyd, they see their participation in this event cut out completely. They are knocked out of competition. Congratulations and thanks for coming. Come every time. You know that we got the waves. So enjoy the rest of the days here. We're going to jump into a quick commercial break as we watch the Netherlands flags being waved there on the shore. This is the spirit that we leave here alongside the Portuguese flag, as you can see. This is the true Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Stay tuned with us.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Dré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
And we're back here with live action in heat number 2 of round 2 of repechage. And Leo Preda now with the red jersey. Then we got Maximilian Michalewski and David Johansson, along with Finn Gillespie. So we got 4 different nations competing for a spot on the next round of repechage. And 2 of these surfers will unfortunately drop out of the competition. So tune in, because we already have Leo Preda on the first wave of the heat. Good first turn. And as we were saying, the level is only getting better. And you can see how different of the heat and of difference of heats we're having between this round comparing to the previous round. And yeah, I mean, it just shows that we're going to have just better and better days ahead of us till we reach the end of the competition. I'm here with João Valente, and how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just had this little lunch break, as we see the repetition here from the last wave. And I totally agree with you. As we progress into this repechage competition, the tendency is to have every round that we move through, the level between the main event and the repechage will be shorter and shorter, the performance gap. And it will basically be until the point where basically is the same level. There's no difference at all. And so since we are here now following the second round of the repechage and we are already witnessing a jump in the general performance level, more leaps like that will happen as we keep on progressing the competition. Right now, first wave for the surfer in red, Leo Preda, is a 367.
Yeah,
and the
nothing
waves
too crazy,
haven't started yet.
but enough to get the lead because the heat just started. It was the only wave ridden so far. Sometimes we see the heat starting with each surfer getting a wave right after the buzzer, and right now it's a slow start. In the meanwhile, David Johansen getting it was more of a slow turn. Nothing. I don't think it's going to be that high of a score. And now Leo Preda taking a look onto his second wave. He ends up exiting, and we're waiting for the score of David. And it was a 2.33, just like I mentioned. He was going to be below Leo's 3.67. And priority situation right now, we only have Leo with third priority, which means the rest of the surfers have priority in the way that whoever is in the most potential position has priority over the rest.
I think it's what the judges establish as being the lineup. As soon as anyone gets to that point, he is awarded their respective priority call. Meanwhile, we're going to have an interview with Nuno Cardoso and the winner of the previous heat. It's up to you now, Nuno.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with the winner of the previous heat, our very own Portuguese, Francisco Ordonhas. Francisco, first heat yesterday, you took a win. You seem kind of nervous because you didn't find yourself. Second heat was really not coming your way, but this time you got redemption and you got a 7-point wave, 717. Is your spirits up right now, or are you still feeling it?
Yeah, yesterday was definitely not my day. Even the first heat that I made it, I was not feeling really good. But on the second one, unfortunately, like the first wave I got, like the only rippable wave I got, I fell on the end, but like I felt like my board like just stopped like in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, today I woke up and trying to put a different mindset than yesterday, and yeah, it worked pretty good, and I'm stoked to put some decent scores.
Yeah, exactly. And listen, nothing is lost yet. You can still build your way to the final. I know that this time alone you went with a different strategy. We were talking about there in the live. You caught a lot of waves. You get into the mix, and that paid off. Was that a strategy for the team? This time you getting busy, not winning so much out the back?
Yeah, I felt like yesterday I lost because of I took out like a bigger board to catch the big ones, but it was just not worth it. I should have caught like the mid ones. So yeah, that's what I tried to do today, and with the smaller board, and it's working. So I'm gonna do that in the other heats too.
Yeah, perfect. I'm gonna let you rest because you still got a lot of competition ahead of you. You want to say something to anyone that's watching back home?
Sim, obrigado mais uma vez a todos que estão a ver. Ontem não correu muito bem, mas estamos aqui na luta para chegar à final e vai ser um bocadinho mais difícil, mas temos tudo para isso, portanto é isso, vamos continuar com força.
Congratulations, Francisco. We believe you can do it. Vamos Portugal. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Nuno. Nice interview. Shows Francisco showing his maturity. Admitting that yesterday things didn't go as expected, and he's trying to make it up, and also knowing how hard it will be, but he definitely still has a chance to get back into the main event should he keep on doing this repechage round hits.
You know, I heard Nuno had a song written for Francisco. He ended up not singing to him.
Yeah.
Maybe he was a bit shy.
Yeah, maybe
but
he was.
Nuno's been inspired this morning.
Maybe the singing judges didn't score him too well on his first attempt at singing during the interview, so he refrained himself to repeat the act now. But we'll talk to him later on, and we'll convince him to sing a little bit more for us.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the replay for Maximilian Michalewski. Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, quite vertical on that incoming junction. So he managed well to lead with that. He just stumped his front foot into it and turned an almost 180 degree turn in order to make it. Very nice response now from the surfer from Poland.
Yeah, that last wave from Leo, 6.67. That is one good score. That's definitely a keeper, and good job from Leo to secure the first place for now. And we're still waiting for that score from Maximilian and David as well. So here's David Peter and Matteo Calatri, the two surfers are about to get in the water up next on heat number 3, and probably getting some indications from their coaches. And yeah, I was saying earlier, we're gonna have a lot of surfers being eliminated today. This is actually a day since the start of the comp that we're having the most eliminations. Many heats of repechage.
Yeah, that's true. That's what happens when you get to this stage of the competition. More and more surfers join the repechage files, and eventually more and more surfers will get eliminated.
I'm sorry to interrupt, João, but did you just watch this turn by Finn?
Exactly. It was one of the best turns of the heat so far. Finn Gillespie really finding the room to put some heavy junction finish on his wave. So let's wait for that wave. He wasn't really into the heat yet, but he definitely probably got himself into the mix right now.
Yeah, I was hoping we had some sort of replay for Finn Gillespie wave. Unfortunately, I don't think that'll be possible. But all of you who are watching on our live stream, you can always... Oh, here it is. Thank you to the live stream team for putting in the replay here for Finn. That was a pretty good turn.
Yeah, it lacked a little bit of explosion. The eventual spray that would come out of that heat got stuck in the foam because he was a bit late, but still a very nice effort from the British surfer, and he'll be paid off for that. And let's see what that grade leaves him on the general positions of this heat.
Maximilian Michalewski. Oh, that was a power turn right there, releasing the fins, and that was just in the end of the first half of the heat. And Maximilian, wow, that was some good surfing right there. Look at that.
Yeah, just through that isolated turn, we might see. I mean, there's a good chance that we'll see the Polish surfer advancing ahead of the surfer from Denmark and England, as we see now Leo Preda trying to extend his current lead on the heat. All scores are in for both David Johansson and Flynn Gillespie. And we are waiting for scores for both Maximilian and also Leo.
Yeah, here's the replay. Leo's attempt of a turn. He ends up getting it done, and then as soon as he drives down the bottom of the wave, he ends up falling. I believe he put too much pressure, too much weight in the front of the board, and as the wave was getting steeper and closing out, he ends up losing balance.
Yeah, for
forward.
those of you less familiarized with the techniques of surfing, this can be a simple thing to talk about, but it's a hard thing to do, because when a surfer does a top wave maneuver, when coming back, you have to place momentarily the weight on the front foot in order to make it back to the bottom of the wave, but at the same time, he has to change that weight into the back foot in order not to dig the nose and go face plant into the water. Meanwhile, great wave here by Leo Preda. I'm believing this is going to be his best wave. He has a 6.67, but this had a nice sequence of moves
that might sum up for Leo's best wave. But let's wait to see if the judges agree with this view. Meanwhile, we're also waiting for scores on white and on black.
Yeah, and it looks like the wind has picked up today, aside from the previous days of competition we've had, where the wind was super low. It was just like we weren't on the west coast of Portugal. It looked unreal, perfect beach days with good waves and just sunny with no wind. I mean, it looked dreamy. And today and the following days we'll have some wind coming from the north, I believe, which is very common in summertime here on the west coast of Portugal. And yeah, I mean, it's expected. We'll still have some decent waves coming through. Hopefully we see some more of these.
Wow. Well, definitely there was a big leap on performances from round one of repechage to round two. Check this re-entry by Flynn Gillespie. Really strong. Was it Flynn? Was it Finn?
It was Finn,
it was Finn. We're starting to get to that part of the day where the glare kind of blocks the color difference on our screen. Is not that bad yet, but we are approaching that line where it's very difficult to distinguish between the jersey colors.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic on surf competitions at the end of the day here in Portugal, when the sun is coming from the same way as the waves, and it kind of makes it super hard for us to distinguish, as you said, João, because all the jerseys, all the lycras look the same color. And when we know the surfers very well in their styles and stances, we obviously know who's on board, who's taking that wave. But in this situation, it's a bit tough to understand who that surfer is. But we're still having pretty good visibility. Nothing to worry about with yet. And yeah, last 5 minutes of this hit. And it's getting tighter for David and Finn to find their way into the next round. But Finn is still waiting for a decent score, and here it comes. It was nearly a 3-point ride, 2.97 on that single turn wave for Finn Gillespie.
Yeah.
Do you think that it was worth?
What I think is that there was. I'm judging from that score that there was an adaptation of the scale as the second round repechage hit the water. On the previous round, a wave or a maneuver, because it was just a single maneuver, but a maneuver like that of Finn Gillespie would easily put him within the four-point range. Right now, just because the general level went up a notch or two, a move like that is not going past the 3-point mark. So, but check out the score that came just right after that one. 6.1 for Finn Gillespie. He just moved from 4th to 3rd place, and now he's within a 3.8 reach of 2nd place, and that's why we see here Maximilian Michalewski trying to put some distance between him and the following surfers, because also David Johansson.
That was a critical section. Finn Gillespie risking it all in need of a 8.97. Yeah, I mean, wait. We just had.
I'm trying to understand here. There was a
score. The 6.1 from Finn just
disappeared from our screen.
Yeah, I think the judges are rewinding it and fixing the score. There might have been some changes in their view over that score. So the 6.1 is currently on revision situation. The judges might think he was... Okay, we got the score back, actually.
Yeah. Well, strange things happen within the informatic world, but we have the 6.1 from Finn Gillespie back. So Finn is definitely on the third position, looking for a 3.6 to move to second. Maximilian is waiting for a score. He's trying to put some distance between him and Flynn. And this is the surfer currently in fourth place, David Johansen from Denmark. We are waiting on waves by Leo and Maximilian.
Yeah, and I was just speaking with Maximilian's teammate earlier on a post-heat interview, and this is the first time the Polish team has a full team coming into this contest with 8 surfers total. So that was a big accomplishment itself for them to have a complete team, and they have enough to fight for a decent place in the end of the ranking.
Yeah, I remember the time when Portugal showed up at this team contest, but with incomplete teams. It was like that for some years, especially during the 80s. And up until the formation of the Portuguese Surf Federation, the first event that was organized right after the foundation of the Portuguese Surfing Federation was the Eurosurf in Aveiro back in 19... Oh no, I think the first... Exactly, that's it. The first participation of Portugal with a full team was before the formation of the federation, which happened in 1988, and this participation was in Les Sables d'Olonne in France in 1987, so 1 year prior to that.
Wow, what a turn from Leo Apreda.
Oh, he write it out.
Yeah, that's a make.
Yeah.
That's a make. Wow.
Yeah, and from then on, Portugal has been ever present in all the European. There was 1 or 2 international competitions that Portugal wasn't present there. But the normal thing is for Portugal to have full teams in all team competition around the world.
Exactly. I believe that 3.67 is going to be replaced by this last wave from Leo, and that's not going to change his situation in the heat because he's already in the lead. So Maximilian and Finn are going to be very close, fighting for the second place. So let's see who of these 2 surfers is advancing onto the next round, because Finn is still waiting for the score, and we'll come right back with more information after this commercial break.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Bem-vindos de volta. Welcome back. Bienvenuto. We are now watching heat number 2 of the man repechage. Heat number 3. We are watching, still have on our screen the results from heat number 2.
And I believe that, yeah, we are watching the surfers out in the lineup, but the heat is still not on because we are still waiting. Or there you go, 3.97. It goes into the two best waves of Italian surfer Leo Apreda, who was already winning the heat, and it just made him even more of a winner. And it doesn't change the situation at all. So it's Leo Apreda in first, Maximilian Michalewski in second, then Finn Gillespie in third, and David Johansen in fourth. Both these two surfers are out of the competition.
Big upset for England there.
Big upset for England, yes.
Finn was needing a 3.8 and he got a 3.6. Very close, but no cigar. And not enough for Finn to jump into second. A very happy Polish team for sure there on the shores here of Praia do Navio in Santa Cruz. And of course, the Italian team taking a very precious win on their campaign for this Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. João Valente, fourth day that we've been here commentating. And unfortunately, starting these repechage rounds, we're sending some of these surfers home.
Yeah, we have seen a raise in the bar as far as the technical level of the surfer has jumped pretty evidently from first round to second round. We are watching some very good surfing for this being just a second round of the repechage. And if this pattern stays like this, pretty soon there won't be no difference in the performance levels between the main event and the repechage. It's just the first rounds that still present that sort of unleveled field, but as we advance in this competition more and more, there won't be much of a difference between the two levels. It just happened that some surfers lose and some win. And it has nothing to do with their actual level of surfing.
Indeed. Sometimes it's a matter of being in the right place at the right time. The love factor as well counts a lot. And this is Matteo Calatri pulling the gun in the first wave of this heat. Heat number 3 of round 2 of repechage. He's trying to hold on to that end section, but it's pretty tough to do so. Meanwhile, looks like we have Lorenzo Grandella already with his back against the glass for an interview with the winner of the last heat. Lorenzo, where are you at?
Thanks again, boys. I'm here with Leo Apreda. Congratulations on your heat win. And with the wind picking up, did you change the board you're riding from the previous heats? And tell us a bit more about this board you're using.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to make the heat. It's my first heat win here in Santa Cruz now, so I'm very stoked. And yeah, I'm using a ACT carbon that is epoxy from America, and I use it usually to small waves, and now it's pretty big, so I don't know, I just stuck with this board, and I really like it with this kind of wave too. I don't know, the people told me that no, the wind is too hard, so go with the white board. And I was like, no, I will go with the black one, and it worked.
Yeah, it did seem to work for you. Congratulations once again. Where do you usually train? What's your favorite beach break or favorite spot to surf all around the world? And where do you usually go? What's your go-to?
Yeah, I actually live in Costa Rica. So there is a pretty big beach break, like heavy beach break. That is Playa Hermosa, my hometown. And I really like it. It's a perfect beach break. So sometimes it's pretty similar to here. And I have really good memories here in Santa Cruz. The last year I won the title under 18. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, congrats. What's the goal for this comp after winning the title last year? What's your individual goal?
Yeah, we want to make it to the final, but it's pretty difficult because there is a lot of people that wants to make it. So we keep going and hopefully made it.
Yeah. Did you know that the 4 finalists on the men and women's division are going to have an all-expense-paid trip to El Salvador to compete over there? Does that put more pressure on you? Because it's definitely a dream reward.
Yeah, it doesn't put pressure, but it would be pretty cool to go.
Yeah, all right. Congratulations. On to the next round. Let's go. Good luck. All right. Back to you, boys. Thank you.
There we go. Let's move right back into the action of heat 3 of the second round of repechage. We see surfer Mikolaj Przyczowski doing his first attempt, not second attempt, but the first one was just below half a point. Now he scored a 2-pointer. And still, this heat is pretty much in the early stages. And we see here Matteo Calatri going for that lip line. He's currently in second place and chasing 1.85 that he more than for sure he was able to get.
This was the replay of Mikolaj wave, the surfer in black there. Nice wave. He already posted a 2-point with that wave. And the last wave from Matteo Calatri, 3.33. The judges now quick on their fingers to punch in the scores to the system. And as soon as the average is out, we will see it here on your screen. And it will pop up on the top end of your screen next to that logo of the European Surfing Federation, where you can see the best 2 scoring waves of each surfer and the needs that they are required to advance in the situation of that heat. Wow, first nice turn there. Second one, throwing a lot of water. Oliver Eins from the Netherlands putting on a show. First wave already, 4.17, and the second one is coming in hot, João.
Yeah, exactly. He really put on an effort over there. 2 very solid moves. And Oliver Heinz is going to get the first place in this heat, the surfer from the Netherlands. While here we see that
replay of Mikolaj
Przyczowski.
Przyczowski. Exactly. Very hard name to pronounce.
Oh yeah, very hard language to speak.
Oh, that's for sure. Looks like David Petter was having a look at that wave. Unfortunately for David, did not go his way, and he ditches off his board. So that's it.
We're going to see Oliver Heinz moving into first place after his score comes in. And he will start to establish his lead here, since it's been a pretty low-scoring heat so far. But yeah, it's the Dutch surfer really the one who's putting more of an effort here. Surfer from the Czech Republic. Still couldn't find a single wave as we approaching the end of the first half of the heat. So a slow hit for the surfer in black, and there was a nice attempt there for a barrel ride from Matteo Calatri, but that one wasn't to be. It was a very fast section, a heavy one. I think he did that just to enjoy the view a little bit before getting smashed by the lip. So, yeah, this reminds me of Martin Potter saying that if you can't do a great turn, have a great wipeout. It's good for the public.
Good quote there. Meanwhile, this is live action. Matteo Calatri from Italy. Nice backhand turn there, and he kicks out of the wave. Last wave for Mikolaj came in as a 3.07. So that is going to be a keeper so far for the Polish surfer. This is Oliver Heinz once again belting 2 turns. His last wave coming in hot as a 7.17. He leads this wave comfortably, and we're not even halfway through the heat, and I think he's going to increase his back up. This is the replay of that last wave of Matteo Calatri, the surfer in red from Italy, and this is the replay of Oliver's wave, João.
Yeah, let's see it. Lots of water on that turn over there. A little bit of a horizontal turn, but still throwing much water on that spray, and that is something that the judges usually put a lot of points into. Meanwhile, he already had that 7.17, which places him much ahead of the pack right now. He just left his chaser, Matteo Calatri, in the need of a 8.01, which is quite a score to get in these days. Matteo giving it a try, but right now his best hope would be to change his higher score and automatically lowering the requirement for first place.
João, I've got a question for you. Maybe some of the viewers that are watching are not so familiar with surfing. What does it mean when a surfer does a turn and the spray gets thrown away from the board? What is the impact that it causes, of course, visually, but what does it mean when that happens, and why the judges are looking for that? While we're seeing Mikołaj getting a small barrel, and he's happy with it.
Celebrating, yeah. Celebrating his cover-up, the surfer from Poland. That's a very nice question, Nuno, because the fact is that the surfers, the judges, evaluate the spray that comes out of the surfer's board when performing a turn. It's not just an aesthetic thing because it just looks good, but basically because it translates the power with which the surfer performs his maneuvers, he performs his turns. The more pressure the surf exerts over the board, the more spray it will come out during the turns. And that spray means power, and power is one of the main criteria on the judging system. So there you have it. The more spray you are able to get off your board when performing a turn, it means that the more power you are putting into that turn, and then, of course, the judges will put more points into your wave. So basically, in a nutshell, that's the reason.
Yes, as we're watching the replay of the last wave of Oliver Heinz, getting busy on this one, going for his wave number 4, if I'm not mistaken. This is a 4.9. It's not a keeper, but his previous wave is definitely a keeper, 5.33. It all has to do with the back foot on the board. If you apply a lot of pressure on that back foot, step on it, and let the tail of the board slide, the rails and also the fins will throw away water. And that's what you see in the air when we say throwing a lot of water in the air or buckets of water in the air, those type of expressions that we use, because we need to kind of educate, because some of the viewers are not so familiarized with these terms, but probably they not follow live events. And this is a chance that we have also to globalize the sport, not only viewing-wise, but audio-wise, by explaining what really is going on while we're commentating some of the waves.
Yeah, that's why I always think that much more important than criticizing the scores that sometimes are attributed to the waves is try to understand what was behind that score, understand why the judges opted for that score and not for a higher or lower one. Usually I think that is the role that is up to us, to explain to the public what led the judges to score a specific wave in one way and not in another. So yeah, we'll keep on our minds that we need to clarify our viewership about some of these details in surfing, which makes it still a very beautiful sport,
but sometimes hard to understand for the non-initiated.
Exactly. All people are welcome. If you are, of course, familiarized with the terms that we are using here in surfing, or of course a first timer or even a family member, friend that is watching someone compete here, thanks for tuning in first of all, and hopefully you are following up what's going on here. This was Oliver Eins from the Netherlands, Deutsch surfer, having a look at this left-hander, deciding to let it go. The wave did not offer the potential he was looking for. Nevertheless, he's leading this heat on the strength of 7.17, which is a very high score, and a 5.33. Total of 12.50. That's why he's in first. Two best waves are accounted for the total score. Second place is Matteo Calatri from Italy. He's wearing the red singlet there on your screen to your left, and he's on the strength of a 3.33 and a 3.07. He's occupying the second place position in this heat so far. And this is David Petter from Czech, trying to go for a wave, but yeah.
Didn't go anywhere with that one. But yeah, but Matteo Calatri is in the need of a 9.17. That's a huge number. So pretty much Oliver Hines is safe to say that with 5 minutes, still with 5 minutes to go, but I'm calling it safe to say that Oliver will come on top on these heats. He established a huge distance to Matteo Calatri, let alone the other surfers who might be in the combination right now.
Yes, indeed. Matteo needs to be careful about Mikolaj because he only needs a 3.33 to overtake him in the second place position. First and second will advance into round 3 repechage. Unfortunately for the third and fourth positions here in this heat, they will say bye-bye to the competition. There is nowhere else they can be placed in this competition. It's do or die. And if you lose in this heat, you get knocked out. Uh-oh, up and riding. This is Mikolaj. Whoa, nice floater there.
Hold on to that. Will he ride it out? Barely.
Hard to say.
But
is
nice
this the
effort
333?
there from the Polish surfer. And here we have a repetition for that moment. Just missed a little bit more forward momentum in order to ride it out at foam. But, well, nice try.
There was some hair beneath his board in the wave, so that was cool, but the judges deem it not complete. That's why the score is low.
Matteo Calatri in second place, waiting for that score to come in, see if at least he can lower, and I think that he'll do. He will be able to lower that requirement to more feasible or attainable scores, but timing's running out on him. We are under the 3-minute mark.
The third place in this heat will get you a 25th equal position and 360 precious points for your team. And no, that's the third position. Yes, and the fourth position will get you an equal 31st placement, equal placement in this comp with 330 points. So there you have it, a difference of 30 points between third and fourth, which at the end of this competition will play a big factor in the rankings of your national team. So everything for your home team. And David Peter is trying to get out of that to fourth place, but needs a 5.8. Mikolaj needs a 3.33 to take Matteo out of that second place and keep adding points for the Polish team. But, of course, Matteo Calatri wants to hold on to that second position. He's following Mikolaj pretty up and close because he has priority over him. Priority 3 belongs to Matteo. Priority 4 belongs to Mikolaj. And that's why he's close. He doesn't want to give any space to Mikolaj. And he goes on this wave.
Yeah, he decided to let go of his priority over Mikolaj. And then we have here the leader of the heat with
Another good top turn. And but yes, back to the fight that's happening within this heat. It's between Matteo Calatri and Mikolaj Przechowski. Still waiting on a wave by Oliver Heinz.
Nice backhand hook there for the heat leader from the Netherlands. Oh, Mikolaj is going for a wave. Watch out, floater. Finishes it off. But I don't think this is the 333. No. Last wave of Oliver Heinz, 6.23. So he even improves his lead on this one. Right now it's all between Matteo and Mikolaj, in my opinion. Let's see what these 40 seconds will bring. I don't think Mikolaj has a chance to get another wave. His last wave, 1:14, not enough. So I do believe that this heat is over. You can see there, Team Netherlands celebrating one more win by Oliver Heinz this time here in heat number 3, repechage round number 2. Yes. Matteo Calatri is going to take second place, João.
Yeah, great showing by the Dutch surfer. Really put on a nice performance here. Oliver Heinz with a 7.17 and 6.23. Those are gems on a day like this. Still had the last wave there for Matteo Calatri. That won't affect the final placings of this heat. Matteo is in the combination for Oliver Heinz. So yeah, great performance by this Dutch surfer. And with that, we are going to go for a commercial break. And you stay there with us because we'll be right back.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a view of the beach here. For one of the teams there, you can see the Germany flag, and I think it's the Polish flag there. Unfortunately for the Poland team, Mikolaj just lost in their heat, so he's knocked out of the competition. Congratulations once again for Oliver Heinz and Matteo Calatri, representing respectively for Netherlands and Italy. And we will resume competition with heat number 4 of the round 2 of the repechage of the surf men's division. Lorenzo Gandrella is back in the booth. Who do we have in the water, Lorenzo?
Yeah, in the water we have up and riding Eli Perns-Davies representing Wales, and then Ruben Vitoria. I believe Ruben has won a few heats. Didn't we see him in some interviews?
I don't think so. Ruben is not having a very good comp. I think he went through heat number 1, but heat number 2 he did not. He was the upset for Spain. Okay. That's why he is here in the repechage.
Okay, and then with the yellow jersey we got Leon Joel Glatzer, and then Axel Cooper that just got a 1.5. Here's the replay on that wave. And Ruben looking very strong, telling you that he's actually changing his, he's just changing the trajectory of his comp. Wow.
That's a great move.
Indeed.
And we got the standout of the repechage round number 1. Leon Joel Glatzer came in with the only excellent score of the day, 8.17. Let's see what he can do on this one. Up and riding, talking about the devil. First big turn there, belts it, throws a lot of spray, and the second one just to finish it off. But he cannot hold to it.
Out the back, ooh, it was Axel Cooper, not Alex, from Sweden.
Yeah, so Sweden has lost one surfer, no, actually two surfers in the repechage round 1 here in men's division. One of them was in, let me just check real quick. So both of them who got eliminated got the 3rd place, which gives them 30 points more than if they had been on 4th. So 600 points total that Team Sweden got on the previous round. And one of their athletes, which is Alex Cooper, we're watching right now, is still in the comp, remaining alive in this do-or-die situation that's gonna go all the way until repechage final. That's after 7 rounds at repechage. So these surfers have a lot of hits to go through to make it to the final. So yeah, pretty much 7, 8 hits total in repechage until they make it to the final. 7 rounds plus the repechage final. So 8 rounds of repechage in total for these surfers. And in the meanwhile, we have João Valente going to take us with the interview with the previous hit winner.
Oliver, congratulations, great showing there. You found 2 waves that weren't easy, haven't been easy to find here, a 6-pointer and a 7-pointer. What was the secret behind finding those waves? Persistence, or did you notice something happening in a part of the bank that nobody noticed before?
Well, me and my coach Mike, we kind of discussed it earlier. I've been watching it the whole day, and I just thought, yesterday I sat in that spot and didn't really go my way, but I kind of saw a couple of right-handers coming through, and I thought, you know what, let's give it another go, and it ended up working in my favor, so I'm pretty stoked.
Many people have said that conditions are not easy, these waves are not easy. From your personal point of view, what makes these waves hard to ride and to score great points here?
I think it's just when all that water comes in from those sets, it draws off that bank really like a lot, and it just creates that closeout. But so you kind of just have to wait for that to kind of end, and then this, you know, the water just settles, and that's when you should catch a wave. That's what I personally think. Okay. Look, the waves haven't been amazing, but they've also not been the worst. You know, I've also surfed 6-foot closeouts. This is a 2-foot closeout, you know, so it could also be worse.
What are your preferred training grounds for developing your surfing?
Well, I grew up in Australia, so I'm used to these kind of waves where it can sometimes be really dumpy, so you kind of prepare for that when I'm at home.
What part of Australia?
Sydney. Okay. Yeah, Avalon Beach. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a pretty nice place to grow up in.
Okay, so that explains a lot, and I hope to see more of this Dutch-Aussie surfing as the competition progresses. Thank you very much. Back to you, guys.
Congratulations, Oliver Eins. One more important victory for Team Netherlands. Thank you, João, for that interview. Meanwhile, all eyes are on the action of this heat number 4, round 2 of the repechage surfing men's division. Yes, indeed, we've got first wave of Ruben coming out at the 367. First wave of Leon 317 as we're watching the replay of Ellie Perrins Davis on his back and completely finally completely a ride. So he's happy with that, and he's gonna post a score that is gonna level him up with the rest of the field. 1.5 is the wave score for Axel Cooper, the only Swedish surfer still alive in competition in this surfing men's division. He must be the hometown hero.
There you go, Nuno Cardoso back with some vocals for us. You got the music in you, my friend. So
wait till I sing.
So 13 minutes and 20 seconds to go. It hasn't been a hit with many waves being ridden, although look at that perfection matching. 3.17, 3.17. Those two same scores from Leon Glatzer. And in the meanwhile, it was Alex Cooper catching that wave we just watched on our screens. And he's looking for a 2.18 to jump onto second place. But I believe that need is going to change. And wow, Eli Perrins-Davies making a name for himself. And yeah, as I was saying, we're waiting for a score from Ruben. And I believe that's going to higher the demand for second. Leon's destroying out there. Nuno, walk us through this last turn of Leon. That was insane.
I'm still waiting for the score of the previous wave of Alice, which was a big turn on his backhand. Now he has a big turn on his front hand. And this is the replay of a big turn by Leon Joel Glatzer on his front hand, on this left-hander we just saw in the replay. And these waves are going to make a difference. That is 100% sure. The situation on this heat is about to get a little bit scrambled. And we're about to find out who's who on this heat. 12 minutes remaining, still plenty of time on the clock. It's going to be a big battle in this heat number 4 because we got a lot of big heavy hitters here. And no one wants to go home early. Of course, less informed surfer is Axel Cooper from Sweden. He's still struggling to go above the 2-point range. But the other 3 surfers are now positioning themselves to grab those 2 places available that will allow them to go into repechage round number 3 and avoid going home early. That's what their teams are wanting from them in this heat for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe each team wants their surfers to take the win, although some are more realistic than others. And Ruben Vitoria up and riding, that was a good turn. I don't know if it's going to be enough to higher his total score. Here's the replay. Let's watch it one more time.
Pumping his board, maximizing speed.
Yeah, that was pretty strong turn.
Yeah, maximizing speed for that end section. He belts it as well as Leon Joel Glatzer. These guys are being non-stop right now. So the judges have their work cut out for them as we are waiting for the scores of these last waves ridden. There you go, bottom turn there, straight into the end section, and pelts that end section. Whoa, what was that? I just saw someone coming with the foam there. Didn't look good, so probably it's nothing really interesting in matters of scoring-wise. Last previous wave of Ruben Vitoria 433. Ooh, big drop there. Unfortunate for Eli Perrins-Davies. He did not found a way outside of that section. Too fast, too furious that wave, and he kicks out.
Yeah, Nuno, I was just looking out the window and I I just remembered that song from Bruno Mars. Do you know
which one?
That album, Looking Out the Window? That's the name of the song.
I don't know that one.
No?
Wow.
You gotta.
You want to sing it?
Please, you have to go and listen to it with a video clip. That gotta be one of my favorite clips ever. Like,
okay, I'll go check it out.
Yeah, it's a must. I mean, the whole album is together with some band that I'm forgetting the name. I'm pretty ashamed of this. Of not knowing their names, but I'll be able to provide this information very soon.
I'm kind of going to check it out. Probably
Yeah.
put some music for our viewers. That will be a new add-on here. So it's Bruno Mars, Looking Out the Window.
I think that's the name of the song.
Let's go try and find it.
Or just Out the Window or something like that.
Looking...
Smoking Out the Window.
Oh, that's completely different.
Oh, I don't know why I messed that up, but Smoking Out the Window. I mean that song with Silk Sonic. That's the name I was missing. Silk Sonic.
Okay.
Yeah. You gotta listen to that song.
I'm gonna play it while we're watching the surf. Wow, watch out, Ruben Vitoria. That's a big hook there. He's not able to hold on to that wave. That was crazy good.
Yeah, we're with 8 minutes left.
There you have it. Some music. There's never a video clip without music. While we're watching some really good surfing,
Yeah,
let's listen to some music. Uh-oh, Leon Joel Glatzer going for a wave here. 2 big hooks, but the last one he's not able to fit, and yeah, that's not a keeper. Oh, look at the score of that previous wave of Leon Joel, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's true, Nuno. Let's see what the judges think of it. This is, I mean, this is beautiful with the background music. Just, yeah. Ruben Vittoria once again looking good for that. Oh, wow. That's going to be a hell of a score for the Spanish surfer. Bringing some very beautiful line to that wave. Let's watch it one more time. He just sets it up here with this check turn and then boom.
Look at that spring action that he was bringing, like lower stance, almost his chest into his knees, and he was able to spring up those moves and he connect them really quickly. I think this is going to be one of the best waves of this heat, and Ruben Vittoria is on a tear on this one.
Wow, that turn was amazing. It's gonna be a battle for first, I believe, between these two surfers. I mean, the level of surfing is a bit different when we compare it to the other two. I mean, the 7.33 from Leon, that was such a well-read wave. He just seems to be finding those sections better than anyone in this heat. And so far, that's taking him the lead.
Yeah, Leon Joel Glatzer yesterday was not feeling so well. Today he's feeling a little bit better and already clocking up some really high scores, both on his first heat of the repechage round and now his second heat in the repechage round. Is one of the guys to watch out for sure. Ooh, big turn there by Ellie Perrins-Davis.
He finally got the wave he was looking for. That was a very nice turn for the Welsh surfer. Let's watch it one more time. He prepared it very well, got some speed, and boom, hit the section right on the pocket. That's probably one of the best turns we've seen in this hit. Although the wave was a bit smaller, and that could weigh a bit on his score.
Yeah, Axel Cooper on this one. He goes for the backhand assault, but unfortunately for him, he does not hold on to that move. Meanwhile, I think Ellie Perrins-Davis is still waiting for a couple of scores, because I kind of remember that he already completed some rides, and those scores there under the red color or next to the red color in your screen, next to his name, are not corresponding to what he did. Okay, there they are. 4.73, that's the score we're waiting for. And the last one, 3.5. Now he's in second, but watch out. That last wave from Ruben Vittoria is coming in hot, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it is definitely going to bring some turbulence into this heat because he's needing a 3.91, and that was a good wave that I believe had potential for the score. So let's wait and see who's going to hold on to second, because Eli and Ruben are very, very close with just a 0.23 difference on their hit total. So let's wait and see if the judges think Ruben's last wave was enough. Personally, I think I would have to watch the replay one more time to make sure of my view, if the wave was a make or not. In the meanwhile, here is John Rabinovich at the beach. The Israeli surfer probably got some advice from his coach. And here's Leon.
Oh, what was that? That was crazy. Go, Leon. You went all in on that end section. This was the time for Ellie Perrins-Davis to answer back. But that move from Leon Joel Glatzer was just out of this world. Look how high he got, completely twisted in the air. Unfortunately, was not able to land that, but wow, what a great effort from the German surfer.
No, if he made that air, I think it would be safe to say that would be a 10-point ride. I mean, did you see how high he threw the tail? I mean, we don't see that very often, and that was just some next level progressive maneuver from Leon.
Yes, talking about acrobatics, if he would land that move straight forward, stomped it like straight into the beach, sem espinhas, as we used to say in Portugal, like super clean, you would have got an excellent score, that's for sure, and probably perfect 10. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, he was
Ooh,
landing
nice turn
straight on
there
the flat, and that's probably the main factor here. Because it was such a high air, and then, I mean, yeah, that was a great attempt by Leon. In the meanwhile, Ruben and Eli still battling it out. It's a tight matchup between these two.
Last wave of Ruben Victoria coming in as a 4.93. It's enough for him to jump into second, knocking down Eli Perrins Davies from that second position. Now it's Eli maybe. That needs 4.54 to get that second place back from Ruben. And of course, the Spanish team must be wiping the sweat out of their foreheads right now as Ruben made that last wave. Leon Joel Glatzer is in another galaxy at the moment. And with that 7.33, he needs to back up that 3.17. Get rid of that backup of 3.17 if he wants to make sure to every other single surfer in this heat that he means business and the first place belongs to him. But with antics like the last wave we saw from him, if he stomps one of those things, it's bye-bye, sayonara, leaving the rest of the field battling it out for the second place.
Nuno, don't you think Team Spain losing Ruben right in this heat of repechage 2 would be one of the biggest upsets here of the competition?
Probably it would ruin the chances of Spain getting the title. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And that's a pretty heavy weight on the shoulders that Ruben has got right now, but he's done his job. Now it's all up to Eli to get a wave of a 4.54. We saw Eli dropping on a wave that made no sense on trying to get that score. So probably that's the last wave ridden by Eli. Axel Cooper needs a 7.76. I don't see that happening anytime soon. No offense to Axel, but he's been struggling throughout the heat, and it's not going to be in these 10 dying last seconds that he's going to be able to make that. You could see there Ruben checking out where Eli is. He knows that the job is done. He's congratulating Leon. They know they are remaining in competition, advancing into round 3 of repechage. Unfortunately for Eli and Axel, this is all she wrote. They can come back in 2 years' time and try once again. Don't go anywhere, guys. Stick with us. Plenty of more action to be unfolded here at this Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. Stay with us.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us on this Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Eurosurf 2025. And right now in the water, we got John Rabinovich. Once again, the Israeli surfer is looking to jump onto round 3 of repechage. While joining him, we got Kalani da Silva, representing Italy, but living in Costa Rica with roots from, I think I've forgotten where he's from originally, but he's representing Team Italy in this competition, and that's all that matters. And joining these two surfers, we got Jakub Kuzia from Poland, and then Craig McLachlan. So 4 different nations. 2 of these surfers will be dropping out of the comp and never wearing the lycra again until the end of this competition. In the meanwhile, we got action from Kalani da Silva.
Yeah, Lourenço, both of you, my colleagues, Lourenço and Nuno. Let's just check out here the surfer in yellow, Jakub Kuzla. But yeah, it's not Kalani, it's Khalil.
No, it is Kalani, because we had a post-heat interview with him, and he was like, oh, I'm actually Kalani, but Khalil is because of the papers, the legal papers. I have to be called Khalil, but my name is Kalani. That's what my parents wanted to name me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a surprise, yeah. Well, because it goes a far way. Kalani is a Polynesian origin name, and Khalil is an Arab name. So just half a world of difference between those little grammatic corrections.
Yeah, so here's Craig McLachlan with 2 good turns. Unfortunately, the last one is not going to count in for the score. Then John Rabinovich up and riding, looking to hit that section. Doesn't hit it as strong as he could have. He serves pretty conservative on that wave. And gladly for him.
Just trying to make room and to get
for the next one,
in order to have a better finish. So he did that quick check turn before advancing, but neither one helped him, so he ended up a wave to be discarded later.
You know, it was very unfortunate to see Craig's wave not being finished, because that line he was drawing, I mean, I loved seeing it. He went up and down on that first turn to check for the hand section, and I think that would have been a good score considering the flow he had. It looked like he was doing whatever he wanted with that board, but it didn't work out for him in the end. That's just part of the game, and we still have a lot of time to go, still plenty of options. So stay tuned into this heat, and I want to thank everyone who's watching us. I'm Lourenço Grandella, and I'm here in the booth with João Valente, and I mean, look at this.
Wow, nice turn there. Unfortunately for the Israeli surfer John Rabinovich, he wasn't able to finish that one, but he was really fast on attacking that leap and coming off that leap at supersonic speed. Unfortunately, he got some rail in there and couldn't finish it.
Are you scared of me presenting you once again?
Yeah, you are being a specialist in embarrassing me. Less, as they say.
I was ready for a big announcement. And
no, I won't let you. Well, let's move here back to the competition. This is the surfer in black, I believe. Yes, it is. Craig McCallaghan, surfer from Scotland, trying to make up for the early losses of the team. Team Scotland has been missing some surfers on these early stages of the repechage competition, which is unfortunate for the team of the Highlanders.
That's right. Not that high of scores so far. These surfers are still finding themselves in the heat, but it's their second time in the water today, if not the third, because today we've started with round 3 of women, and then we went to round 3 of men and started with the repechage round afterwards, which means these guys have already surfed and gone through a repechage round before this. So they've surfed these conditions, and that looked pretty similar throughout the whole day. In the meanwhile, we had Jakub
Kuzla putting a little bit of flare display there in the end of that re-entry. Let's see it again. He used his priority, and upon making it, let's see a little bit of a flare for the Polish surfer. Let's wait to see how the judges evaluated that last wave of his.
And João, we're almost done for today. How many heats we got left?
Yeah, we got, this is the second to last heat of this repechage round 2. So we have one more heat to go other than this one, and then we're gonna have 3 heats of round 2 of repechage women.
Round 3.
Round 3 already,
Yeah.
yes. We're gonna have 3 heats on the round 3 of the women's repechage. So I'll say a little bit over an hour of competition still to go. More than reason to stay there. From round to round, the level of surfing gets better here in Santa Cruz. So it's time to connect and stay connected to the surfing. Although, unfortunately for Portugal, there's no Portuguese surfers, or there are. There are? No, this is the open.
I don't know. While we check that information, we're going to go and pass the message over to Nuno while he goes and gives us another interview. Take it away.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with the winner of the previous heat for the second time today in the glass, Leon Joel Glatzer. Great performance once again. Looks like you're feeling way better as the day progresses. You still manage to find those high-scoring waves.
Yeah, feeling a little better for sure. The waves, I mean, it looks dumpy, but actually, like if you find one, there's some fun ones to go on. And yeah, I mean, it was my dream to start from repechage 1. Oh, I always dreamed of that. So yeah, just step by step now.
Starting from the bottom, basically, huh? And listen, talk us through that last wave where you attempted the highest acrobatic air that we've seen so far in this competition. Unfortunately, you did not stomp it. But talk us through what was in your mind. What did you intend to do with that one? Perfect 10?
Yeah, I wanted to go for the air for sure. I mean, I love doing airs. You know, I really like that since I was a kid. So yeah, I tried it, didn't work out, but I think tomorrow with some more energy, it'll go there.
Hey, most definitely. Looks like you're improving your surfing. I don't want to waste more of your time. I want you well rested for tomorrow's competition. Do you want to send a message to anyone that's watching out there?
Yeah, I mean, everybody in Costa Rica, you know, I love you guys and hope to see you soon. I'll come home soon.
For some more warm weather, huh? Okay, that's it. One more win for Team Germany. And back to you, boys.
That's it. Congratulations to Leon Glatzer, great surfer from Germany, who actually developed all his technical skills in Costa Rica. And he's been doing good, although...
And my message to him is, please bring it away. Please bring your hairs with you, because we have a lot of hits ahead of us, and it'll be very exciting to see some progressive surfing. João, earlier I was checking here the boards for the rest of the comp, and it happens that we're going to have 7 repechage rounds before the repechage final. That's before the final of the final.
The grand final. Yes, that's right.
So these surfers are going to have plenty of rounds ahead if they want to make it till the end.
Of course, as we talked about before, on one side, for a title contender to fall off the main event early can be complicated because it's a much longer way back into the main event, which would only happen if they reach the grand final. On the other hand, he'll be dealing, at least on the early stage of the repechage, with lesser skilled surfers. So it can pay off in some time, but he'll be competing with 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 really not any margin for error, because next error they will be off the competition altogether. So yeah, for one side, they'll have an easier draw theoretically, or at least up to one stage of the competition. On the other side, it's a much longer way to the finals, but it happened. It happened previously that surfers that fall off the main event really early on still managed to go all the way and make the grand final and even win the grand final. So let's see, anything can happen.
Yeah, we just saw John Rabinovic fighting his way to get that last turn in, and obviously it's going to count. I mean, he rode it for as long as he could to get ahead of the foam. Here's the replay. Good first turn, and finishing off with a second turn as well. What happened there was that he got too ahead of the wave after that second turn, and then as soon as the foam hit him, he didn't have enough speed to catch up with the wave, so he had to bring his hands on the water and paddle to make sure that counted as a trick, as a turn. So here's Kailani da Silva once again. Good turn for the Italian. And
yeah, Khalil is really fast off the lip. He manages together to basically double his speed once he hits the high point on the maneuver. Yet he's been struggling to find any waves with scoring potential. Have been riding a lot, haven't gone over the 1.2 mark. Probably now he'll get more than that, but still not finding waves where he can totally display his set of skills. And well, it's showing off in the scores. Low scoring hits so far.
yeah, exactly. We haven't seen anything crazy. I mean, last year we did have some progressive surfing, and from Leon, representing Team Germany. He's not the first German here competing for Team Germany that lives in Costa Rica. It seems to be some sort of pattern, because I've seen at least Team Elter that's also representing Germany and living in Costa Rica. So that's an interesting fun fact.
Yeah, I think it's a common thing for European countries, especially those that are not on the Atlantic coastline, to have surfers that were born either in these inland countries or not Atlantic-facing countries, or either have lived there or moved there at an early stage of their development as surfers, and then they totally became fully developed surfers in another country altogether. So even though they are representing an European country, in fact, they are products of other countries surfing. So yeah, it's a normal movement when you see in this world where we are used now to see surfers from different nationalities representing countries that their ascendants were originated from. Even in every other sport we see those nationality changes happening, so this doesn't shock me. And we see another wave here by Craig McCallaghan.
That turn had some difficult degree in it. I mean, look at the timing he went to attack the lip. It was already closing out, and he was still able to pull off that trick. He's needing a 2.78 to jump onto first. I wonder if that's enough. I mean, that was a pretty decent turn, but being a single turn wave, for a big score, you would need a big turn, as you're not combining it with other maneuvers. So let's see if the judges think that was enough. In the meanwhile, the requirement just rised because John Rabinovic has dropped the 6:33, or was Jakob? I'm a bit confused of what just happened, but indeed, John Rabinovic got a 6.33, which makes it the best wave of the heat, and he's now in first place, holding first priority.
Yes, that's it. That wave by John Rabinovic really making a difference. Just standing from the rest of the average scores on the heat. So hopefully within 3 minutes to go on this heat, we'll still have some opportunities for the other surfers to level up with John's last wave. But well, for now we can see that Kalani just put on a 4.83 on his score.
Yeah. We're waiting for Craig's wave. I think all of the other scores are in already. So the situation right now, we got John Rabinovic for Team Israel standing in first place. And the situation just changed because we just had that score I just mentioned from Craig, which turned the whole heat around with a 3.2, changing things up, making second place. And now Kailani da Silva is forced to exit that wave he was paddling into because John Rabinovic used his first priority to defend his place. And now Jakub, we're seeing a lot of action out of nowhere in these final minutes of the heat.
Of course.
Jakub,
see the requirements.
With
Jakub Kuzla needs a 3.10 and Kali da Silva needs 2.27. So those are, and we just seen Kalani, he might just probably haven't got it. I don't know. He might just get it.
Yeah, I mean, Kalani is standing in fourth place, but he does have a 4.83 highest scoring wave. So the other wave he's got is a 1.2. And look at that turn. That was brutal. And the second turn was pretty good as well.
Yeah,
and he's making it to
there.
his way back into the hits with less than 2 minutes left. He's definitely going to replace the backup score of a 1.2. And João, I believe that could be even enough for first place.
Oh, I think so too. Those were two solid turns. John Rabinovic is not too far up in front of him. So let's wait and see. But definitely he has the potential of turning this heat around, assuming first place, and then leaving the other surfers behind. Another good re-entry there. Now
Look at the claim.
Jakub Kuzla.
Craig was very stoked with that, hitting his chest multiple times after that turn. I don't know if he's aware of the heat situation right now because the score for Kalani hasn't dropped yet. But, I mean, I think the requirement is going to be way bigger than what Craig's expecting. And that'll change things up. I don't think that claim was conscious of its situation because we're most likely to watch Kailani changing everything around and passing on to the next round along with John Rabinovic. Although Jakub, little wipeout there, 20 seconds remaining. John is already out of the water.
A long time to put on the score for that wave by both Craig McCallaghan and Kalani da Silva. These two waves will be very important to settle the final results for this heat, so we should be waiting for them. Let's see how long does it take.
Yeah, while we're waiting, we're just going to go for a commercial break,
Yeah,
João.
maybe it's better.
Yeah, we'll be right back, guys.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone. Day number 4 of competition here in the Eurosurf 2025, as we're watching the Polish flag being waved there on the inside, representing for Jakub Kudzia. Unfortunately losing, but adding some precious points for the Polish team, reaching the round number 2 of the repechage. Third, also knocked out of the competition, is Craig McLaughlin from Scotland. And advancing into round number 3 of the repechage is John Rabinovich from Israel. And the first place goes out to Kalani da Silva from Italy. But still waiting for the last score of Craig. He needs a 5.77. Do you think he's going to get it, João?
It's hard to tell, man. It's hard to tell because, for one thing, the memory of the wave has kind of erased from my head now. But he had the chance to go. I don't know if it will go that high, but it's not one of those no-brainers that we say automatically no. I remember he did enough to be on the expectation for the score, but there you go. 4.83, exactly. 4.83 is not enough. He moves into third place, but not enough to get to second place. So there you go.
Official.
Gallahan is off the competition.
Indeed, let's move to heat number 4. Heat number 6, sorry, of this round number 2 of the Surf Men's Division, repechage round it is. And it's the last heat of this round, and last chance for 2 surfers to remain in competition, and last chance for the other 2 to avoid being eliminated. So 2 will be eliminated, 2 will advance. No one wants to be eliminated, of course. Everyone wants to maximize the points of their national team. But unfortunately, that's the name of the game. 2 got to go, 2 will remain. And who will have in the water? I do believe it's going to be Lenny Jensen from Germany. He will be in the red and is up in riding.
Yeah, exactly. Starting right off the buzzer. Lenny Jensen gets his first ride from Germany, and he'll be facing this surfer here, who's Tom Murphy from Ireland. Also in the same heat, Tom Bolsma, the Dutch, the Flying Dutch that we saw a couple of heats ago. And then to close it out is Noah Davis from England.
Both Tom and Noah came from the first round of the repechage, and Lenny Jensen and Tom Murphy unfortunately lost in the second round of the main event. That's why they were relegated to the repechage round. They are now battling it out to find out who's going to get those 2 tickets to travel to round number 3 of the repechage round. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, and England battling it out for those 2 last available positions in this last heat of the round 2, the repechage.
Exactly. Right after it, we are going to move into the round 3 of women's repechage. It's going to be 3 heats only, so 1 hour. And basically 1 hour and 20 minutes of surfing is what we have ahead of us, or if not of surfing, of competition, because there's plenty of surf here to be enjoyed by both the free surfers and the competitors who might want to get even more acquainted with this always challenging conditions of Santa Cruz. Those shore breaks are really, really heavy, and they create lots of problems, but also lots of opportunities for the surfers. As we see another wave approaching, it seems to me like it's Tom Bolsma, and yes, he is. He managed to ride it out of that foam line, but it wasn't a major turn. He did it really slowly, couldn't explode much. So there's not much to be expected as far as scores go for this wave. It's probably going to be a throwaway. And right now we have all 4 surfers with scores, but all very low scores. And hopefully we're going to see much better wave surfing throughout this heat.
Yes, that's what we hope for. High performance surfing from the best of the old continent here. Let's see who's gonna perform and go with the top 2 places that will allow their teams to maximize the points for the final rankings. That's the end game here in this Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. That is powered by, we'll get back into that as we are watching Lenny Jansen from Germany. Wow.
Explosion onto that re-entry. He just pressed his back foot and threw a lot of water on that turn. Let's see it again. He gathers the momentum and then he sees Junction approaching. He just launches all the weight of his body into that surfboard tail and then completed, which is probably the first wave to potentially be a keeper by the end of this hit.
Yes, this is one of the waves that can be a keeper. Probably is going to help Lenny Jansen to advance into the next round. 6:17. There were no doubts by our judge panel. They clocked that one in the 6th range. Ooh, this is a good wave from Noah Davis. Unfortunately, falling down on that last move. We see Tom Murphy pumping up on that right-hander, but unfortunately the wave was too fast and just ran in front of him. So there's nothing he can do there.
Yeah, we're waiting for some score. Nothing major to enter here. Just this fast waves. This one might get, but will not get Noah Davis too far into his situation, which is currently the 4th place of the heat. So yeah, he has to start making his moves, Noah Davis. If not, England might be in danger of losing another one. And there he goes. He scores a 2.5 and 2.07 actually. And that was enough to put him in 2nd place, but still on a very fragile situation. So, yeah, nothing is definitive now. We'll be following this heat. We are well past the first 4th of the heat, have 14 minutes to go, and still lots of waves to be surfed here.
Let's stick our eyes to the action here. This is Tom Boelsma going for this left-hander. Wow, what a big wipe out there. That was a big wave. And he went for broke there, but unfortunately for the Netherlands surfer, he's not able to get that wave. Meanwhile, while there's a lull on the action, we're going to go to the interview where we have Lorenzo Grandella ready with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Lorenzo.
Thank you once again, boys. I'm here now with Kailani da Silva, passing on to the next round. And I was just talking with the boys there in the booth, and we were watching your heats. And there was some time in the heat where you were staying in 4th place, and we were kind of commentating that was kind of unexpected for Kailani to drop in this heat, and then you just turn things around and make it in 1st place. So congratulations. Walk us through the heat.
Thank you so much. Well, when I start the heat, I try to take some wave fast, but I take a lot of close out, so in the end, I have a bit of nervous. But I know I am comfortable with my surf, with my level, so I only need a wave. When I take the wave, I know I make the score, so I am relaxed in the end. I need to take relax, and yeah, the wave come.
Nice. Talk a bit about your equipment. Is this the board you've been riding on your free surf sessions? Tell me a bit about your board.
My board is from my shaper from Leo Leira in Fuerteventura. I don't surf with this board from the last, maybe the last 3-4 months. The last time I surfed that board was in Morocco, in Arcon Point, in the QS. But the first day here was a bit smaller, so I surf with a smaller board. And I have that board broke in the plane. I need to fix in the 2 days before the competition starts. And when I arrived yesterday for the first round, I go fast to the hotel to take that board because the swelling was bigger. So I surfed my first time in the last few months in the heat.
Wow, that's insane. Congratulations. You're looking sharp out there, so I could never tell you haven't been using this board for a while. Well, congratulations. Is there any message you want to send back to those who are watching in Spanish, of course?
Okay, muchas gracias. Nada, muchas gracias a toda la gente, a todo el equipo de Italia que me apoyó, que me dio la oportunidad de estar aquí, a la gente que me está viendo, a mis amigos, gracias a Dios por esta oportunidad, por estar aquí. Y sobre todo a mi shaper, que al final esta tabla es mágica y sobre todo que le he dado bastante caña, me he comido unas olas increíbles en la cabeza intentando hacer el score y pensaba que se iba a partir. De hecho, mi compañero de equipo Leito, la última de esta manga, una que me maté, cogió mi otra tabla corriendo pensando que la había partido y al final estaba bien, así que aguantó y nada, seguimos con la tablita mágica para la próxima.
All right, thank you, Kailani. Let's go. Good luck. All right, thanks, boys. Back to you.
Yeah, you got to keep those magic ones in one piece. And exactly, we know how precious a magic board can be. Still in this age of reproducibility, I knew that I shouldn't be going into that word.
Replication?
Yeah, replication works much better. In these times of replication or easier replication of boards, a magic board still holds all that mystic around them and takes surfers, even those who have access of almost endless boards on their keepers, to have special care for those magic ones, keeping them just as Kalani explained, for special occasions such as competitions. So there we go, the magic board paying off to its owner, and Kalani advancing one more round.
Every single object has a little bit of soul into it because it was manufactured by someone. So it depends on the love it was put on the fabrication of the board itself and the partnership between the shaper and the surfer that brings that mystique to a magic board. And when you find one, you want to keep it and you don't want to let it go. Even if it's not even rideable, you don't want to throw it away. You just want to keep it for good memories and mojo and good mojo.
That's it. And we see here is the surfer in white, Tom Murphy.
From Ireland, as we heard the cheers from the Irish team and the sand there. This was Noah Davis from England going for a wave of his own. Diving under that wave, another one. They don't even battle it. They don't even want to duck dive it because the short break is so heavy that it's going to rip the board out of your hand. Might as well dive, hope that the leash doesn't break, and get back on top of the board.
No, I'm actually amazed that we haven't seen any broken boards so far.
Or leashes.
Or leashes, exactly. But leashes are less likely because, well, the waves rarely, I don't think that the waves are rarely breaking in a way that you have to let go of your board too often. It's just one of those situations where you know that the lip is coming right on top of you, so it's a better option to let it go. But rarely that happens because it's rare for the surfers to be exactly on the impact zone. It's really easy to paddle out of there, so it's rarely that the waves get the surfers exactly on the impact zone. So how much think we would be seeing at least not, if not broken in two pieces, at least with some damage on it. But well, thankfully for the surfers, nothing has happened so far. As we see here, it was, I think, Noah Davis going for another one. Or no, it was Lenny Jensen. Lenny Jensen trying to enhance. We are already on that part of the day where the glare makes it harder on us to identified the jersey colors. Those were two very well executed turns. Unfortunately, he couldn't ride it out of the second one.
Yeah, first one locked in, second one did not make the cut there. So he's going to get the points for that first turn. He needs to get rid of 1 point wave that he's holding on as a backup at the moment. So that first move will serve him good and increment his lead in this heat. Total overall score will be a little bit higher. So he will distance himself from the rest of the competitors in this one. Noah Davis now assumes the second place on the strength of that last wave that he got, the 307. Meanwhile, this is Jenny Jansen riding once again. Whoa, releasing the tail there and throwing a lot of water in the air. The judges are going to like that.
Yeah, he kind of changed his direction pretty abruptly there. We'll see about that. But it wasn't made with such power. He was kind of careful not to fall over there. Maybe he'll be able, well, he'll definitely be able to exchange that one-pointer, but not by much. Well, he has a 2.47 still. He just got in. So, yeah, he'll definitely replace that one too, but I don't think that will be much, just for the lack of projection in body weight on that direction change.
Last wave for the rider in the white singlet, Tom Murphy from Ireland, 5.33. Now is in the lead, as you probably noticed already. Is on the strength of that last wave and also a 3.33. So right now, Lenny Jansen is in second, leaving Noah Davis in third. Now Noah needs a 5.58, 2 second. Tom Boelsma needs a 6.51, 2 second. There goes Tom. And there he goes down as well.
Boelsma, in the interview I did with him, said that his hope was to go all the way through and hopefully win the contest. So he better start making his moves now, because he's currently in fourth place in need of a 6.51. And with less than 5 minutes to go, he's on the verge of losing his spot on the contest altogether.
Indeed. Let's see what is about to happen on the dying minutes of this heat. Less than 5 minutes already. Every single wave now is very important. Lenny Jansen, last wave, 4.67. He's up in first again, throwing the tail in the air there. Unfortunately, it was a Hail Mary. He was nowhere near to landing that thing. Nevertheless, Lenny going progressive here. He knows he's got this heat on lock so far. I'm risking to say that he's in a comfortable position. Tom Murphy is now in second. Noah Davis now needs a 5.59, 2 second. And this is Tom Boelsma going for a backside attack there, needing a 6.53 now. That is not going to be it. Less than 4 minutes remaining. Very high requirements for both Noah and Tom. Would England lose a surfer here alongside Netherlands, as we've been seeing Netherlands performing quite well throughout this event? And this might be the first upset. And Noah Davis, if he is not advancing, I think he will join Finn Gillespie from England already, that lost as well. Exactly. So 2 big losses really early on the competition for the English team.
Yeah, these are not
which is kind of shocking.
This is not losses for the repechage round. Those are losses in the repechage round, which means the surfers are eliminated from the competition and not counting any more points towards its team. So, yeah, great setback for the Brits here, while we see surfer in second place, Irish boy Tom Murphy.
No, it's Tom. It's Tom.
Oh, it's Tom. Tom Boelsma. Finally, the Dutch managing to find room over there for 2 strong moves, especially the second one. He was a bit late, but those were strong, controlled top turns. Those definitely will go into his score, and maybe even getting the score needed for second place. If not, he's going to be really close to that.
England placed third in the rankings 2 years ago, but with these early losses, probably the chance to go up the ladder in the rankings or renovating that podium third place standing are kind of on the low, with 2 heavy losses that are about to happen if Noah Davis does not find that wave. Meanwhile, Tom Bosma finds a 4.93, the third highest scoring wave of this heat, and he now only needs a 3.74 to attack Tom Murphy's second place.
Yes, but without priority and Tom exactly with first priority, that's going to be really hard for him to do. I don't know whether Tom is aware of the situation, but he doesn't seem to be, because he's pretty far and not at all worried about the Irishman position on the lineup. Here you see Noah Davis trying to make it up for the lost round. And here again, attention to the Dutchman. No, but that wasn't enough. It was a strong...
This is Tom now.
Oh, this is Tom now, exactly. I'm on that time of the day where I'll keep on missing those colors.
Alrighty then, looks like Tom is nowhere to be seen as we're watching Tom Murphy paddling to get close to him. Probably not letting him go on a next wave. This was Lenny Jansen trying to go for another high-scoring wave. One turn there and he ditches the board. There you can see Tom. Oi, but Tom is letting... No, Tom Murphy is letting another Tom go. It's 2 Toms. It's Tom against Tom. Tom versus Tom.
It's the same as the Tom Club.
Yeah, but yeah, the first Tom is not going to get the 374, and the other Tom just finished it out this heat with that last wave. So it's official. Lenny Jansen, Tom Murphy advancing and remaining in competition, and Tom Bolsma from the Netherlands and Noah Davis from England getting knocked out of competition. Another big upset for Noah Davis.
I think we should wait. There's still 3 scores to come in to call it official. It might be too soon. There's a re-entry there, a floater re-entry there by Tom Bosma that might...
No, that was Tom Murphy.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay, so no. So I don't think anything is going to change.
Unless Noah Davis gets a 5.59 on his last wave. But I don't recall seeing a wave.
No, not at all by Noah Davis. Noah Davis is not a factor here.
Okay, let's jump into a quick commercial break and come back for the results and official results of this last heat. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Welcome back, surf lovers all around the world, especially in Europe. This is the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival going on here in Praia do Navio, Santa Cruz, beautiful part of the west coast of Portugal, in the Torres Vedras Council. I am Nuno Cardoso here for the call. Alongside here in the booth is Lourenço Grandella, and we are ready to start off the round 3 of the repechage for Surf Women's Division, heat number 1. Who do we have in the water, Lorenzo?
In the water, we have Chiara Cupone for Italy. Then we got Lee Bogger for Israel. Tiara van der Hels for the Netherlands and Diana Giorgi for Italy. So we see the same situation of two surfers from the same nation in the same heat.
Yes, indeed. Let's say if the luck is on Italy's side or if it's Israel or the Netherlands to take a very precious first and second placement in this heat that will make them remain in competition. We would like to let you know once again that the repechage rounds, whoever gets third and fourth will get knocked out of the competition automatically. Sayonara, bye-bye, adieu, adios, adios.
I feel like you're just energizing me, Nuno, with your whole language, music knowledge. I mean, I appreciate it. It makes it a lot easier.
Let's do it. 3 more heats today, and then we call it off a day. You've already got the news for tomorrow's schedule. Non-official, but we've got news.
Yeah, we do. We're still going to have a long day in our hands, just like today, a bit more than 20 hits. In the meanwhile, we're going to have an interview with João Valente. Take it away, João.
Okay, boys, here I am with Lenny Jensen, winner of the previous heat. And Lenny, do a parallel between this heat now, the conditions now, and the conditions that you found earlier in the morning. It seems to me there's been more completion on the waves now. Is it any easier than it was in the morning?
Yeah, maybe it's because of the wind. It slows the wave a bit, and it's not that hollow and that hard of an impact anymore.
Okay, okay. Now that we are getting to know the names that will be highlights on this contest, let us know a little bit more about your background. Where did you start surfing, how you developed it, and well, how fully satisfied are you with your current level?
I started surfing in Tenerife, in the Canary Islands. When I was 8 years old, and then I started training at age 12 with my coach Carlos. And with my current level, I'm pretty happy, but I need to train a bit more in these conditions for sure.
You think this kind of conditions is your weak point now, or are there any other things that you like to work on your surfing, and how do you plan to do that? What are your goals as a surfer?
My goals maybe are one day to be on the Challengers, maybe, and train a bit more in these conditions for sure. To do, I don't know, maybe some good scores.
Have you traveled much?
Traveled around the world, basically everywhere I think, like Asia, Australia, America.
What's your favorite place in the world to surf?
J-Bay for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Point break surfer trying to make his name out here in the beach breaks of Santa Cruz. Back to you guys.
Congratulations once again, Lenny Jansen advancing into the next round of the repechage. And thanks, João, for that. Meanwhile, we're all about the ladies. First time the ladies hit the water today, Lorenzo, and it's always...
That's not true. We started with
with the ladies, second time. But these ladies, first time. No, maybe not. Because
finishing with them.
Yeah. First the ladies and last...
first time of these, that's for sure, I think. Or no?
No, we started with the ladies, you're right. Wow, it's been a long day, Lorenzo.
Sorry for the confusion.
I think it was the lunch that destroyed our minds. Okay, let's see who's who on this one. Looks like Tiara van der Hulst has got already a 3.83. Tiara's been on a tear, Lorenzo. She's been performing quite well. She ended up being relegated to the repechage, but she's making a name for herself in these rounds, and she means business. She's already clocking in at 3.83, and I do believe this is going to be a very important score for her at the end of this heat.
Yeah, completely. Passing on to round 4 of repechage, you're making through exactly half of the repechage rounds you have to face to reach the grand final. And to remind every single one of you who are watching, we're going to have 7 repechage rounds followed by the repechage final, and then the two surfers who win the repechage final are going to face the two surfers that win the last hit of the main event, the last round of the main event. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see the two surfers from the main event who've never lost a hit against the two surfers who've lost one hit and were able to maintain themselves all the way to the grand final.
Crazy.
So that could be a surfer that lost in the heat before the main event last hit, or just in the first heat of the competition, just in the first round, because there's a possibility that a surfer, because we've seen today a very good level of surfing in the repechage round, in the earlier rounds, so that means that we've seen some experienced surfers drop out of the main event in the early stage of this competition. So there's the possibility that we're going to see the grand final being disputed by someone who's lost right in the beginning. So you never know until you know. In the meanwhile, we've seen some action from the girls, but nothing too crazy, as the highest score so far belongs to Chiara Cupone. No, it actually belongs to Tiara Nuno.
Okay, I believe you when you say that. So, 2-3-3 is the last wave for Chiara Cupone. She's staying busy. 3 waves already caught. Diana Giorgi, our fellow countrywoman, wants to say busy as well. Probably that was the strategy of their coach. Get busy and move around, select a couple of waves, find out if that's the wave that you are looking for, and try and include some turns in there so the judges feel like that you deserve more than what the other surfers are doing. Waiting for the second score of Tiara at the moment. She's going to back up that 383. She, with a single wave, still remains in the lead. So her first wave speaks volumes. Out the back, this is Lee Boger from Israel. There she goes, and she stomps it.
Yeah, that was
wow. Okay, out the back. Answer from Chiara Cupone. She goes around that section. Not much there. So she exits the wave. Yes. Well, there's a lull in the action.
Yeah, here's the replay for Chiara's last wave. The Italian is sitting on second place with the second best score of the heat. And she's followed by her teammate, Diana Giorgi, who's sitting, obviously, in third place. So Chiara and Diana have the chance to make a dream hit for the Italian team, and they could pass together onto the next round of repechage. Although Tiara and Lee, they aren't any easy competitors to surf against, and that's why they're making all the way through this repechage round. And obviously the level is just increasing and getting higher and higher, so each one of these girls has enough level to make through this round.
100%, I agree with you. Right now, in round 3 of the repechage, we got some surfers that already advanced through the main round that lost there and find themselves battling it out in the repechage. And we've got some winners of the repechage round. So these are some of winners that turn losers into losers that turn winners. And it's a great mix here in the repechage round to see who's going to get back. 2 of them are going to get back, try and get back to the main event and make it all the way to the final. That's why the repechage round exists. Meanwhile, we're going to thank our sponsors. The organization of this event is in the behalf of Câmara Municipal de Torres Vedras. Thank you so much to the mayor, Laura Rodrigues, that made a speech on the opening ceremony. And he gets behind the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit Festival and, of course, the Eurosurfing competition. Promotores, the company responsible for organizing events at the council level. So they're a municipality company that alongside Torres Vedras organized this event. Thank you so much for putting in all the effort into this. Official sponsor, Superbox Sky. Official bank, Caixa Agrícola de Torres Vedras. We've got Meo Empresas getting behind this event as well. Official hotel, Hotel Golf Mar Vimeiro. Official vehicle is Cara Atlântica MG. Official water, Vimeiro, of course. Very good water from Vimeiro, which is area here in the Torres Vedras Council. Not too far here from Santa Cruz. Official radio, Mega Hits. Official TV, Fluel TV. Our institutional supports are Visit Portugal and the Centro of Portugal, the Center of Portugal Tourism, o Instituto Português de Desporto e Juventude, the Portuguese Institute for Sports and Youth, and helping us out as well in the, this is Chiara Copone going for a big turn there, and she's, what do you think about this one?
That's a close call.
Ooh.
I hope we can watch the replay. Here it is. Ooh, let's run it one more time.
Sketchy, sketchy. She kind of stands up.
I don't know about that. Let's see.
But doesn't ride out, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say she would have to ride ahead of the foam for a bit more. She got stuck on that. I mean, on that turbulence that the foam brings with it. So...
Yeah, going back to the sponsors, kayaksurf.net, Surf Total, Decathlon, Delta Cafés, Grafi Vedras, thank you so much, guys. Now, our sporting partners, of course, European Surfing Federation, without them this wouldn't be possible. The Portuguese Surfing Federation, of course, without them this wouldn't be possible. ANS, the National Association for Surfing here in Portugal. Sealand, the local association, the local surf club, let's call it like that. Surf Social Wave, great cause here, also present. And this is an eco event by Valor Sul. Eco events, always welcome, especially at the beach. Oh, this is Diana Georgie.
Yeah, Diana Georgie looking to improve her backup score of a 0.6. And I think she's definitely got it. She's needing a 2.5 to jump on the second.
Do you think she's got any ties related to Marco Giorgi, ex-professional surfer from Uruguay?
I mean, I
with,
have no
with
idea.
Italian descent. Great surfer. Okay, continuing, also partnering up in this event, the Portuguese Red Cross, Cruz Vermelha Portuguesa, and Portugal Oeste. And official store is Mar Gifts. As we see, Chiara Copone, the Italian, going for another wave. And let's see what kind of score she's going to get. So far, so good for the surfer in yellow, Tiara van der Hols. She's leading this one. And second, Chiara Copone from Italy wants to guarantee at least one Italian advances. Lee Bogger on the strength of that last wave, 1.37. She goes to third. Very important points for Israel. Even if she loses, she is ahead of Diana Giorgi from Italy. And comparing Israel to Italy, 2 years ago, Italy got 4th place. Israel only got 11th, but Israel didn't bring a longboard team that year. But this year they brought a long team, and they brought a great team. We can say that.
Israel, comparing to the last event of Eurosurf, they're definitely going to be one of the countries walking up on the ranking.
If Israel had brought at least one longboard man and longboard women, they would have almost 1,000 points more, and that makes a lot of difference. They would jump into 5th or 4th position from 11th. So it's important for these nationalities to bring a complete team. I don't know, I think we interviewed someone from Norway saying that this year they have a complete team as well, and they were happy. From Poland. Yeah, Poland did not have a complete team 2 years ago. So they know how this works now, and they come in full force with a complete team, with more Polish flags, more Danish flags, more flags at all in general. And this is what we want to see, that energy on the beach. and the teams battling for that so sought out prestigious Eurosurf champion title.
Exactly. And now that we're looking at the scores from 2 years ago, the last Eurosurf here in Santa Cruz, and we saw earlier on the men's repechage round 2 a Spanish surfer that almost lost. It was by a very, very few points, and for a moment he was in 3rd place with the heat almost over, and that would have been the biggest upset that I can think of, because looking at the scoreboard from the 2023 Eurosurf event, I don't think Spain's lost any of its athletes in such an early stage of the comp. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like on the scoreboard. And in the meanwhile, Chiara Cupone, the wave is looking very tricky out there. There's also the sunlight hitting right against us, so it's kind of tricky to see who's who, which surfer is on board.
Indeedo. Let's, well, it's going to be a tight call for that 2nd place. Diana Giorgi only needs 177 to knock out as for fellow countrywoman from the 2nd place, and Lee Bogart, that's now in 4th position, needs only 2.27. Diana Giorgi went to 3rd position because of her previous wave, 1.87. She's now chasing only a 1.77 to attack that 2nd place occupied by Chiara. So it's a battle between the Italians, and Israel is in the mix, and the Deutsch surfer remains in 1st since the beginning of the heat on the strength of the highest scoring wave of this heat so far, that 3.83.
And we're walking into the last minutes of the heat.
Uh-oh, look at that previous wave from Chiara Cupone, and what did it do to the heat situation, Lorenzo?
Yeah, she just got that 1st place with that score of a 3.56, being her new high score of the heat. And I believe, yeah, it was it wasn't the best wave of the heat, but it was the 2nd best wave of the heat. And Tiara now is needing a 2.07 to take the lead, and she's with 1st priority. I don't know if she should be focusing on getting that 1st place. I think she should be defending at least a spot back into, not back, but ahead onto the next round. And Diana and Chiara could be playing some team games now in the last couple minutes of the heat, as Tiara has, is in the best position than Diana. But here's Diana taking her chance to make it through, but unfortunately that's not gonna give her anything. So 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Here's the replay. Diana couldn't really do much on that wave. It just looks like the conditions are getting trickier and trickier. And let's see what Tiara's strategy is going to be in these last moments of the heat. She has a backup score of 1.1, so anything she could do would get her up. Oh, wow. Chiara just got completely eaten alive by that wave.
Annihilated.
Yeah. And yeah, I wonder if Tiara is nervous for these final moments, because anything could happen with low demanding scores for the other surfers. And here she comes, uses priority. That could be a mistake. With still 40 seconds on the clock. Now it's Lee Bodger. The wave is
How
not
cool,
provided
Lorenzo, is that we have Chiara and then Tiara.
Yeah, that's really cool.
What are the odds? We had a Tom on the previous heat, and now we have a Chiara and a Tiara. When you called for Tiara's wave, I was like, no, Chiara isn't for... No, okay, their names are similar. We're kind of lost. Okay, let's wait for Tiara. Not enough to replace that 1.1. Still, she remains in second. 5 seconds remaining. I don't think anything will change the destiny of this heat. Tiara, Van der Hulst goes for another wave. She kind of completes that turn. Small wave. Will she replace the 1.1? Probably. Will she get the 207? I am not absolutely 100% sure. This is the replay of that move. So we'll leave that to the judges. We're going to go into a quick commercial break and come back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixa Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
And we're back here with another hit on the women's repechage 3. And not wasting any time, here's Una Britton from Team Ireland. And joining her on this heat, we got Noah Lelier for Israel, then Karolina Marczak for Poland, and Mirna Boelsma for Team Netherlands. Good luck to every one of these girls, and two of these, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye to the competition here in Santa Cruz, while the other two will continue fighting for a spot in the grand final here in the Eurosurf 2025. We are still waiting for the scores, although I don't think we're expecting nothing too crazy. And yeah, I mean, the last heat was a pretty low scoring heat. We didn't see any progressive surfing. It was more of a check turns, conservative turns. It was pretty much all of what the oceans provided to the girls. The waves looked smaller and the winds picked up, so the conditions are definitely a bit tougher than we've seen earlier. Along with me, I have João Valente, and João, here's Mirna.
Yeah, Mirna trying. I don't know if I agree completely with you, just because of the conversation I had earlier with the winning surfer from one of the heats, in which I asked him whether conditions now were easier or harder than in the morning. And what he said makes sense. He said that with the incoming onshore wind, the landings for the maneuvers have been actually softer than before. That's why there's been more completion. On the other hand, it's harder to have waves that provide you with enough speed to perform nice maneuvers. But this, just at the fact that so many surfers have failed completion just because they can't hold the turbulence after the wave breaks on their back. If they are having more completion, that's an indicator that there's at least an easier completion for those maneuvers than it was before, where there was some really, really nasty leaps breaking onto the surfers' end part of the board and making them lose balance and fail the waves. Right now, what I think we have is an encounter between not so easy waves with below average level of surfing. This is just the second round or third round, the third round of the women's repechage. So there's still some substandard surfers here at this part of the competition, much higher level on the main event. Especially at this time of the day where most of the surfers are already tired too from previous heats, making it also harder.
Yeah, I believe you're right, João. It could make things easier, the onshore wind for the land, but I believe, especially to those who are surfing more waves on the backside, it's a bit more difficult to to get those snaps in with less room to ride up the wall, you know?
Yeah, the thing is that it's harder to find waves that provide you with this necessary speed and forward momentum in order to make a very strong and hit-winning turns. Still, since most of the waves are now just finishing moves, maybe that can play an advantage, but judging from the score so far, that's not to be.
The hit situation right now is Una Britton, or Una Britton, for Ireland is right now in first place. She only got 2 rides. I mean, each one of these surfers besides Noah has 2 rides, and most of them very, very low scoring waves below the 1 point range. So while we wait for more action, because the ocean's kind of stopped for a little bit, we're going to have Nuno Cardoso with a hint interview. Take it away, Nuno.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with the previous heat winner from the Netherlands, Tiara van der Oels. Tiara, second time today in the glass. Does that give you momentum for tomorrow's competition?
Yeah, sure it does. It's so hard out here, so every heat just gives you more experience and another challenge. So it's nice to surf some heats and get to know the wave.
Was it harder this heat than the previous this morning, in conditions-wise?
Oh, I didn't surf.
You didn't surf this morning? Oh, so I'm already making a mistake from yesterday because I interviewed you. But comparing to yesterday then?
Well, my scores were lower, so I was struggling more to find the good wave. But it's kind of similar. The tide is a bit different, but yeah, it's still a challenge and difficult.
Yeah, exactly. But you are advancing, so your team probably is proud of you. They were cheering you up the beach. How does that feel for you to remain in competition and represent Netherlands?
It's super cool to be part of the Dutch team. We have a really good vibe and energy going on. We're just supporting each other every heat, step by step, and seeing how far we can do, and we're proud of each other, so yeah.
Okay, you have some time to send a message to who's watching back home?
Yes. Dankjewel iedereen voor het kijken. Thank you Dutch Natural Healing for the support, and yeah, up naar the next.
Okay, back to you boys.
Thank you, Nuno. Yes. Winning always brings joy, either on an earlier stage of competition or on a later part of it. It's always good to put a win under your belt. Meanwhile, we are back here on this second heat of this round 3 of the women's repechage. And things are not improving from the previous heat. Really difficult for the girls to find scoring waves. And well, Larry, there we go. That wave seemed to have some potential to it, but for that, the surfer should have been able to complete the ride, which she wasn't. So we'll still keep on this lower part of the scale, hoping that eventually any of the surfers step up the game and make things more difficult for the other athletes on the heat.
Yeah, and Una Britton just upgraded her backup score. So, yeah, I mean, as you can all see, it's very tough to put some higher scores in at the moment. None of these surfers are bringing much of good scores. I mean, the highest scoring surfer right now has a total hit score of 4.13. So that just means that yeah, it's tough to put on a good score at the moment.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes this wave tougher is the fact that the drops are so steep and so fast. These waves come from a deep bottom and then hit this inside sandbar at full force, and it makes up for very fast and steep drops. Even though if the waves are not that fast, the fact that the drop is so radical
it catches some less experienced surfers in a situation where hesitation plays a big role, and as we know, hesitation is the first enemy of a good performance in surfing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially in a sport, yeah, like you just said, in surfing. I mean, you have to have that commitment and confidence into every move you make. So, yeah, hesitation is never going to be in your favor.
I tend to disagree with that. Normal thing is that, but sometimes hesitation just puts you in the exact place. I remember one time in Mundaka where I saw that all the guys from the CT were training in perfect 6-foot Mundaka. It was before the contest had started, and I was out there for a long time trying to catch a wave for myself and just couldn't. And then I see a perfect wave coming. It was just me and Luke Egan on the outside, and I said, oh, no way, he's taking this wave away from me. So I kept looking, kept paddling, and at last minute, he looks at me and say, go, go. And I took the decision. I said, should I go, should I go? And I hesitated a little bit, but that put me exactly on the place I need to be to get the barrel. If I had dropped it correctly, I would be too fast for the barrel and would never be able to stall enough. And at least I would be able to stall and make a barrel, but not as deep as I did, just because I hesitated for a little fraction of time. So sometimes it can play in your favor, but mostly it will be out of chance, while when you paddle right into it and have the will to conquer the wave, you have things much more under your own control.
In the meanwhile, we haven't seen anything too crazy.
Nothing happening in this heat now.
Just drop-ins and...
Yeah, just very poorly, very poor technically. Just showing that there's, despite making national teams, there's a lot of improvement to be made in some competitors on these events. Yeah, as going a little back on our conversation, of course, the break is not the easiest one. This is, I would say that unless it's very small, Santa Cruz is a wave that I would, in general, consider to be more intermediate level surfing than
and here's
beginner.
Mina. Oh, she has a tough time there on that wave. Falls on the drop. That's not very expectable by Mirna. She's usually very competitive and doesn't make these mistakes. Maybe she's having some pressure on her head for the remaining time that's left on the heat, and knowing that this is a do or die situation. Although there is still enough time, Mirna, we know you still have some chances on the way, and if there is one surfer out of this heat that's able to pull off a magic trick, I would say you're one of them. And let's see. Yeah, but you see, João, it's very hard to find a good wave out there. It feels like a lot of waves are closeouts, or some of them offer a one-turn section. But indeed, it is a tough wave to surf at the moment. So
yeah, it's a tough wave. I think this section of the wave particularly, there are other stretches of beach here in Santa Cruz where it's more beginner friendly. This part of the wave specifically is a very tough one. Surfers that are not used to these conditions struggle to find the correct entry spot for these waves, and they struggle to have completion on their more risky maneuvers just out of the turbulence that is created by the explosion of the foams onto the very shallow bottom of inside Santa Cruz. Let's see another attempt here.
For Una Britton, It's the same thing we were just talking about. I mean, they're dropping in the wave, and the wave just closes out right away. Here's Mirna. That's a good-looking face. That's her one
if
chance.
she could hold on to that, that could make a big difference on her score.
Yeah, that would have been the best wave of the heat by far by Mirna if she does get the completion. Although the score just dropped, it was very quick for the judges to know what they were going to put out there. And it was the 1.27, which is more than enough for her to jump onto second. That just shows how low demanding this heat is being so far.
Yeah, it's low demanding as far as scores goes, high demanding as far as technique and decision and audacity from the surfers go. They really need to make an effort to refrain from pulling back on these waves, where we see which is
this is
most definitely
the
the best wave of the heat. Finally, we see a wave here that's gonna rise up the bar as far as the scale being adopted for it.
I don't want to be too bold in my comments, but I believe Noah could jump into first spot with that wave.
Absolutely. You don't have to worry about that. We'll see.
Yeah, that
There's
was
a
very complete.
very fast snap there with some water displacement, and then very well executed final re-entry. That's where the big points are for her. So let's wait about what the judges think of her presentation here, but I'm guessing she'll jump right on to first place.
João, in hits like this, obviously skill plays a huge part, but also I believe that luck, being in the right spot at the right moment, plays one of the biggest parts when conditions are like this, because Noah got that chance of making that wave, and she obviously got the skill she needed to make those two turns that'll get at the score. Although to get in that spot, to get that wave, it does take some luck together with experience. So it's not only skill,
no,
it's also the connection you're having with the ocean at that moment.
As someone once said, there's no champions, there's no unlucky champions. So yeah, luck always plays a factor, and especially in sport so random as surfing, with so many variables that are over the control of the surfer. So yeah, luck always plays a factor here. But today, with the luck factor is a little bit over the top, because there are so many waves on offer, but so very few of them with a true scoring potential, that I think luck has a bigger role in this day of competition here than it usually has.
João, what we just saw was not about luck. It was about lack of experience, I believe, because Mirna just lost first priority. And that was a big mistake, considering the time that's left in her situation. So now Una, who's sitting in second place, has first priority. And she's sitting right next to Mirna, and she's not going to let Mirna take any chances to turn the heat around. Look at them paddling next to each other.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a
stick
strong,
around with her.
She's going to have a threshold.
That was a big mistake by Mirna. She's definitely has to learn with that move she's made. And here's another chance for her. Let's see what she has to offer.
Wow, that was intelligent of her. She just snaked that one under the eyes of Una, but fortunately for the Irish, she didn't manage to do anything on the wave that might put the second place in danger.
And now Una can finally breathe for a moment, because Mirna lost her chance to turn the heat around. So with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be a very firing end of heats. And was that Una losing priority?
It's hard to tell now, because
I believe that was the black jersey paddling into that wave.
They all look black by now to me.
That's true. Let's wait for the priority judge to help us out and provide us some more information. At the moment, no change has been made.
Yeah, we are approaching, we are on the final minute of this heat. Noah Lelior, surfer from Israel, is the clear leader. She has scored a 6.33, which is by far the highest score of the heat.
Look at this. The priority is lost by Una. She just made that move into that wave. So Mirna was showing some interest on it. And we haven't seen the priorities change. I wonder if the judges didn't consider that Una made a move on that wave. Although 10 seconds left, I don't know. Okay, 4-point ride for Noah's last wave. So she had a pretty solid first place. And unfortunately for Mina and Carolina, this is over for them. We're not going to see their names again on this competition this year. There's a lot of room to improve, and I'm sure they'll take their mistakes home with them and learn from them and come back stronger. In the meanwhile, we're going for a commercial break, and we'll be right back with the last heat of the day. Take it away.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Bem-vindos de volta. Aqui estamos agora a acompanhar aquele que será o último hit do dia. É a terceira bateria da Ronda 3 da repescagem feminina. E para acompanhar-me nestes comentários, vamos ter aqui a companhia de Nuno Cardoso. Nuno, apresenta aí os surfistas deste hit.
Em português ou em inglês?
I'd rather you to do it in English.
Thank you so much, João Valente. There you got the intro in Portuguese. Basically, João just said that we're back for the last heat of the day, heat number 3 of round 3 of repechage surf women's division. And we've got in the water from Sweden in black, Sanna Orvalios, and red from Scotland, Phoebe Strachan, and white from Israel, Alma Aviram, and in yellow from Italy, Victoria Bacaus. Up and riding, this is Phoebe Strachan, and she completes that ride.
Wow,
Woo.
She dealt very well with that explosion there that she found on the inside. Well done for Phoebe. And she already did a good job on the previous heat, making it through the round, and now she's here trying to survive yet another all or nothing heat
Situation, basically. First nice wave there for the Scottish surfer Phoebe Strachan. She'll post a score there, trying to fight back to Victoria Backhouse that got a wave during the interval 267, and then also a wave for Sana, but 0.5 only. Last wave for Phoebe came out as a 3-point ride. So far out of this wave exchange, Phoebe is taking the best, and he's leading this heat. Still pretty early in this heat. We've got still plenty of time on the clock, of course. Let's see who's gonna keep themselves in the competition or get sent home. Look at this set approaching, João.
Yeah, it's looking good there. Good formation. Good formation. That was basically a closeout. He just had a beautiful peak.
as many, and this is symptomatic of how hard for us here it's hard to identify which waves are going to be good or not. Imagine those who are on the outside and can't see the waves break. They are just guessing what could be a good one and a bad one. So, yeah, very, very hard for the surfers to choose the best waves. And as we were talking here before, luck is playing a big factor here today.
Yeah, indeed. You have to be in the right place at the right time, basically, to find that corner of a wave that will allow you to run in front of the wave. Some of the waves are way too fast and just run away from you. There's no chance. Most of them are basically closeouts. But in the middle of all of that supposedly chaos, there are some really good gems that allow the surfers to post in some high scores. We've seen excellent scores today once again. Throughout these 4 days of competition, we've been able to see excellent scores, some really high scores close to the excellent range. So the waves are there on offer. Some of the scores were, due to the waves, and some of them were actually manufactured by the surfers themselves. They've got the technique and the skill to do so. And it's all about what you bring into the table. And let's see what these ladies can bring into this heat. And see who's going to come out on top and unfortunately avoid getting knocked out of the competition.
So far, nothing much to show for on this heat. We see there one of the surfers making a try. Right now, Nuno, I'm having great difficulty in distinguishing the colors of the jerseys. It's all black on our screen. We have to make a really strong effort or wait the girls to ride into a part of the wave where the colors are more discernible. But there was a good effort there, but still nothing above the current average scores. Here, everything below the 3-point mark, still waiting for this heat to catch on. The previous heat also took some time. But eventually some nicer waves start showing up in the lineup. And with what one of the surfers I interviewed before said, the onshore conditions somewhat have made the entry spots easier for the surfers after the big closeouts. Is not as steep as it was during the no wind or less wind part of the day, and that's why we've been seeing more completion on this ending maneuvers. This was a very, very weak attempt by Victoria Brackhouse, and
let's wait and see who pulls the trigger on the next one. It looks like we have a paddle. This is Phoebe Strachan attacking that end section. Unfortunately for Phoebe, she didn't even was standing on her board. Oh, but this was a nice turn there for Victoria, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it was a fast one. Sometimes it's good to play these fast turns before the wave catches up to you. And then you can ride it out without having to deal with a foam explosion, and it makes it easier for you. I'm guessing that's what Phoebe was trying to do there. And right now we are waiting for 3 scores. I'd love to say that some of the scores will not get into play here, but with such low scoring hits, every wave can count. Meanwhile, let's go to talk with Lourenço Grandella, who's with the winner of the previous heat for the quick interview. Take it away, Gonzalo.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Noel Lilior, and congratulations, first of all, on your hit win, another win. And I was very surprised that you were managed to find that 6-point ride out of, it looked pretty messy out there, very tough conditions. How did you manage to find yourself that ride?
I just stayed I was hopeful, I stayed calm. I knew the opportunity was going to come, and when it came, I just did my best and finished the wave.
You know, we were watching the rankings from the competition 2 years ago, and Israel took the 11th place on the last Eurosurf competition. And now this year you're looking very strong. And do you think you have a shot at a title?
100%. I think this year we also have a longboarder, Jonathan, who is really, really good. And I think we're going to do well. We're all united, we're all coming hungry, and we can't wait to just surf.
All right. Congratulations once again. Is there a message you want to send?
I just want to say, can I say it in my language? תודה לכל הספונסרים, תודה למשפחה האהובה שלי, משפחת טויבין, אני אוהבת אתכם מאוד. אנחנו שמחים לייצג פה את העם שלנו, עם ישראל חי, ואנחנו נשארים חזקים ומאוחדים, ובואו נעשה את זה.
All right, thank you. Congrats. Good luck for you and the whole team. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Back to you, boys. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Noah Laylor winning that last heat, advancing and remaining in competition. And thanks for that, Lorenzo. 10 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Nothing has changed here unless for Victoria Backhaus taking the lead. Actually changed a lot. Victoria Backhaus took the lead on the strength for that last wave that she scored a 3-0. And Alma Aviram got the highest scoring wave of this heat so far. 7.73. That's the score for the best wave of this heat. And Alma is right now in second place. So of course, she wants to join her fellow countrywoman that we just interviewed in the next round. And to do so, she needs a first or a second in this heat. We already know that third and fourth get knocked out of the competition. That's what every single surfer in this heat is trying to avoid. But looking better on this one, for sure, is Victoria and Alma. Although Phoebe Strachan has still something to say. She was already holding a 2.83. She only needs a 1.41 to go back into second place position and remain her dream alive of going the furthest she can in this competition, João.
Yeah, and we are past the first half of the heat, which means that we are on the last 10 minutes of today's competition. It was a longer day than yesterday, and yeah, it was a full day of competition, lots of hits, lots of waves surfed. I hope you enjoyed staying there with us. So hang on a little longer to see the final heat result of the day and to learn about our expectations for tomorrow's schedule. That will happen after this heat and after the interview with this heat's winner.
All right, Alma Aviram from Israel. She's 19 years old, and I'm seeing a profile here on Instagram. She's got some pretty cool looking waves that she surfs, so she's used to the big stuff, although these are way more difficult conditions. There's no offshore, there's no pre-T takeoff point, so this is what we have to deal with in competition. We, of course, try and get the best conditions for the surfers itself, but it's Mother Nature that's in charge. Phoebe Strachan from Scotland, she's 6 times Scottish women surf champ, and she's 3 times longboard women's champ. Wow, what a great resume from Phoebe.
As we were seeing another attempt by Alma.
She's
with
here.
No success. And right now it's Victoria Backhaus also not going anywhere after the drop. Alma is making an effort to join Noah Lelio, who has just won her heat, and he wants to match that by doing the same. Right now, she's doing it. She's in first place. She's the most active surfer on the heat with 4 waves. Nothing major, but at 3.73 standing against a very low scoring hit. So for now, she looks safe in first place. Let's see if she can hold that position until the end of the heat. We are fast approaching that time. Now we are just under 7 minutes to go. And it doesn't seem to me that any of the other surfers are putting much of an effort to catch up with first place. Or probably that's my eyes judging from here. But I see Alma much more energetic about this heat than the other surfers. Maybe that's why she's running up in front.
Okay, I've got some information also in Vittoria Backhouse. She's an Italian-German surfer, actually, although she's representing Italy. And last year she won the under-18 Italian competition and won the off-the-dock competition this year in Italy. So she's pretty active in Italy with some titles. And now I'm about to get some information on Sana Orvalhos. João, see what we have here.
Yeah, meanwhile, we are moving on to the 5-minute mark. The last waves ridden on this heat didn't change much of the situation or anything for that matter. So a slow heat and a low scoring heat to finish off the day. I remember the day was pretty active. Lots of waves ridden and some tense situations as far as the end sections go. Very heavy end sections, and there was a lot of anticipation when we saw a surfer gathering speed and momentum to attack the end section. But right now, this is really getting a bit weaker. And it seems to me that swell is dropping a little bit. Not much, but this time of the tide and swell losing energy, it's apparently slower than it was during the day.
Sana actually lives in Portugal.
Okay.
And yep. And she pursues a career in surfing, basically. This is it. This is what we have in the water at the moment. And
as another set breaks, gets the surfer out of position and breaks on top of them without any of them making a move to try and catch a wave. Let's see, another attempt here by Alma. Oh no, it's not. It's Phoebe's traction finally taking a wave all the way to the end. She's in need of 1.78, so I think she definitely got that. So there's going to be a situation change in the heat. Phoebe will take first place from Alva.
And we're still waiting for the last wave of Sana Orvalhos. She needs a 297 to assault that second place occupied by Phoebe.
No, it won't come from that last wave of hers. I don't think so. So let's wait and see.
Is there an interference situation there for Victoria? I think so. She got her second best wave deducted.
Alma got just 1.07 out of that finishing re-entry. That's very strange.
I don't think it was Alma. I think it was Sana.
Was she probably? Yeah, maybe. I'm mixing all the jerseys already. Our screen, if you could see it.
Some interference situation with Vittoria Backhouse because she is ditching her. You see, Sana 393, and she jumps from fourth to first. So the Swedish surfer now is leading this heat with a little bit more than 2 minutes remaining. Alma Virani now in second place. Phoebe Strachan in third, and Vittoria Backhouse. She's got an interference and got her first wave knocked out, her backup wave knocked out from the score. So she's looking for a 4.6 single wave if she wants to take the second place away from Alma. and VB Strachan is only looking for a 1.78. Everything is still open on this round. Wow, what a tight heat.
Yeah, but we are approaching the 90-second mark to finish the heat. So there's not much time for the others. But right now, Phoebe Strachan is threatening to take second place from Israeli surfer Alma Avian. She just needs a 1.78. It's a very, very low requirement. But for that, she'll have to get a wave. And it can't be just a drop. She has to put a single turn if it comes to that. Or it doesn't even have to be that strong of a turn, just a single turn. But who's coming there? It seems to me it's Victoria Backhouse, but Victoria is definitely off this contention for second place just because of the interference she committed, which prevented her from taking two. She'll have to deal with just one score. Let's wait. Is the final 30 seconds. So there's a bit of movement out the back. Still waiting for that wave of Victoria Backhouse, but that won't change the situation. Her requirement is 4.6, and it's the surf she did is a far cry from that. But, well, it's a bigger set coming on, but totally closed out on the surfers. Phoebe desperate for a 1.78, and she didn't have the chance to try it, didn't catch a single wave. The horns has sounded, and the situation is like we see Sanna Horvalius from Sweden taking first place, Alma Avian from Israel in second place, advancing to the next round. Phoebe Strachan and Victoria Backhouse are finished with this comp. Congratulations for them. Thank you for participating. And we are going now to the commercial break. And right after, we'll have the interview with Sanna Horvalius before closing the day. So stay a little bit more with us and return after the commercial break.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Só há um lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Sodré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, one field day of surfing. This is what it was here, day number 4 of the Eurosurf 2025, part of the Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit International Wave Sports Festival. We had a long day of competition. I'm gonna do the highlights of today's competition. We started off with round 3 of the surf women's division. We saw Ariana Ochoa taking a great win alongside the German Janina Zettler, advancing still in the main round. Of course, in heat number 2, we saw an upset for Portugal. Gabriela Diniz getting 4th place there, not finding herself. And that was the first upset for Team Portugal here. And also first upset for Team Lauren Sandland. Of course, both of them will still be competing in the repechage round, so everything is still open. Maria Salgado took first place, and Charlotte Mole taking the win there. And heat number 3 saw the best performance of this round number 3 of the surf women's division. Camilla Camp, the German, Portuguese residing German, got a total score of 11.53. Taking the lead over the defending champion, Mafalda Lopes, Lucia Machado, and Sol Borelli falling down into the repechage round. There's a bit of an upset for the Spanish team there, but we'll still get to see these ladies competing in the repechage round. Still remaining in the repechage, in the surf women's division, we just unfolded 3 heats of this round 3 of the repechage. We saw Noah Laylor in the previous heat taking a win for Israel, being followed by Huna Britton from Ireland. Of course, heat number 1, we saw the Dutch surfer Tiara van der Hulst out of Curaçao taking the win there, being followed by the Italian surfer Chiara Cuponi. Unfortunately for Lee Bog, Geraldiana Giorgi, Carolina Marczark, and Mirna Boelsma. Also Vittoria Bacalsi and Phoebe Struckton, they got knocked out of the competition because repechage rounds are elimination rounds. Going to the surfman side of things, we saw the round number 3 of men's hitting the water, and there was some heavy hitters. First heat was really tight. Guilherme Ribeiro took 2nd place, and Aido Raja took the win there. Dylan Donegan and Eli Bockham are going to battle it out in the repechage round. Heat number 2 saw one of the biggest battles of the day for first place. Joaquim Chaves taking the best overall score of the day, 14.67, with one of the best waves of the day so far, an 8-point ride. He was followed by Team Elter in 2nd place. Logan Nicol and Patrick Dark from Wales were relegated to the repechage round. We still get to see those boys competing tomorrow probably, or day number 6. Heat number 4 saw another big battle for first place. Luis Diaz from Spain took the victory there with a total of a 13.10 over the Irishman Gerard McQuaid with a total of 12.33. Stanley Norman get 3rd place, and Oliver Artop, we're going to see them still in the repechage round. The repechage rounds 1 and 2 were super fast. No really stands out there unless for Leon Joel Glatzer posting one of the highest scores of the day, total scores that it is. And of course, the highest scoring wave of the day. I do believe it was 8:17, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, exactly. This is the highlight of that first repechage for men. Also, we saw Tom Boelsma being one of the standouts in that round. Round 2 of the repechage, we saw Francisco Ordonez getting back into rhythm, taking a win for Portugal, maintaining himself in competition. Then 2nd heat, we saw Leo Preda taking win for Italy. The 3rd heat, one of the stands out of the day as well, with a total of 13.4. Oliver Heinz from the Netherlands taking a good, solid win for Team Netherlands. And then a little bit of more of a standouts over there, but nothing too expressive. Those were the stands for today. I'm going to sign off. I'm going to see you tomorrow for day 5 of competition, but before that, I'm going to send it to the glass where João Valente is with the winner of the last heat. So take it away, João.
Hello, guys. This is the last interview of the day, and we are here with Sana Orvalho, the winner of the last heat of the day. and what turnaround of events you managed to find over there without even knowing the situation you were in, right?
Yeah, I had no idea. I was just staying calm and wanted one wave. That was my aim in the game.
So I'm guessing this wind is making things even harder because it takes the sound away from you and you can't get the situation of the heat at any time.
Yeah, the only thing I was focusing on was priority and get one good wave. My goal was just to get one turn that I'm sort of proud of. So, mission accomplished, sort of, yeah.
Exactly. And these are hard heats to go because you can't afford to lose anymore. So you have to keep going. It's a do or die every single hit. Is that a situation that you feel comfortable with, or you're rather be in a more calm state of mind?
I don't know, like in the past I've been like not been able to deal with pressure, but I felt calm in all of the heats we had, even though I probably got like 20 wipeouts to get here, but stayed calm.
I know you live in Ericeira, so you probably used to surf these waves here, and it should make it easier for you because these are not waves for any level of surfing. It requires a little bit of experience. And how that played in your favor so far?
Yeah, good question. I should be more used to this than what I am. I'm realizing now, even if it's looking like this, I should be paddling out more a little bit often. But the power, for sure, used to it, yeah.
Okay, so congratulations again, Sana. We'll see you.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, probably. Oh, of course. Send a message to someone who's home watching you.
Thank you for everybody. And isto para ti, Madalena. Bye. Bora.
A little. And there you go. This is Sana saying her goodbyes in Portuguese. And me, myself, I'm going to end this transmission here. This was a long day of competition. Please check the European Surfing Federation website for news about the call in tomorrow. We still don't have any decisions about what will be the schedule. We'll probably have an actualization at 9 o'clock in the morning, so please check the website and also the Ocean Spirit website. On my part, I wish you a very good night or a very good day wherever you are, and we'll have an appointment for here tomorrow at the Ocean Spirit 2025. Thank you for watching.
Here, days begin among the vineyards, where the sounds of nature awaken every sense. Between hills and trails, you'll discover striking landscapes that reflect the soul of this place. The city lives its history, flavors, and authenticity. Among its sweet secrets, the iconic Torres Vedras bean cake. From the countryside and city to the coast, you arrive at the taste of the Atlantic. From sea to plate, unique flavors are discovered. In Santa Cruz, the ocean welcomes everyone. There are the best waves for beginners and for those who never want to stop. And at the end of the day, when the sun sets over the sea, time seems to stand still. It's in that quiet moment that we hold the memories of this place. Torres Vedras, a place to live and grow.
Só há lugar para viver o melhor do oceano e da música. O Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. De 18 a 27 de julho, mais de 350 atletas de 20 nacionalidades competem em surf, longboard, skimboard e body surf. E quando o sol se põe, concertos grátis com Neima, Valete, Pagode Gringo, Super Squad, Mercado Negro, Show das Poderosas, Branco, Caixo Cedré, Fun Connection, Napa, Tiago Nacarato e muito mais. Santa Cruz Ocean Spirit. Vem surfar a melhor onda deste verão.